situate our understandings
Damn, I thought he was going
in a broader context, a broader context that actually takes into account all of the experiences of humanity, we would find that access to God probably is not so exclusive, right? That you have to check off this list of boxes, or you must hold these beliefs, or else you'll die. Because to me, it doesn't matter how many people lived before Christ. It's just the fact that they did, right? And what's more interesting is that there were many people who lived before Abraham. Before Abraham. That means that, you can't say this religion is the oldest religion in the world if we know that it's not. You can't say that God made man and then told us about himself after he made us when we know this religion is only 4,000 years old. None of you is addressing that. That's my point. My point is, we know that this is not the first religion. We know when people made it. So since we know when people made it, how can you say everyone must believe this? It's like Mormonism. We know when Mormonism was made. So we know it isn't true because we know when it was made. What are y'all talking about? It's if we know when Scientology was made.
Are you gonna address my point?
No, King, please let him land, bro. Please, brother.
All right.
So notice how.
Bro, just land, bro.
Right. So notice how they will not address any of my points. I promise you, they'll call me gay. They'll call me stupid. They won't address any of the points, though. Right? So who's really stupid? And now I'll land.
All right.
All right. This guy is so fucking.
Okay, so I was
I'm in the chat.
Oh, okay. So I'm after you. That's right. I'm after Congressman.
We got popcorn after birth.
All right. So, what we're dealing with here is the problem of Matt. And the problem of Matt is as thus. Matt sees an ally in Alessandro, and Matt is therefore going to allow him to have as much runway as possible, as much mic time, as much latitude.
Is this going to turn into bitching like a bitch again?
Shut the fuck up, Normo. You're not chosen.
No, it gets old, though.
You're not chosen, Normo. Shut up.
I know, but she gets
Just
humiliated.
because you have this homosexual defending you and eating your nuts on stage, shut up.
Get off my nigga Normal song, man.
I didn't even know Concrete was gay.
I said Alessandro,
It is
not
gay.
Concrete, faggot.
Oh, Alessandro is gay, too.
All right. So, as we can, Matt, wait, hold on. Let me make sure. Matt, are you there, brother? I don't want to give this.
Yeah, bro.
Oh, you are here. Oh, he is here. Yeah, the white man. Not the white man. Yeah, the Haitian man. Anyway, so
Get a dog.
Matt, I'm sorry, Matt. He's proving it, Matt. You gotta do something, brother. Matt, you there?
No.
Matt, you there?
Keep bitching.
Matt, we know you're there, bro. You have to talk to Norm.
Norm, we've been having a good conversation all morning. Please, you're welcome to participate.
Thank you. I agree that it's been good until now.
Let people speak. When it's your turn, you can.
Okay.
say
Can we
whatever
make a
you
no
want to say.
bitching rule, though? It's getting.
We're not gonna make a no bitching rule. You don't get to make rules up in here.
I asked the question, so don't send me to
Norm, you only get to follow the rules. You don't get to make rules. Thank you.
I didn't ask to make the rule.
You're not chosen. Shut up. Let me just move
You're
you
very
down because
sensitive
you
now.
are. There's no sense to
These
you.
niggas think they
We are asking
chosen.
you. We are asking you to be respectful. We are asking you to be respectful, like
I
everybody.
hear you,
You can
that's
either be
fine.
respectful, or you can
Fine.
go back to listening. Thank you.
That's
One microphone,
fine.
please.
All right. So, as we could clearly see, the problem of Matt, when I said, yo, Alessandro, this is such a bad point, you see Matt say, no, let him talk. Make his bad point and take us to realms of the conversation that are unnecessary and really not well thought out. In this let me address my dog King. King said the people that came before Jesus would be judged by the standards that God has set for them, right? And we know that God set standards because we can read Genesis. In Genesis, God gave Cain and Abel rules. Cain didn't follow. Abel followed. Cain killed Abel because of the jealousy, because of the blessing that God had bestowed on Abel, right? We know that there was a communication between God and his people such that they could know right and wrong. He said, yo, if you do what Abel do, I will bless you in the same way I bless Abel. You ain't got to get all upset. Anyway, so Alessandro said, doesn't mean it's, so he said something about religion. Nobody said anything about the oldest religion. Nobody said anything about the other beliefs, as if that was a part of the conversation when we're talking about is the Muslim God the Christian God? The answer is no. It uses certain qualities. It says certain things, but ultimately, at the end of the day, are we worshiping the Christian God? When we worship per the Muslim prescriptions, are we worshiping the Christian God? Are we abiding by the Christian God's edicts? Are we gleaning the messages that the Christian God is conveying to us? No. No, 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 no. What we read in the Bible and the lessons that are taught and the events that occur are for a specific reason. Jesus dying and resurrecting is for a specific reason. Now, when the Muslims eliminate that quality, it has eliminated the reasons and the message that God was trying to instill and portray. It's not the same. It's two different gods, two different messages, two different teachings. Yes. Basically, it's almost like y'all don't get the scam. The scam is very, very, very simple. If you happen upon a powerful IP, and you didn't create the IP, you can still benefit from the IP being intellectual property. And what you do is you co-opt it or co-opt essential parts of it that you deemed essential. And then you graft yourself into the IP. You say, I am a prophet in the lineage of these other prophets, and I am here to give you a message, ladies and gentlemen. And you will follow me because you followed them, and then now I can run my own agenda based on the quality of the predecessor IP, right? The IP that was good and clean. I could just take some of it, use it for my own ends, and here we are. Not that complicated. But unfortunately, people are not doing this type of work. It's called critical thinking. It's called abstract thinking. It's called inquiring beyond what you're told. Using your noodle, your noggin, to say, why doesn't this make sense? I gotta give him a shout out to Bart. Bart deep dive. Me personally, I didn't need to do the deep dive. Once I heard enough things from enough people, I understood the grift. The grift is very simple. You stand on somebody else's shoulders, you then invalidate that person that you're standing on their shoulders, now you become the preeminent factor.
Concrete, can you answer the question in the chat for me?
I'm not reading the chat, but I will say that Matt has lowered the quality of the conversation by not vehemently, explicitly condemning the shitty arguments that Alessandro was, and you've made him feel like he was making strong arguments. We know that God has existed before all religions. God has existed before all religions. We know God can directly communicate. And we know that over time, God has sent prophets. So all the other religions don't matter in terms of what we understand to be the truth and the true God, right? Because that's what we're following. All the other religions exist. And guess what? God said that there was so much evil in the world, we're going to flood, right? We're going to flood it. We're going to start fresh because there's so much corruption, so much confusion. I gotta start all over. Alessandro doesn't think about these things, or he doesn't believe these things to be real, which is why his thinking is so convoluted and confused. Because he is trying to rationalize his scientism with his spirituality, and so he has done his own editing of the IP, right? Much in the same way that Muhammad has, which is why Alessandro doesn't worship the same God that we do, while he calls himself a Christian. You see how that works? When people are taking IP, and this is from King Solomon, I gave a shout out to King Solomon, he's the one that introduced IP in these discussions. When you see somebody stealing IP and then reformatting IP for their own ends, it's no different from the Muslims, no different from the Mormons, no different from Alessandro, no different from Andrew. They're all just cheap, bad, plagiarisms, right? Not even photocopies, right? Plagiarism. Shut your bitch ass up. Oh shit, I'm trying to be patient. Hold on, I'll take that back, Alessandro. I'm gonna work on being patient with you, brother.
You land.
You're gonna cry when I do it, bro. So Alessandro already did it. You're gonna cry more when I do it more.
Do you choose worship the same God?
One second. That's a different issue. So the issue with Alessandro is he wants to live in a peaceful environment, but as you can clearly see, he himself is a rabble-rouser, stone thrower. But he's also not above crying, which reminds me of Andrew as well. He will throw stones and cry. Anyway, I'm done now. Thank you.
Yeah, well said.
Okay, so
Thank you, brother.
I know that concrete and I'm not gonna like what I have to say. So I just want to make this short and sweet. You guys are doing more MCOMs than you are teaching Alexandra about the Bible, and I think that's gonna be a lack of patience in dealing with what you would think is a silly question. You should have let him articulate himself exhaustively, as then he would have saw the point himself, and it would have been easier. But
Yeah, I disagree with you. I disagree with you.
Since you guys want to joke around and brainstorm, you lose the opportunity to actually do the good on what you have in you. So I guess we're going to popcorn, right?
No,
I'd like to. I'm after King.
yeah, no worries. So,
No, there's Norman and Alessandro. Sorry.
No.
Yes,
You're
me
after
nor
me.
over
You're
there.
after me.
yeah, so
Actually, let's see. It's King, Norm, Ellison, and then Adrian, if you don't mind going after Alessandro because he actually copied the
Oh, wait, no, I'm after Alessandro. Yeah.
yeah, so what I've actually noticed in concrete, I actually forgot that I analyzed this about Alessandro a couple of months ago, so I really remember this. So I think that what Alessandro does is this is a way of attention seeking. He does this for attention, where he will purposefully either not deal with your actual argument and or straw man your position in order to either hold on to his retardedness or make a different point that nobody was talking about. And that's okay, because again, it's a good way to keep conversations going. It's a good way to bring drama. But it also exposes that he's essentially an NPC. He's a non-playable character that needs to rely on academically approved, or what he thinks to be academically approved, ways of thinking and modes that don't actually translate to anything concrete, or something that is so funny that he would consider himself Christian, yet he holds to this scientism retard view that he's expressed on this stage. Now, one thing that again is very interesting is that he refuses to acknowledge that there are other viewpoints that exist that have been clearly articulated for hundreds of years. For instance, there is the viewpoint that Adam and Eve the animal life forms that came before them did not have the human soul. So even though they might have presented as human, they didn't have the one quality of a human that would actually make them human. In addition, there's also the viewpoint that Adam and Eve existed in a parallel dimension, which would be the Garden of Eden, which did not have time and space operating as it does in this universe. And so I find it hilarious when he makes these dumbass viewpoints that have already been refuted for hundreds of years with even newer viewpoints that go even further to rebut them. He's still operating on the stage like, I've never heard anybody discuss or talk or have a response to. It's like, bro, what are you talking about? These things have all been dealt with in an academic rigorous way for all of these objections, all of them. And so I'll finish with this, because then you had Agent being a retard on the stage too.
Right? No, King, be nice. No, King, be nice. Be nice, King, be nice. She's on her best behavior, King. She's supporting the devil, okay, but she's on her good behavior.
Fair enough. Watch your mouth, King. Watch your mouth. Okay, fair enough. My bad, Nathan. And Concrete. So I will refrain, right, and reimagine what I was gonna say about it, because I don't think you can ignore that. One, Muslims will tell you themselves that they don't worship the God Christians do, because ironically, Muslims understand that the representative of the Godhead in both the Old and New Testament is Christ Jesus. And Jesus lets us know himself, you cannot have the Father without the Son. But in addition, we can ignore everything I just said. What makes it even more that Muslims don't worship the same God that we do is that they will tell you in their own Quran that Allah is not a father in any sense. As a matter of fact, let's bring up that scripture, because that is the core understanding of Allah. And what takes Allah out of being Yahweh of the Bible. Because Yahweh of the Bible, the core understanding of Yahweh of the Bible is that he is a father to us, his children, and that he loves us. Where Islam is the opposite. Allah is not a father in any sense, and there's nothing we can be to Allah but a slave. You cannot have both. You have one religion saying our God is Father, and you have another religion saying our God is not a father in any sense. That is the identity principle. If you need to break that down in logic, you cannot be A and not A at the same time in the same way. Period. So if we want to play these dumb fucking retarded, no, I'm just going to ignore that and come and bring my script and say, these two groups believe in the same God because of blah, blah, blah. And I'm just going to ignore the literal scriptures that say the opposite, because, I'm an academic and I read academic books and my scholars told me. All right, fair enough. You want to be a retard? Go ahead, do that. Be that. But you cannot ignore that one religion says our God is a father and we are his loving children. And then the other religion says our God is not a father in any sense, and we can't be anything but slaves.
Thank you. Next, Mike, do you want to get in the queue? I'll put you in there. We have,
I want to, but I'm trying to find my place. I'm like in the middle.
Okay.
I just need to figure out how.
Okay, we've got Norm, Alessandro, Agent, Concrete, and if Mike wants to get in there, he certainly can. I'm not going to stop.
I think Norm's left the stage.
Right, next up. I forgot who I said. Short-term memory loss. All right, Alessandro.
Or yeah, I think like ideas are more interesting than people. I don't know what I did to hurt these gentlemen's feelings. I would prefer to talk about God, not me, right? So like I think like when we're talking about God, I think so I am a theist, right? Which means I do believe in God, right? I think that my belief in God is going to be informed based on like my understanding of reality, right, and my understanding of history and anthropology. So it's when I look at when the Bible says, right, things like God created man, right, the first men, and then when we look and we find out that this story about God creating the first men was only written 4,000 years ago, then it makes sense logically to question, okay, right? So we know this isn't real, right? We know this isn't like truly what happened because it was written 4,000 years ago and humanity is 200,000 years old, right? So now I think like the intellectually honest thing to do would be, right, to entertain the possibility that maybe this is metaphorical. Maybe this is not literally true, right? Maybe a symbolic way of talking about our relationship to God as our creator, right? And so when I'm reading the Bible, right, I'm reading more of parables, I'm reading proverbs, right, that help me understand like important values. You know what I'm saying? And so that's kind of how I read the Bible. I don't really read it as like a history book of facts and things that definitely happened, because there's going to be a few things in the Bible that we know aren't true, right? It's like, for instance, the Jews were never enslaved in Egypt. If we're just looking at like history, right? Like, so the Egyptians were literate people who like wrote down their history, right? And like we know many things about them and how they functioned and how they lived, right? And the events of Exodus, right? And all of that, right, with Moses in Egypt, don't really line up with what we know about history, right? And so as an intellectually honest person who's like, I first and foremost, I look at history. What are the things that we know is true, right? Then I go to the various theological traditions of different religions, and then I kind of take what makes sense and I use that to understand the world better, right? I think that the problem that we're seeing here is we have people who are so locked in to these rigid ways of thinking.
That's not a problem.
That they can't fathom another person just disagreeing. And so I think that my question would be, right, why? Because, okay, there are a few things that have to be true in order for their interpretations of the Bible to also be true. First, God must be real. Then he must be divinely revealing things to human beings, right? So before we even get into debates about the Bible, right, you would have to give us evidence that
question that,
right? So
yeah, look at my picture. And where's your upside for
that's
question? Look at my picture. So you said that there was no in when they were doing that. You see my picture right there? That picture, and in the hieroglyphics, that means Israel. So yes.
Okay, man.
Yes,
I mean,
we're writing about Israel at the time.
So there's a difference between. So I do acknowledge the existence of ancient Israel, ancient Jewish kings, right? But the problem's going to be when we talk about.
With all due respect, you don't even know what you're talking about.
Can you please hold on for a second, right? And so like I'm coming to you with what the consensus among academics would be.
No, that's not the consensus.
You're fucking dumb,
right,
dude.
So I think
always do this consensus.
Hold on.
So
we're gonna have to let him go. We're gonna have to let him finish, and then rebut what he's saying. I don't think he interrupted anybody. I know this is triggering, but let him finish, please.
Oh, he interrupted me.
So
He interrupted me.
Okay, so why are you crying about it? If you interrupted me,
nobody's crying.
I thought you were complaining.
That is stating the record.
Nobody's crying.
Okay.
Just lead
So
by example, Luca.
Here's the fact of the matter, right? When you look at history, right, in order to accept what they're saying, you have to reject so many facts. And so I think like when I was a Christian, right, the way that I would engage in the argument is like, first you have to show me why God exists, right? And then once you've convinced me
as a true Christian,
can you just send him to the goo? We know who he is. He never says shit, right? So the fact of the matter is,
the kettle black.
Right, and this is the thing, right? So like I know I'm in a room where like half of you are retards.
I knew he was gonna cry.
This is just like this is like an object.
Come on, man. Y'all
Why do I have have to be like.
Why y'all pulling in, man?
No, but he was just
It's not
complaining. He's like, why are you
bullying. It's
crying?
not
But he was crying.
But he kept on getting into
What do you call the king, a crybaby?
It's not bullying.
Bro,
It's not.
no.
It's not bullying. Nate, it's
Listen,
not bullying. It's just.
Let me just say this.
I have.
Oh, I just want to say this one thing. Look, I get it. Like, he's trying, but this is a room where we allow people to speak, though. When you interrupted them, you just stopped the conversation.
Okay, can I ask one clarifying question?
No, stop talking. Let me finish. So this is what.
I just want to.
See you acting like a bitch, Nate?
No.
You see you acting like a bitch, Nate?
Clarifying question, and then it's gonna. This.
No.
I want to see if I want to engage.
No.
Is this a conversation about like religion versus religion, or religion's true?
No. The conversation
So
is
here's what I'm
the
saying.
Muhammad God the same as the Christian God?
So why is he like saying, "Oh, none of it's true"? Look at
And
Because that's where he's been taking us. That's where he's been
So
taking
you
us.
see what's going on, right? So if you interrupt,
That's like a non sequitur, bro.
then with
Oh, come on, let him finish. Let him finish, though. You muted, bro.
So yeah, the conversation is not the Muslim God versus the Christian God, right? That's an easier conversation for them to have. Matt originally pointed out, right, what's up with this lack of religious unity around the world? And he was pointing out that he does not believe that you have to have any particular beliefs in order to be saved. Now, because that's a hard argument for us to have, right? Can you stop talking? Can you please just send him to the goo? Like, we know he's an idiot. He's not going to say anything that matters, right? So, like, if you're able to track the conversation, they're trying to debate Islam versus Christianity because that's way easier than justifying why we should believe the Bible is true, right?
I don't want to get in this.
So if we actually like track the argument, we started off addressing Matt's point, like, how can we claim that everyone must believe this thing in order to be saved, right? When most of the people around the world don't believe it, most of the generations of humanity born before Jesus were unaware of it, right? It doesn't make sense to say you have to know this to be saved. Now, they want to shuffle to an easier argument that's about Islam versus Christianity because they never addressed that point without engaging in circular reasoning, right? Their justification comes from interpretations of Christian theology, which is irrelevant because Christian theology did not even exist before the God of Abraham. So how can you say like that? That's post hoc justification, right? You're looking like you're trying to like the thing that makes sense, the logical thing to do is to say, look, obviously you don't have to believe in the Bible in order to be saved because most of humanity that was born before Jesus had no idea about that shit. Now, unless you're a Calvinist, right? Unless you believe in predestination, unless you believe that God creates some people and intends to burn them in hell, knowing that they never heard about Jesus, right? Then I think that's the only logically consistent way. I don't think that you can like post hoc rationalize it without citing any scripture, right? Notice how King's justification for the salvation of the ignorant doesn't rely on any scripture, right? He never cited anything in the Bible that says that people are held to a different standard. He never cited anything in the Bible that said people who don't know Jesus will be saved. And so, like, I would love to hear you do that if you want to, but
Yeah,
again,
ask
that's
for
just
it, dumbass.
stop interrupting.
Come on, King. Patience, brother. We gotta practice.
No, can we do that like red flag thing where like when you hurt enough of him, you can get him off?
It would have been.
We gotta endure.
It would have been over a while ago if you weren't interrupting.
Listen, when Lion goes on his monologue, no one interrupts him. Everyone, and we know what he's gonna say. It's the same thing all the time. Come on, just show some respect, man.
I don't know, bro. I feel like there is like
These are
a
called
Mean
lies.
Girls.
These
There's
are
like
called lies, Nathan.
the problem is there is a Mean Girls club where they wear their bonnets and paint each other's fingernails and like gang up on people they don't like, right? And like the Mean Girls here don't like me. Concrete, Mike, you know, fucking King. Okay, the retards have assembled, and that's fine. But like,
Hell yeah,
that's
I'm in
what
the
I'm
club.
saying.
Thank you.
You've been in the club. So like I'm just saying, like
For real?
address what I'm saying.
You know what? That made my
I've told you that
fucking day.
several
Thank you.
times. I already gave you a trophy and you're award,
Fuck
right?
yeah.
You're in second place.
Damn.
Concrete's in first place.
Okay. All right. Oh, that's
He's the
funny.
king. He's the king of the. He's the king of the
Give
retards.
him my respects.
Like he's rallied the retards to his cause multiple days in a row. So I think, you know what I mean. So yeah, I'm just saying, what is your evidence that God exists? Right. Well, I would start there, because I do believe in God, but that's because of personal experiences. So just start there. What is your evidence that God exists?
All right. So, are you done, Alessandro? Sorry, I don't want.
Yeah, it's all good.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So, like, I feel like the Bible says that we have to use discernment, and oftentimes people have this blind faith, and oftentimes blind faith rage, where they can't listen to rational arguments. There is room for science and scripture. And I think that when people push back against that, that shows that they are unwilling to learn, and they're unwilling to use the gifts that God gave them, which is specifically brain. If we're going to talk about religious, that the God of Islam is not the God of Christianity, that they're two different gods, then we can also say that the God of Judaism is a different God, because they don't see Christ as the God, that's the Godhead. So, like, this argument to me doesn't really make any sense. I do see value in the historical arguments or disagreements when it comes to faith. Like, for instance, if the Great Flood existed, science has proven that it didn't, that it made a deluge. But, you know, people who follow faith blindly and do nothing will believe that there was a global flood that took everyone out. And for me, if people aren't going to value actual science or try to prove something along within the faith argument, but want to use the Bible as a concrete historical book, it just doesn't really make any sense. And then it takes away from the value in a conversation. Also, like the mudslinging, but saying that you are a believer in Christ is odd. Like, I don't understand how people could sit there and say, oh, I love God, I believe in Jesus, I'm this and that. And then instead of, you know, trying to reflect Jesus' way or walking Jesus' path, they walk in a demonic path, you know, by calling people names without actually listening to what people have to say. So, I mean, hopefully the conversation can improve and people can actually make their points without being hyper-focused on certain individuals, but we'll see.
All right. I did a quick little Google search just to deal with what she just said about science. How does science cheat? Anybody can do it. You can get an AI overview. Science cheats through professional conduct, primarily fabrication, falsification, and plagiarism. Driven by immense pressure to publish, secure funding, or support bias hypotheses. Common tactics include altering data, selectively reporting results, or outright inventing experiments which undermine the integrity of research. Oh no. So, what we know is that science, like everywhere else, is not a pure discipline. So no, we don't have to put our faith in science, nor will we use science as the litmus test for real or not real, right? We won't be using science. Now you're gonna say, but you use your cell phone. Yes, because the cell phone has proven reliable. If it weren't reliable, we wouldn't use it. But your GPS, again, proven reliable. What has not been proven reliable is science claim about the diversity of life. What is not reliable is their prognostications on abiogenesis. What has not been reliable is their commentary on the supernatural, which is none. Nor does science in and of itself preclude the existence of the supernatural. So when Alessandro or anybody else says, science says history, we know that the Jews weren't in Egypt. We know that this is just a strongly held belief that was easily refuted by Bart and his appeal to hieroglyphs, right? there's a knowledge imbalance here, and it's dark knowledge imbalance, and it's all over the place. Because what we have here between Bart, King, myself, and others is the wisdom of the crowd. Look it up. It's a real fucking thing. And the wisdom of the crowd, if you were to extend that out into the world, ism, it's that the wisdom of the crowd, even among scientists, say that, yeah, bro, it's most likely the case that God exists. So when Alessandro or anybody else about the non-existence of God and they appeal to science, they're just appealing to their strongly held beliefs.
So concrete, that wasn't what was said.
Okay, all right, I accept that.
So
Anyway,
can I just repeat what I said real quick so you can answer it?
I don't want to lose my train of thought, please and thank you. So I dealt with the science part. If you think I didn't deal with it accurately, you can correct it on your submission, and we'll go to the conversation. Alessandro is engaged in all manner of duplicitous, dishonest behavior. He might do it calmly and with soft tones, but it doesn't mean that he's improving the quality of the conversation. He is routinely engaged in fallacious reasoning, time after time after time. He's routinely engaged in like official, non-well thought out questions and positions. He's engaged in all sorts of rhetorical types in techniques. Oh, can you tell me what my argument is? How am I wrong? Right? Even though he's talking about... One second, brother. Even though he's using a red herring, even though he's talking about stuff that's tangential to the topic, he's still going to think that he's right. And what we're going to do, because we know him, Bart, you don't know him respectfully, he's a liar. He's a dishonest liar. Now, you might say that, oh, Concrete, why are you slinging mud? I want people around me to know when there's a snake in the fucking grass. There's a liar amongst us. Liar, liar, liar. And I want you to pay attention. And I want you to recognize when somebody's lying and not just glaze over it because, oh, my sensibilities. Oh, this is not Christian to call people liars. Well, that's not true. You can't call people liars. You should call people liars. And I think we should encourage it. You know why? Because liars get away with lying because nobody's calling them out. And I don't want to live in that fucking... I don't want to fucking live in that world, right? Where liars can just walk around freely being liars and everyone say, well, just let them lie. It's not hurting you. Oh, yes, it does. Lies are very destructive. There's people right now trying to figure out their walk in life, trying to figure out which way to go, and you got fucking liars poisoning the well. And you got other people standing by, well-meaning, saying, let the liars lie. No, that's crazy. Thank you, Evan.
Point of moderation real quick before we continue with the queue. I want to say hello to Lion. He's listening, and his kids are listening because it's a discussion regarding religion. And let's just keep it nice for the meanwhile, please.
I'm going to call liars, Don. I'm sorry.
You were right. No, Concrete, you were 100% correct there. 100%. I was actually explaining to my children exactly why your position was sound.
Thank you, brother.
I ain't the most foul-mouthed person, huh?
Timothy. Come on, Timothy.
Whose turn is it?
I know you're not a Christian, Timothy, but you try to act like one.
Yo, Luca's a good dude, bro. Luca's a good dude. He's a small
All right, go ahead, bro. All right, thank you.
You're Timothy, you're tripping, bro.
When I first came in here, like I was listening, I was like interested. I thought like it was kind of like an internal battle between religions, and you could see like Don was like Christian versus all the religions, and then fucking know-it-all Luca comes in and just tries to say it's all wrong. It's all wrong. And it's just like it's justified by their circular reasoning. But I believe in God because personal experience is not circular. It's like, bro, you fucking all over the place. You just came in to a fucking it's like two people are scrapping and you came in and say, you guys are all doing it wrong. And it's so fucking annoying and it disrupted the whole conversation. The consensus of the academics, that you're like retarded, dude, right? So I'm going to take this time to tell you, let people fucking battle out their shit and then let that conversation take place. But one thing as well, if you want to be critical onto them, because that's circular reasoning. But then in the next sentence, you say you believe in God because of your personal experience. Like, ask yourself, is that circular? Because if you want to be critical, then that same critique is what's justifying your fucking bullshit fucking idea. So before you start fucking finger wagging, bro, put your finger in your fucking butt, right? And just sit there and go, bruh.
Who was next in the queue? I think it was like
So it was
Is it
like,
me?
all in one,
all king and then all in one.
and then I got it.
Yeah. So Mike, Concrete, very well done. We've already dealt with this faggot. I mean, what more needs to be said? At the end of the day, I think if people are going to have honest conversations on these platitudes and these retarded statements that worked 30 years ago and no longer worked, then, we have to be honest about that. And I think the problem with Alessandro is that he is an NPC. He's a non-playable character. He works off of scripts. And when you present ideas that go beyond his script, he cannot operate. He needs you. He needs the conversation to operate within frameworks that he deals with. And unfortunately, those frameworks don't get him anywhere. That's why he continuously sounds like a retard on stages. And look, there are some people that need to live that simple life, right? And I understand that. There's some people that need to live that dumb, retarded, no offense, down type existence where everything in here is what works. That's fair. I'm not against that. You're still God's children, right? We're all God's children. So I think that there's room for those type of people. The problem is when you try to step outside and make it as if what you're saying is pertinent to what we're saying. I think it's clear as day, everything that's been presented. We don't need to rehash it again. I think it's time to move on from him. He's just, not somebody that I care to engage with anymore.
All right.
Put me after him. I don't want to change the conversations again.
Dude, yeah, pop in after me.
Damn, never fails, man. It never fails. I'm just gonna say my piece and I'll be done. So very interesting topic. I like to listen to like these religious topics, not due to the fact of like the subject matter, but I like to observe the characters behind it, or like the behavior behind it. I'm pretty much over this whole religious God talk. I think from my perspective, the proof is in the pudding. And I don't have anything against religious people or, just believing. I'm more of a person that focuses on reality of the situation and how we behave as human beings. I think that trumps everything. And I like to listen to people have their take on religion, but yet their character opposes the practice of their religion. Now, I'm not saying a person has to be perfect, but it's more so of how people don't strive for the practice that I witnessed. And I don't want to say the person is bad per se, but what I am saying is that there's a sign of lack of faith from my perspective. And that speaks volumes on, does a person really believe, right, in God? Or is it some type of social mechanism that, get people to contribute to this specific idea or concept? I think that, overall in humanity, there has been thousands of different gods and goddesses, and not one, humanity cannot come to one conclusion on just like a God, right? So I think in comparison to how we perceive our reality, the concept of God cannot grasp it whatsoever. There's a lot more out there.
that we have yet to know, and this concept that we have not, I don't, for me, it can't fathom, it can't wrap itself around just the understanding of what is actually out there. And, for me, it's all about how we treat each other, how we build together, and how we motivate each other to live and continue down this path of just like being human. And I think the concept of religion can be utilized in a way that it benefits us or it can be detrimental. It all boils down to a realization. And I can't offer you any practical skills, but I can just try to illustrate these thing in your mind using these words and definitions to bring some sense of connection. And I'll just leave it there.
All right, yeah, man, I feel like that's pretty deep and valid. I can see where you're coming from with that. And like, for me on my journey, I've evolved through many phases, from being a religious fundamentalist, young Earth creationist, to being a staunch atheist, to being an anti-theist, right? And then due to my own personal experiences, I've changed my perspective to be a believer in God, right? Although I don't engage in evangelism, right? Because I don't think that you can convince someone God exists through argumentation, right? I think there are people in the room who believe, but also since I know what it is to be a staunch atheist, which is just like.
No, Concrete was right, bro. Fuck you.
But I'm like, but no, like, because when I was
I don't evangelize. I just criticize
Right.
other people's reasons for believing.
Right. So I think the problem is going to be, Mike, you don't know what circular reasoning is, because if I say I believe in God due to personal experiences, that's not circular reasoning,
Really?
Mike. So no, it's
Really?
not.
Who taught you?
Like, no, it's not.
Who taught you that?
Go ask AI, and it will tell
ask
you that it's
AI?
not. Yeah, go.
What if I were to ask you?
Let's let him finish.
No, let Mike do his thing.
No, just let it. Like, damn. So like, here's the thing, right? Cool. So, like, here's the thing.
Yeah.
Here's the thing, right? Their feelings are so hurt because they obviously are stupid. But like, here's the thing. I'm saying, right, that when I was a skeptic, I never encountered an argument for God that was such that it necessarily follows that God exists, right? And so I think the problem is there are people in the room who believe that their arguments for God are such that they will offer several premises and then necessarily it follows God exists, right? And me and King were having this conversation last night where he was talking about, well, genetics, the sequence of nucleotides, right? Okay, we have the sequence of nucleotides, right, that ultimately result in a code, right? And through descent with modification, through mutation, we have speciation and the emergence of several different types of organisms that we didn't have before. And then he's saying, well, I interpret that to be a language, therefore God exists, right? I interpret that to be encoding, therefore God exists. And I'm saying, okay, like, I'm not going to say it's unreasonable for you to view the world that way, but this is not a conclusive argument for God. This is just the reasons why you believe in God, right? And so the mature thing to do would be to agree to disagree, right? Based on your observations, right, about the world and the premises that you've offered, it does not necessarily follow that God exists and made the world. And so it takes a level of maturity to understand the limitations of, right? So we should be able to engage in conversation where you present your reasons, I present mine, and then we just say, okay, I can see where you're coming from, and then we disagree. But when I don't accept the worldview that you've offered, that doesn't mean I'm stupid. That just means you don't understand the limitations of your own argument, right? And so like that, and that's where it is. That's where it's at, right? Like, there are people in the room who believe they are the first human beings to ever come up with conclusive evidence that God is real and the Bible is true. If that's the fucking case, you would have Nobel Prizes and like $5 billion for finally being the first people to ever prove the Bible is true and that God exists, right? But no one has ever done that, and you fucking idiots on Clubhouse won't either, right? But they can't even understand that, and Mike doesn't know what circular reasoning is, and so I'm getting jumped by idiots, right? So I'll land there.
Okay, so we're gonna open up the floor.
Yeah, wait, but I did put myself in the queue, but like, cause I'm trying to.
You have
extend
to
olive.
say
Wait, no, I'm gonna go. You cook. I'm gonna extend the olive.
No, actually, I just wanted to kind of get a room reset because I'm sick of people just throwing insults at this guy. It's boring. So Timothy, you have a topic you want to bring up, or I see that Andrew's just gonna call on people that are in the audience to come up. You have something that, since you were next, or Spike, because I kind of wanted to. I know Spike wanted to respond. You guys don't want to switch it up, maybe.
Spike wants to go.
Yeah, guys.
Hold on, it's not right now. Hold on. Go ahead.
I'm kind of sad King and Psych are fucking Luca. I think Luca's a good dude.
Oh, you said what?
So I'm sad you and fucking Mike don't like Luca, right?
Yeah, Mike's the homie. Look.
Luca's a good dude, right?
So with both of us, if Mike and me got an issue, then you know something's up. you know something's up, because Mike ain't gonna be. Look, you can point at me and say, "Oh, Solomon's but you can't point to Mike and say he's also crazy. Come on now.
When he said that thing about Egypt, like, you guys could have corrected him where he never made that mistake again. Like, there were ways to go about that. That's what I'm saying. Like, I showed him the hieroglyphs.
But the thing about Egypt is not. It doesn't say what people think it says. Just because he said Israel, there's no evidence for them being slaves. Them entering the land is present, but them being slaves is not present. So I don't know why people are disagreeing with that. And I know the hieroglyphs you talk about.
It says history shows the Jews weren't in Egypt.
No, that's not what he said. He said
that's exactly what he said. We know it's not
That's
true.
not what I said.
You're a liar. You're a liar.
It says they weren't slaves in Egypt.
You think there's a difference? You think there's a difference?
Yes,
Come on, bro.
What do you know? Tell me what the difference.
It's very well documented that there was a time of famine after the collapse of the Bronze Age that shows migration coming from the Mediterranean area into Egypt. So hold on a second, hold on. When you backdate it, that's when they put the Israel in that land. And if you do backdate it, you will see that the pyramid were built well before that.
Yeah, so
it's
Matt,
not.
Bro, you want to defend him, that's fine. But all you're doing is continuing to lower the quality of the conversation. It's not that complicated. When I said, if he's saying history shows the Jews weren't in Egypt,
that's not what I said.
Obviously, we know it's in the context of them being slaves, right? We know that's the context that he's referring to.
I literally
so now, what we about to do?
No, you're putting word in his mouth.
He did say that.
Talking about being honest.
No, Matt,
not what he said.
Tell me I'm being dishonest.
You are a liar.
He said they weren't. History knows they weren't in Egypt as slaves. Now you're saying he didn't say that?
Right, they were not in Egypt as slaves.
History shows that.
History shows that.
Yes, I said in the way that the Bible describes it too.
Yes, history shows that. And you're gonna have to
making that statement. Yes or no?
Huh? Say that again.
Do you see the flaw in making that statement?
No, there isn't a flaw in that statement. You're making if you said there were slaves in Egypt, you're gonna have to prove that.
Listen, what you want to do is take an imprecise instrument and make definitive claims with an imprecise instrument. That is patently dishonest.
And what do you think you are doing?
That is patently.
And what do you think you are doing?
Matt.
And what is it that you are doing?
Matt. Whataboutism never's gonna save you. Never's gonna save you.
Here's one observation I can make. For the people that are not Catholic Christian in the room, you guys make it extremely hard to even accept your version because of the way that
you're moving the goalposts.
I want to make that observation because Cogido also make that observation, right? Even in the beginning of the conversation, when Bart came in as a Catholic,
let's run it back instead of doing
right. You want to interrupt because you know I'm talking about.
No, I want to hear about behaviors. Let's go back and run back the facts. You want to run back the facts?
What facts you want to run? Okay, yeah, let's run back the facts.
Listen.
Show me the evidence that they were.
You want to run back the argument?
Yo, man, I'm going to jump with you, man. I'm going to jump you with that.
You're not going to jump me because you guys don't have the evidence that they were slaves in Egypt.
Hold on.
Where is the evidence they were slaves in Egypt?
You said it. You already said it. Say it again. Say it again.
Where's the evidence? Where's the evidence they were slaves in Egypt?
Are you done? Are you done?
Yes.
All right, cool. All right, now what we're going to do is we're going to show, number one, you wanted to make a definitive claim using history, and now we're going to provide our evidence. That still doesn't mean you can make a definitive claim, right? You would have to make a probabilistic claim. You'd have to say, I think, I believe. But you don't use those words. You say, oh, if you believe in the Bible, we know there's things that aren't true. That's a definitive fucking claim. And you know that that's dishonest. Why? Because you were trained in history. Now, what you're doing is you're taking your intellect, you're throwing it in the trash for the sake of this conversation to defend fucking Alessandro, right? That's the problem that we're dealing with. Now, what we'll use as proof is the traditions that are widely held by the Jewish people in their faith, and the strength of their oral traditions, and the persistence of their practices till this day. And then we'll include on that top of that the Bible. Now what?
You don't have, that's not evidence.
All right, we're done.
That's circular reasoning.
Hold on, you are making a
I don't know what circular reasoning is, brother.
That is not how history is compiled. Not only do we have a statement.
Now you're appealing the methodology. Now you're appealing the flawed methodology.
Is the science.
Are those absolutes? Is that absolutes?
No, but you need evidence.
Okay, so philosophical stance, right? You think a philosophical stance is the fear?
You don't have the evidence. You don't have corroboration.
That is not true. We're now making it
that is not true.
You know what evidence is? Here, let's get the definition. You know what we gotta do, King?
You have any archaeological evidence?
We gotta
do. You have any archaeological evidence?
You know what we gotta do? Yeah, Bart just provided. Listen, what we gotta do is every time we engage in these conversations with these white people,
can you even read what Bart put up?
We gotta put definitions. We gotta put definitions on the table because Matt doesn't know what evidence is. Alessandro doesn't know what circular reasoning is, and they're operating on those misconceptions and misunderstandings.
I'm good with that. I'm fine with that.
So with the hieroglyph
I'm fine with that. Let's do it.
So what the hieroglyph says, just to say what Matt says, because he said ever, so I didn't know he was talking about the slavery part, so I just said, well, they have Israel hieroglyphs. It says Israel is laid waste, his seed is not. So this means that there were people called Israel existed in Canaan in 1208 BCE. So this describes a group of them as people, not yet a state. But there's nothing about slavery in Egypt. It just describes them as a set of people in Canaan at that time.
Right. They
They
were defeated in a battle. Just like a bunch of people that the Egyptians defeated. Now you say in 1250 BCE. Do you know how old the pyramids are? That's almost 2,000 years before that.
Yeah.
So how you guys gonna make this claim? Even
was he saying that?
Yeah, but I'm kind of confused now. So what is his claim then?
His claim was that the Jews says they were slaves in Egypt, but historical evidence shows they were not slaves in Egypt. He never said they did not go to Egypt. He never said they were never there. He says that they were not slaves there. And there's no evidence.
When does history make Matt, how does history make a definitive claim on this? Go ahead.
What do you mean? He doesn't make a claim. He just says it.
Let me clear that up.
That's not evidence.
Give us the history. Give us put it in the chat. History says. I want to
What do you mean history says? History cannot create something that's not there.
Yeah.
History doesn't say
give us the link, brother.
There's no evidence.
No, you know what? Alessandro, source up.
You want history to make a claim that's not there.
Source up.
History to make a claim that's not there.
Sure, I don't mind doing that.
It's not there.
I don't mind doing that. But I think
that's not there.
so. Matt, here's the thing, right? We're saying, right, the archaeological record does not substantiate the claim that Jews were enslaved in Egypt in any way similar to what we observe in the Bible, right? Now that's a nuanced statement that I feel like they cannot appreciate. Now I can get sources, right?
And is that what you originally said?
Yes.
No, it's not, you fucking liar.
Okay.
You fucking liar.
I just think it's
The
an IQ issue.
archaeological evidence
It's an IQ issue.
is not what you said.
Yeah, it is. It's an IQ issue.
Verbatim?
Why do you do
Verbatim?
this, bro?
Did you say that verbatim?
Like,
So do I recall the exact words that I said?
You're like mentally.
What do you think I said?
This is what you defended, man. But I know what else you defend too. So this is hard for the cars.
Matt was just listening. It's pronounced course. You know what I mean? But
That's what you are.
Matt's just able to track the conversation.
You're a glorified college professor. Like, that's what you are.
I've never said I'm an
You're a fucking
academic.
community college
Okay,
professor.
so let me, because I think on both sides.
You're a community college professor.
I think
You don't
on
even
both
get paid
sides.
full wages.
Yeah, so this is going to answer for both sides here, and I'm just going to posit some questions and answer them. So, was Israel enslaved? And so, I think what Sandra was saying is that there's no evidence of millions of people being enslaved. There is strong evidence that their Semitic peoples were enslaved in Egypt. Northern groups. Israel emerges in Canaan, like Egypt, in the archaeological records. So the most historical, most cautious answer would be if something happened, it likely involved a smaller group whose story later became the foundation of Israel's identity. And that's going to be that's the
I mean, if you're trying to offer some nuanced middle ground, that's perfectly fine, and that's not unreasonable. Nevertheless, the slavery that we observe described within the Bible is not supported through archaeological evidence. But I appreciate your willingness to
Not supported and didn't happen are two different things. Do you see the distinction or no? Because you said it didn't happen. Now, do you understand what not supported means?
Yeah, I'm saying it didn't happen. That's right.
Okay, great. What is your basis for saying that?
There's no evidence to prove it.
Do you see the fallacious reasoning that you're employing?
I think that you're
No.
being... This is
If we're gonna listen, Matt, I know you, Matt. I know you don't want to be rigorous.
Possible,
I know you
Matt.
don't want to
Remember, possible.
I know you don't. When it doesn't suit you, but when it suits you, you will turn up the rigor.
That is true.
You will be more academic than fucking sloppily thinking like this person, right? So I hope. Listen, bro. If you don't want the quality of the conversation to improve, then continue to entertain this bullshit. Because we'll just be mediocre forever. Because we're all we're as good as the lowest portion right?
Yes, and the one lower than that.
I think you guys are diverging toward each other.
One second, brother. If you want to keep encouraging the lowest of us to have a voice and to be correct in their own fucking way outside of like rigorous academics, then that's on you, brother. You're watering down the quality of the conversation. It'll never stop. That's the problem.
It's one of those, remember when he was appealing to like the possibility of like African Americans having ancient civilizations in Texas, right? He's doing the same thing. He's like, it's possible. It's like, all right, cool.
Yeah, he thinks that's a bad thing. He thinks it's a bad thing.
But you see what's happening.
He thinks nuanced, cautious takes with something as fucking precarious as history is a bad thing. He thinks that he should make blanketed, definitive statements regarding history. That's what you're dealing with, man. Yo, you know Matt would never raise his daughter like this. You know that, right? Matt would not allow his daughter to engage in this type of silly, stupid thinking. And rightfully so.
Listen, I think you guys back there ruins the conversation more than anything else. I think those are minute little details that we just latch on them so we can clobber each other with fucking rhetoric bullshit. don't think it may even apply to the conversation at all. What he said was not controversial, right? And then it wasn't even the main point of his entire.
So I have a
He
question.
said it didn't happen, man.
Wait, what was your personal experience, Alessandro?
That was a great question.
No, he's just a faggot.
What was your personal experience?
I mean, I don't know that
I'm a faggot.
No, because what I'm going to say is if you examine your personal experience, you'll see that circularity is inherent. Somehow, some way, you determined it was God, right?
That's not necessarily circular.
Do you believe in God? Yes, it is. It's inherent.
Yeah, he took a break from
No, it's
taking
not.
dick. And
Okay,
Are you saying circular or secular?
Circular.
He doesn't know about.
Okay, so look.
Mark, teach him about.
So then let's examine it. Let's just see. Unless you don't want to share it, you don't have to do whatever you don't
Yeah,
want.
because he took a break from taking dick, and then God he could finally hear God.
Okay.
And Matt, dude, I try to enter these conversations.
Keep going, bro.
King, what you're doing right now is not God-like, bro. That's not what God
trying to
wants
just
to do. He's trying to push
Alessandro
it
never
away.
engages
Come on,
in
bro.
good
That's not even.
conversations.
Yeah, but then again,
That's not
just
true,
fully
and we all
reflect-
know it.
But King, as a good brother, just fully reflect on you.
So how? Okay.
You know what I mean?
So
Come on.
how did you determine that your personal experience was God?
Right. So the reason why, and I'm responding in good faith. I'm trying to let you see why it's not circular. So like, let's say
Don't
I
teach me
believe
a lesson. Let's just go through the
cool,
experience.
right? So I'm just gonna respond, right? So like, if I say I believe in like, first of all of your beliefs are due to personal experience. That's a fact, right? So are all beliefs justified through circular reasoning? No.
Foundationally, it can lead to that. Yes, there's arguments
So
for
like,
that. You ever heard you use your reasoning to justify your reasoning? You ever heard that?
I'm familiar with that, but at that
Yeah,
point,
so like this is like a common
right?
common argument in philosophy.
So
But go on, I want to hear about the personal experience, how it's not inherently circular.
Right. So like, if I say I believe, like, let's say my personal experience was that I believe Donald Trump exists because I saw him, and that's my personal experience. That's not circular reasoning. If I believe in Donald Trump because I saw him.
How did you determine it was Donald Trump?
No,
How did you determine it was Donald
It's not
Trump?
circular.
How did you determine it was Donald Trump?
How is that circular?
What do you just answer my
I'm
question?
saying that's because
How did you determine
he
it was
showed me
Donald
his
Trump?
ID. He showed me his ID.
Okay, so look, that means that you have a Donald Trump, right? In order to confirm.
Not necessarily his ID.
When you look, if you want to call it a hypothesis, right? Then would you say a hypothesis of belief, or would you want to say it's a potential thing that you're assessing to be the case? Right? Because look, if you're trying to determine if God is true, or if God exists or not, right? That means the existence of God is up for question. Then you have some intense experience. And somehow, some way, the intensity of your experience leads you to believe that this thing is a case. So it sounds like this. I had this thing. It was intense. Therefore, God? That's what you're saying? Is that what you're saying?
No.
Hello?
That's not what I'm saying.
It was the intensity of the experience, the determining factor as to what leads you to justify your belief?
No.
Okay, then I'm asking you to examine your personal experience to see if there's an inherent circular fucking type of justification. I could be wrong. Like, you could say a lot of things, but Donald Trump's ID is not one of them, because you have some things to contrast. So if somebody shows an ID and it looks like George Washington, now we have two things that we know exist that we can compare to say, no, that's not it. Okay, so let's try to examine. Why are you like, it's weird how like other people come up here and like they spit out their beliefs, but like the belief that led you to the experience that led you to the justification of your belief is something now that you just kind of like not want to share.
I've shared it in other rooms, Mike. But
Okay, that's fine. Look, let me ask you this. You don't have to share, but what's the reason why? Look, what is the reason why you don't want to share it right now?
Because I'm in a room full of people who don't respect me and call me names.
So then why are you in this room, period?
Well, because I prefer to discuss.
Because they want
But they're calling you. But they're calling you. Look, the reason why you don't want to, like, you're saying these people
I think
call
that
me
now
names.
we're talking about me.
You're saying, I know I am talking about you. You're saying the reason why I don't want to do this is because they call me names, right? But they call me names for things other than this. Yet I continue to come in here for things other than this. So no matter what you do, names are going to be called to you, right? So if names are going to be called to you and you continue to come in here, what do you think is going to change? That they're going to call you more names? They're actually on your side, believe it or not, at the end of the day.
This is irrelevant. So here's what.
No, it's not irrelevant. The point is this. I think what happens is this. I think you know, if you examine your personal experience that led to your justification, you will see that there is some type of circular justification in that thing, which is not problematic. I'm not trying to say, hey, what I'm trying to say is this though. When you want to be critical into other people's justification for their belief, right? And then you want to use the circularity of their fucking reasoning, right? Yet you don't want to expose yours. You're a fucking hypocrite.
Right. So
you're a self-righteous fucking hypocrite. So you're one of those people that think you're better than other people because you think that you're trained. And this is what I was trying to tell you the other day. This is what's interesting. I was never good in school. Right? And I was always like, you know what, school's not for me. I'm the fucking dumb guy. I'm like, fuck that. I'm going to go do this and that. And then I tried to do like the college thing. And then I met people like him. I'm like, whoa, this is like, I'm not dumb. I'm not dumb. You're just, you know, the thing is this, is that you can just tell, I told you this the other day, you can tell that this type of like dialogue doesn't come natural to you, right? You're a trained dog. You're a trained dog. You know what that means? If I tell my dog to get off the couch, it just knows to get off the couch. It doesn't really know why. It doesn't know why. It just knows, master is telling me get off the couch, right? That's what you're doing. That's all you do. You learn something in class, right? You might have gone maybe one layer, and then now you're happy with it, and then you want to come in here, and then you want to fucking finger whack other people, right? As if you're better than them. You're a fucking weirdo, bro. You're a weirdo. And then when we want to actually evaluate your justification for your personal belief, right? It's apparently you're a very fucking like indecisive person because you're like, I want from this thing to that thing to this thing to that thing. I want some vegan to paleo to fucking the Mediterranean to the fucking warrior diet. Like you're just on any fucking thing. You're so easy to be convinced because you stand on no ground. And the reason why is because all somebody has to fucking do is show you an academic paper. You're like, oh, I'm going to go here now. Oh, I'm going to go there now. The scientific consensus. It's like, God. And then on top of that, it's like, it's weird. When I just asked you a basic question, right? Hey, explain your personal belief. I don't want to do that.
How does it
They call me names. I don't want to do that. They call me names. Well, look, they're calling you names right now. Why do you continue to do the same thing?
So here's what I'm saying, right? So circular reasoning is when the conclusion is used as the premise.
He's literally reading right now. You're reading.
I'm asking you. No, this is the definition.
I know what it is.
This is the.
I know what it is.
Right. So,
I know what it is. I know what it is.
Can I just finish this thought?
No, I know you can't. No, you can't. I know what it is. I know what it is.
I'm just gonna talk then, right?
No, you're not. I can do the same thing. This is why I'm saying. If you know what inherent means? It means it's built in what your fucking personal experience is. So what I'm saying is this: if you evaluate your personal experience, you will then see that your justification is circular, which is why you don't want to do it. You just want to pay attention to the umbrella term. Personal belief. But I will bet you. Now, if we examine your belief, you will see circularity. That's why you don't want to go into it.
But the problem
this is fucking super basic shit, and I'm an untrained person. The difference is this: is that it just comes a little bit more natural to me, bro.
But you're incorrect, right?
I'm not incorrect. That's why you don't want to evaluate your personal belief. Let's evaluate your personal experience. Let's evaluate it. Let's evaluate your personal experience.
In the kingdom of heaven, y'all need.
Let's evaluate your personal experience. Why don't we do it? Why don't we do it? Why don't we evaluate your personal experience?
Well, here's what I'm saying.
No, you already know what you're saying. You are not saying anything. You're gonna read something. That's the difference. I know you can read. Well done. You can read. Very good. Very good. This is what I told you before. You're a dog.
Here we go.
Get off the couch.
So here's
hey, dog. Hey.
Here's what
Sit.
I'm saying, right?
Sit. Hey. Sit. That's what the fuck you're doing right now. Dog, sit.
Is there a lot of
I don't know,
Fuck,
bro.
dude.
I'm just trying to actually make sure.
Alessandro always
So,
get packed
here's-
up.
Bro, King, do you understand what I'm saying? I'm saying this, bro. I think that
when you
if we
say a lot of
examine
words.
his personal
That's just
experience,
because they're
you will
idiots,
find circularity in there, right? He has his fucking treasure box,
This
and
is
it's
so
called
dumb.
personal experience. And he thinks as long as he keeps it closed, it protects him from something circular.
I'm just saying-
But I believe if we opened it
I think
and we
Mike is trying
examined
to
it,
just, like,
somehow,
control
some way,
and
right?
prevent me from
It would beg the question to an extent.
So I think
Somehow, some way.
really
And I could be
good is
wrong,
like-
so I'm willing to gamble. Right? And at this point now, too, like, I've got fucking all these toes in, so I can be humiliated right now, right? And I would say, you know what, fuck, you're right, I'm wrong. I would be the first to say I'm wrong. But you just want to hide behind the term personal experience.
I apologize.
You see what I mean? Like, that's why I think you're being a pussy, right?
The statement.
Let me ask you this. Actually, let me ask you this. Could it be the case? Could it be the case? How about this? Could it be the case that personal experience could be circular? Yes or no? Could it be the case? Could it be the case?
It depends on the claim.
Okay, that means yes. That means yes. Once you say it depends, that means yes. So now we know it's potentially possible for it to be circular. We can see what yours is and to make an assessment just by what you just said right now. You see what I mean? You see what I'm talking about?
You should read these.
You're just reading
must
now.
be held to be the correct
Sit.
count.
Sit.
The
Sit.
impression,
That's all that's happening right now, bro.
mainly, that what is true.
Like, look, you are a fucking rookie,
It's
bro.
true of all
I can tell, bro. And this was my fucking
But how
point.
can we?
You got exposed right now, brother. You got exposed, dude. You got exposed. And you think by, like, you see, okay, even how you argue, right? Even how you're deciding to argue back with me. Like, right now, this is obviously not anything intellectual. But even in your attempt, right, to out-argue me in this fucking childish thing we're doing, you're still reading. And everything I'm telling you is coming from the top of the head. So even when it comes to, like, some type of, like, confrontation, right, relatively speaking, you still have to read in order to get your point across. You're just not good at this. I told you, it doesn't come natural, bro. The consensus in the room is you're just not natural at this. And there are levels to this game. I'm not trying to act like I'm an expert by any means. Say I'm like a 3-stripe white belt. That's what I am. I'm a 3-stripe. I'm not quite just a new freshie. I'm a 3-stripe white belt. You know, you're just somebody that's like, bruh, the consensus, bruh. My teacher said, bruh. My teacher said, bruh. And then you want to fucking be critical to other people, bruh. But me, nah. That's what I thought. So look, one day it's going to be calm, right? And we're going to examine your personal belief, right? And we're going to see within your personal beliefs if you have any type of circular justification. And I'm going to bet that we find it in that fucking thing that you're trying to keep closed right now. I'm going to bet that, right? Do you want to bet that? Do you want to make like a little fun bet right now that in the future when you fucking reveal your fucking shit?
Of our thinking faculty.
You see what I mean? And you're still reading.
5 minutes. We gotta wrap this up in 5 minutes.
You're still reading.
The problem is
You're still reading.
You won't let me talk, so I'm just
You
reading.
doesn't understand.
I know. Well, but this is the point.
When is
Look,
it?
the point is this: even his
Though we have
attempt to like
always
outdo me right now, he's still relying on
from varying
like
experience.
that's how unnatural
We're
this
not
is.
always warranted in
He
doing
can't even do anything on his own.
before we can
It's
be
like,
liberty.
how do you wipe my butt? Oh fuck! Hold on, let me read the book.
True.
Let me read the book.
We have never known
You guys so much.
He's a I don't know.
I'm just trying to
I'll tell you why. It's because he comes in here frequently, and he like gives off this thing where he's like gonna teach people as if he's better than people, right? And it's like it's so fucking weird. And he's like, bruh, like as if this guy has like the way of thinking, and this is like the king reasoner in this fucking room right now, bruh. And the reason why is because the consensus of the PubMed paper and his fucking teachers I showed him. It's a fucking weirdo.
So this is about how you
Why can't I respond to him? Like he's just been talking.
Luca. I know
I've been talking, but you've been reading.
You better get it back. You better get it
I have an inferiority complex.
Hey, this is fucking, he tapes his dick and balls, dude. That's what he does. That's where it's hiding.
We should take turns.
I'm gonna moderate. I'm gonna.
So,
I feel you're smarter.
Let's just go. So, the question has been put to me, but I've never been allowed to respond. So I'd like to.
I've never been allowed, bro. You were reading. You were just reading your classroom
Every
fucking
time
book.
when I tried to not read, you would just.
At least I know that I got it right away. Thank you.
You're just that's all you want to do. You don't actually want to
And I did it
engage.
successfully.
So here's
No, I
here's
did.
the
No, I did engage with you. You even said I'm gonna do this in good faith, and then you used fucking Donald Trump's ID. All I said was let's examine your fucking
I'll give you
personal
30
experience. You're like, nah, bruh, nah. People call me names, bruh. People call me names, bruh. I'm like, well, they call you names anyways, even before you said that. But bruh, I said it in another room, bruh.
Okay, so he accused me of circular reasoning.
You're such a fucking faggot.
Right. Cool. Okay. Great argument. So he accused me of.
It's as rigorous as your
saying,
fucking argument.
all right. Cool. There you go.
It's
So I
as
think,
rigorous.
all right. Do you see what I'm saying, Megatron? Now, Megatron, you're gonna come in and you're gonna mute me, right?
You gotta go. You gotta.
And it's like-
You're okay. You gotta let him finish. He started talking.
Because like they're gonna do this shit no matter what. So like, the fact of the matter is, right? Once again, Mike doesn't know what circular reasoning is. Circular reasoning, right, is when the conclusion is included in the premise, right? Okay, so that's like saying if I say the Bible is true and you say why, and then I open up the Bible and I'm like, here, it says it's true. That's circular reasoning, Mike.
I mean,
If say
deductive principle.
I mean, here's the thing. If I say I believe in God, right, and then you say why, and then I say because of an experience that caused me to draw that conclusion, right? I'm not saying God exists because I said he exists. That's circular. Me telling you I had an experience is not. And I told you, Mike, right? I told you, ask AI, right? And because you're too lazy to do that, I did. So I asked, if I say I believe in God because of my own personal experience, is that circular reasoning? Yes or no? It says no. Saying you believe in God because of your own personal experience is not circular reasoning. Circular reasoning happens only when the conclusion is used as the premise. A personal experience claim does not do that, Mike, you fucking idiot. Shut the fuck up, right? It appeals to a source of evidence that may be subjective, but it isn't logically circular. So once again, right, I have to patiently fucking explain to you shit that you don't know, Mike. It's not circular reasoning, Mike. You're a fucking idiot, and you just yelled and screamed and threw shit for 30 minutes because you don't know what circular reasoning is, Mike. This is the problem.
All right, I'm after Alessandro.
Perfect. You guys landed right at 5 minutes. Excellent.
Like, was that serious? All right. Wait, no, hold on. I got this. Please.
Thank everyone.
Matt, are you there, Matt? Matt, are you there? Matt's not there.
What is it, Concrete?
I want you to bear witness. Agent, are you there? Agent?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So now Alessandro confidently read the definition of circular reasoning, and then he said, I'm going to ChatGPT it, and then ChatGPT said, no, bro, it's not circular reasoning. Your experience that led you to belief of God isn't circular reasoning. Okay, so God exists because God showed me he exists. Now, if that's not what happened, then we have to say that there was some other entity that revealed the existence of God that wasn't ultimately caused by God, right? So, if you saw a burning bush and you said, God exists because of a burning bush, who or what caused the burning bush? Okay, all right. That's not God? Okay, that is God. Okay, all right. But he didn't say God exists because God exists. He said, something happened that made me believe God exists. So what type of event would this be? This would be a God verifying event, right? Now, what ultimately is responsible for God verifying events? Anybody want to answer that question?
Would it be God?
Anybody?
Would it be God? Just out of curiosity.
Let me think about it. Can you repeat the question? Okay. So,
you're saying it's not circular reasoning. And the proposition is God exists. And the personal experience is the evidence. And you're saying that evidence doesn't collapse into God, right?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, cool. So it was a God verifying event, correct?
In my estimation, yeah.
Okay. Does God create everything and ordain everything?
I don't. The attributes of God and His actions are beyond me.
Okay, cool. So for everybody else who operates within theism, does God create and ordain everything?
I don't think it's circular.
Absolutely.
It's more tattoo.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, King.
Absolutely.
Agent, I'm sorry. This is what I call this is one of those drug stings or DUI checkpoints.
I'd like to respond when you finish.
Checkpoint, DUI checkpoint is everybody's got to go through it, and everybody's got to do the breathalyzer or the road sobriety test. If you are caught not taking the road sobriety test or trying to get away from the checkpoint, like you do a U-turn, then we know that you are guilty of being intoxicated. Now, I asked you a very simple question, much in the same way as a road sobriety test. If you don't take the test, that is a tantamount to being guilty of being intoxicated. Okay, so in the God world, you have an experience that validates God, and you're saying that doesn't collapse into God showed me that God exists. Tell me what else showed you that God exists that doesn't reduce to God. Please tell me.
Right, so you can have experience.
No, not you, brother. Not you, brother. Anybody else? King. Anybody else?
What was that statement you were talking about?
If you agree with me, answer my question.
Hold on, brother. Calm down, bro.
What was it?
All right. So if God is the proposition, does God exist?
Yeah.
What entity would ordain that you are revealed his existence or not?
Wouldn't it be you?
No. The entity God can hide himself, correct?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so what is the entity that would ordain whether or not he reveals himself or hides himself?
You speaking outside of nature? You speaking about the prophets?
Just the overarching
Overarching thing is God allows them to be revealed to themselves, right?
Oh, thank you.
Wait, say that one more time.
Look. Assumption. Put that down as something that Alessandro doesn't understand. Somebody put down assumption as something else Alessandro doesn't understand. Sorry, what you said, King?
No, I want to learn here. So what you're saying is the answer to that is
God is real because God showed me he's real.
So you're saying that is the position?
That's the position, but he doesn't want to accept that because he got his revelation.
It's like an axiom, right?
If that is the case.
Wait, no, hold on. He got one second. He got his revelation through what he deems to be not God. Right? So that's why he's burning the bush, right?
Yeah.
And so what ultimately caused the bush to burn? What ultimately caused the dots to connect in his own head? What would you say?
God.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So, does anybody disagree besides Alessandro? Agent, do you disagree?
So he's saying that's not that, like Alessandro.
He's saying his personal revelation that God exists is not circular reasoning. And Mike tried to explain it to him. And then he went to ChatGPT. And ChatGPT said, no, bro, you're right. Your personal experiences aren't circular reasoning. Right?
That's so cute.
So that's why we're dealing with this, right? We're
ChatGPT is so fucking retarded.
Yeah.
Can I ask you?
Let me ask you. But Jessica understands it. Hold on. Jessica understands it. I want to see.
Wait, Concrete, can I add to that real quick? Just because I'm kind of like, I gotta be.
Alessandro, baby boo boo, your views are right. Yeah.
Wait, Concrete there?
I think Sully makes a great point though in the chat. I'll just say this real quick, Mike, I'm sorry. And then for instance, if replace God with anything else, right? If we were to just replace God with Mike, and say we're debating whether or not Mike exists, and then Mike comes out of the bathroom and I see him, and then he goes back in, and I'm like, Well, I believe Mike exists because I saw Mike and he revealed himself to me. Concrete saying that's circular reasoning. That's
Yeah, but the
obviously fucking
source
stupid.
of
Like,
God and Mike are not examples. They're not related. Like the power of God is not the same as the power of Mike.
no, but here's what's
Yeah,
being
but
said.
the question is whether the inverse is circular, and it's like
So
it really
let me ask you a question. Look, could a personal belief be circular?
well, I think circularity is going to be a property of like the argument or the reasoning or right.
So could it be?
The belief itself wouldn't be quote unquote circular,
It's
right?
the justification for the belief, right?
Right.
Okay, so that means the statement itself, due to personal belief, isn't enough to even make the determination. You would have to examine what the personal experience is to see if there's any type of circular justification, right?
Well, look, do you think the basic structure is circular? If you just say like, why do you think there's an X?
Not necessarily.
I experienced it.
Necessarily, which means, look, it could or could not be. Now examine what this thing is. So let's just say you hold a belief and you just say my belief is due to personal experience. Okay, that's just a statement in itself, right? It's not to say that's like, hey, therefore, now let's examine it, right? And even Alessandro said, right, it could or could not be depending on the case. I said, okay, let's see, explain your personal experience. He's like, no, I don't want to, because people call me names. And I'm saying, look, I believe, which I could be wrong, that if we examine your personal experience, you will see some type of inherent circular justification as to how you came to the
Let's
decision.
just spitball one that he could say. Let's just say, like, he says that, I don't know, he had some kind of transcendent spiritual experience that, like, God spoke to him maybe. I mean, he might not.
He was on the toilet and it wasn't coming out, and then he asked for
Just
God to
say,
open it.
Just something, how about this? The
he feels the
intensity.
presence of God, or
Yes, you felt it. Yeah. Okay. So the question is, how did you determine what you felt is God? He's going to ultimately say what?
So, well, I mean, if what you're saying is that the experience is interpreted in a certain way, right?
Meaning it was something that was owned by him and justified.
And you want him to further justify why he interprets the experience.
Well, how did you determine what you experienced was God? It's somehow, some way going to come down to just.
It could be that, like, you have an idea, like, okay, well, just let's put it this way, like, you have an idea beforehand of what such an experience might be like, and then it happens. Like, so, this isn't going to be the case with, like, most scientific investigation too, right? It's like, you have an idea of what you're looking for, you go and see if it's there, right? And you can take the observation or the experience data, right, and you can interpret it in different ways, but generally we're going to say, like, does it fit a certain expectation or something? And those expectations are going to be generated by, like, concepts,
Yeah, but it's not. It's going beyond. There's external metrics, right? That basically is other than yourself. In fact, that's the whole. This is something that he likes. So when you attempt to falsify it, or other people attempt to, right? You have external sources, right, revealing. Which is why also too the idea, even within the scientific community, right, the highest graduation of is a theory where they always leave room, right, to kind of like changing. What I'm saying is this: is that look, and some people argue that the scientific method is circular in itself, right? This is what I was trying to explain to him. I'm saying, look, he came in here and he was kind of like finger wagging at other people, saying that, bruh, your fucking shit's circular. And it's like, but I believe in God because my personal experience. It's like, okay, well, what was that thing? Well, I don't want to say anything. I don't want to tell you. Well, why? Because I believe if we examined it, ultimately it's going to come down to you believe because you believe. It's like, you created the criteria to which what convinces you, and therefore something happened to you that no one else can examine, right? No one else could experience, therefore, right? And if that's the case, then how are you finger wagging at other people?
Yeah. Let's just take like an example like this. Let's say, like, look, I've never seen.
You should
right?
appeal to like publicly accessible facts rather than personal revelation.
So, like, I've never seen a ghost before, right? But there are people that claim to see ghosts, and I have some like expectation. There's certain experiences where, like, okay, if I had this experience, I'd be like a little bit more convinced that there are ghosts, right? Now, like I could be hallucinating, or somebody could have drugged me, or like all kinds of things could be going on there. So it's not like a deductive entailment that like because I have that experience that I associate with like expectations around ghosts, right? That there is a ghost, right? But it would give me pretty good evidence, you know. Like there are definitely situations where if I was, if I observed certain things, I'd be very, compelled to think that there are ghosts, that kind of thing.
The question is that,
and that can be even going into it beforehand. Like I don't believe in ghosts right now. You know what I mean?
But that's not true. Hold on.
Sully, the question is going to be, is that circular? There's this supernatural thing that you have, like if you were to experience something, there are certain experiences that would make you draw the conclusion that this thing is likely to be real, right? Mike is saying, if you experience that and modify your beliefs, somehow that's circular reasoning.
I think.
You see what I'm saying? Like
wait, I asked you already before.
Yeah, I don't think it is circular. In most cases, there could be some little weird niche toy examples where it counts as circular or something like.
You don't know
if the belief in question is about the experience, right, Mike? Like then it could be circular, but like.
But the thing is,
dude, who is this guy?
Like there are certain beliefs about experiences where an experience justifies the
Sully, so we both have a circle, right? So that's not the issue. Everyone bottoms out. Every system's going to bottom out in a circle.
Oh my God, that's not even what we're talking about, P-Mars. We're not talking about that. No, it's not. No, it's not. We're talking about something very specific, and it's not so much about the tribal.
I know.
Okay, we're not trying.
So, like,
we're not doing fucking Herodian skepticism right now, P-Mars.
I know.
Jesus.
Yeah.
So
ultimately, but your system's gonna bottom out in a circle, right?
So ultimately, he's saying he experienced God, right?
The difference is the Christian circle doesn't it's internally consistent, meaning like it doesn't have to borrow metaphysics from like any other circle, and it's externally verifiable because we have publicly accessible historical facts to support the worldview. Whereas like any non-Christian circle is gonna bottom out and like. It's going to be internally inconsistent because it has to borrow Christian.
You're getting your metaphysics from the ancient Hebrews, and they're getting their metaphysics from Mesopotamia, basically. So like what?
No, I'm saying my metaphysics.
You're borrowing all kinds of metaphysics. You're borrowing Greek metaphysics from
My metaphysics are revealed by God, and it's publicly accessible in human history.
So look.
The metaphysics of the is already borrowed from a bunch of other prior cultures.
That's not true. Why are you lying?
It is true. It's just like a historical fact.
Oh, really? In what culture do they have a
wait, hold on, Sully, and then I'll let you guys go on this whole.
In what cultures do they posit ontological, trinitarian, absolute personal?
And these are examples, right, of like these circular personal experiences, right? Look, I experienced God, therefore God exists, right? There's one example. My experience was caused by God, therefore God exists, right? It says self-validation. My experience proved God exists. I know the experience is valid because God exists, right? My experience is reliable. It indicates God, therefore God exists, right? What I'm saying is this, is that I think if this guy opened up his personal experience, you would find something within one of these few options, which leads to something circular as far as justification, which is fine. I'm not trying to say, don't believe in a thing. But the main point is this: don't be a fucking hypocrite trying to come in here, point your finger at people for the same thing that you probably are doing yourself. But you're just a pussy, and you don't want to fucking reveal your person because there's probably something in there that might put you in the same camp critical onto other people for.
So what culture, Sully, did Christians borrow an ontology of Trinitarian absolute personalism? Where did we borrow that from?
Sully, you think it was the Proto-Hebrews, I guess, right? Like Abraham? So was he a Christian or not?
Are you fucking kidding me? Oh my God. You're like a troll, dude. Why do you even talk?
Sorry, so you're saying that Abraham did not believe
shit now.
Did Abraham not believe that
Christians stole from Jews?
Hey, did Abraham not believe in the triune God?
The fuck?
Did Abraham try God?
The three angels, the three came up to him, yes. In Genesis 18, the three came up to him, yes, he did.
He talked to Jesus. He interacted with Jesus. So
Okay, so you think Abraham was actually a Christian?
The triune God, so we have progressive revelation, right? So God.
I just want to be clear, like, was he a Christian or not?
No.
He was not. Okay, so then there was like a prior culture that was non-Christian that they inherited their metaphysics from, even on this ground of triune God.
No,
yeah.
where's the Trinitarian? Where's Trinitarian?
You just said Abraham believed in a Trinitarian God.
Yeah, Sully, where's Trinitarian absolute personalism in Judaism? Go ahead.
Listen, you just said that Abraham believed in a triune God.
No, I didn't.
Right?
No.
Yes, you did.
No,
okay,
I
so
didn't.
he didn't then? Okay, so he didn't then.
No.
He's talking about some other Yahweh.
That was me who said that, Sully. That was me.
Okay, so Primar, so you think Abraham worshipped some other Yahweh?
Oh my fucking god! It's like,
is that what's going on here? Is Abraham talking to a completely different Yahweh, Primars?
Abraham hadn't been revealed the Trinitarian God, so he wouldn't know the Trinity. So he didn't believe in the Trinity.
You just said that Abraham spoke to Jesus, right?
Yeah,
but he's not a Christian. But he's not a Christian.
Right. Correct. Yep.
Okay. And the God that he worships is triune, right?
Well, no.
No, okay. So the God of Abraham is not triune.
Well, see, this is like the issue with the morning star versus the evening star, right? So they mean different things, but they refer to the same being, right? So it's like Abraham is going to have.
Sorry, so Abraham either did or did not worship a triune God, right?
Is the morning star the evening star?
Yes. Does that have to do with this?
It's not. It is and it isn't.
But it is though.
It isn't also.
They're identical.
Yeah, and so what you're doing is you're fucking language to get your.
Whoa! Don't use the F word.
He doesn't even know the logic puzzle.
You've
the gradient puzzle is supposed to make
rather
sense.
Rather than
the morning star is the evening star. We know that.
You don't have the balls to admit you're wrong, which is why you're always wrong. Because you never learn.
The way that Primar solves gradient puzzles, they're not the same. Not the same.
So now you're equivocating.
You know, Sully, my friends said, like, once they start cursing, that you know they're wrong. So, Sully, I think you're fine.
So, are you saying there's a Trinitarian absolute personalism ontology in Judaism? Where's that?
No, what I'm saying is that you believe that there was a non-Christian proto-Hebrew culture that worshipped a triune God. I don't actually believe that, but you do. So,
well, they worshipped two powers in heaven. They didn't have the triune God. They had two powers in heaven.
Oh, okay. So Abraham worshipped a different God, but he didn't worship the triune Yahweh. He worshipped some other fucking.
So we're gonna ignore the progressive. Yeah, you're such so dishonest. So dishonest.
Oh, maybe you're being dishonest.
How am I being dishonest? What am I being dishonest about? He's equivocating on language, and he's ignoring.
Yeah, but Sully is correct.
He's equivocating on language.
He's not doing anything wrong.
Oh, really? So where in Judaism is the Trinitarian absolute personalism?
Yeah, so it's with Abraham because he had a covenant with a triune God.
Because you say so. What's your source?
My source is you.
Right past me to response. He just breezed right past.
My source on this matter is you, Primar.
Yeah, now you're just bullying Sully. Stop bullying.
I'm bullying because I asked
Yes.
the source to his lies. Why is he allowed to lie?
You're being a low IQ bully.
Why is Sully allowed to lie?
Okay, relax. Calm down.
Calmer than you are.
Whoa, guy.
Whoa, relax. Calm down. Now you're bullying me.
I'm calmer than you are.
You guys just
So where did we borrow what other culture has a Trinitarian absolute personalism? Where did we borrow that metaphysics?
I'm pretty sure I already explained this.
Yeah,
what's the source?
Can you apologize to Sully?
I'm hearing a lot of assertions.
Can you just apologize to him? You're bullying him this entire time.
I just want to.
Everyone is listening. Everyone hears
I would just
your aggression towards him. Just be nice.
Look, I want to be correct because I want to know the truth. If Sully's right, then I'm wrong.
Then apologize.
So Sully,
Apologize. Apologize to Sully.
Sorry.
Look, I just explained it to you from things you already believe.
No, but I want a source.
Abraham was not a Christian. And that he existed before there were Christians. Yeah, my source is you. Yeah, my source is you. I'm with my source.
But I don't agree with you, so how can that?
But you do. You agreed.
Oh, okay.
You agreed that Abraham was not a Christian and that he worshipped a triune God.
You know, Sully, if you want to do debates about metaphysics, perhaps you should read a book about metaphysics.
Oh, whoa. Now you're insulting him. That's not nice.
Well, I would like to debate metaphysics. Does anyone here know anything about metaphysics?
Yeah, David, you're not involved in this. I don't know why you tried.
Can I read you a Benedetti quote about metaphysics?
Well, you claimed that Christians stole metaphysics from another culture. Why are you yelling?
You made it even more specific where you're like, where they get the triune God thing from? And then I even gave an example for that.
Where? There's no triune God.
I didn't hear the example.
The Proto-Hebrews, according to you, were worshiping a triune God.
Ooh.
So there you go. And they're not Christians. So at the very least, the Christians are different than them.
Where can you show me in Judaism? Where do they talk about the triune God? Where is that?
I'm pretty sure we just walked through this 3 times. But
no, we didn't.
You're just
making assertions.
According to you, Abraham worshipped a triune God.
You're not
even
your claim. That's not my view.
What you just.
That's not my view.
Okay, so basically, you think that Abraham he did worship a triune God, presumably because. It's the same.
He didn't know
before he came into the Almighty.
He just didn't know.
He was an
He was an idol worshiper.
Progressive revolution. So they're
okay. But he was worshiping a triune God. He just didn't know that.
Yeah, but your argument had to do with their culture, right? So what he's worshiping is irrelevant. It has to.
Isn't there evidence for the Trinity all over the Old Testament? P-Mars in the Hebrew Bible.
Ooh, that's true.
There's no evidence for it anywhere.
He's doing some Romanian conflation.
David, I warned you twice already, David. Please stop.
Because the Trinity doesn't come until we get the Holy Spirit. So there's evidence of 2 powers in heaven. There's a book on this. I know you don't read, but there's a book.
Okay, so basically,
why are you insulting him?
Because he doesn't. I can tell.
You don't think there's any evidence
he
for
comes up here
the Trinity?
like he's
Yeah, they'll do that to do whenever
he doesn't read.
So you don't think there's any evidence for the Trinity in the Old Testament?
No.
Okay. Well, that's fair.
Where's the Holy Spirit?
I mean, look, I'm willing to grant you that the Christians had a couple of new ideas, if you'd like me to grant that. But they did still borrow a bunch of their metaphysics from the Greeks. And
where do the Greeks have a Trinitarian absolute personalism?
Yeah, we just went. Did you not hear what I just said?
I'm waiting to. You said Christians borrow their metaphysics. So where do they get Trinitarian absolute personalism? That's their ontology. Where do they get that?
Yeah, that was something that we just went through. Right, where I gave you an example.
No, but you never. What other culture has a Trinitarian God?
Yeah, look, you think it's the same God that the Proto-Hebrews and the Hebrews were worshiping.
Their culture didn't identify it as a Trinity. We're talking about what culture identified a Trinitarian God.
And then here's what I said to you.
Then the Christians borrowed.
Okay, again, this is what I just said, and I know you're not listening, right? This is what I just said, okay? Even if I grant you that there are a handful of new ideas that the Christians came up with, that does not mean that they didn't borrow any of their metaphysics or, their methodology for doing metaphysics.
They borrowed Trinitarian absolute personalism. That's their metaphysics.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think they borrowed it from the Hebrews, right? Because you think, at least most Christians, when they're being honest, are going to say that.
But where can you just cite it? Where in the Torah does it talk about the Trinity? Where is it? Where are you getting this Trinity? Is it in the Talmud? Where do you get this?
No, what I'm saying is that you think that these people were interacting with the same God. In fact, you said Abraham spoke.
Okay, So
if Abraham spoke to Jesus,
the culture?
how is it?
Where did they get the Trinitarian God?
Oh my God. You're just agreeing that the same God was worshipped by earlier non-Christian cultures. I don't understand how this
culture did they get the Trinitarian God from? What culture?
If you're saying that the ontology that Abraham had was good enough to pick out this God, Mars, it's going to be picking out the same God.
Abrahamic God. Go for it. I'm listening.
I don't understand this. You're saying that they can pick out the same God without that part, right?
Where's the Trinitarian God?
Are you able to track the conversation?
You said Christian.
Yeah, and I answered this question multiple times, and you're lost. So I'm trying to.
Metaphysics, the Trinitarian God.
Oh my God.
Where did they get the Trinitarian God?
I already told you this 4 times. You remember what my answer was when you kept asking me the question?
I remember you asserting things. I don't remember you citing any sources.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
You don't remember who I cited as a source?
Okay.
Crazy.
So you're a fake debater. You're a fraud.
Okay.
If you read books, you can actually debate for realsy. Would you be interested in that, or are you just cool being fake? Yeah, I'm so sick of fake debaters, dude.
I mean, we've known this for a long time, P-Mars. I don't even understand why you talk to these people anymore.
Oh, I love exposing what frauds there, because they come up here and they pretend, they use a bunch of big words and pretend like they're knowledgeable on the
Those are big words. They like to teach white
They literally just make shit up. You just make it up. They don't fucking care about truth.
I think the question is loaded also to say, did Abraham, the metaphysics of 3 hypostases, 2 natures of Christ? Like it's just a silly question to ask. And he knows that it's a silly question, but he asks it anyway, and it becomes his whole argument.
You believe in the triune nature of God? He's used to in Andrew's room.
And gave him a bunch of different stuff. He could have said Abraham was a Christian.
In Andrew's room, Sully can
say that. He was a Hebrew. That's Genesis.
He decided to just stand still that the Jews had no idea.
Yeah, but you should be asking high intellectual questions instead of these loaded baity questions. I thought you were above that, but
he's saying that you understand that his point was that the Christians just came up with this completely free floating metaphysics that was not influenced by prior
revealed by God. Our metaphysics are revealed.
Right.
Just come up with shit. That's what you do. You guys go to the metaphysical buffet and you're like, have a little of this ontology. Take a little of that epistemology. Oh, this ethics looks delicious. You just throw all the shit together arbitrarily. Our ontology, epistemology, and ethics come from a fucking person who's revealed in history and historical facts. So we have unity in our worldview. It's not just arbitrary bullshit.
The problem is Mike's gonna say that.
Yeah, we have a person. All you have is yourself. You're another person.
Yeah, my worldview is a living person. Your worldview is your.
I'm a person.
Yeah, my worldview is a person. Your worldview is your opinion. That's the difference.
But isn't the deeper question that I think that it seems to be the case that P. Mars is trying to hold your feet to the fire on the most particular inquiry so that he can do his best. But I think Sully's making something a broader claim that there are historical influences from which.
It's not true.
Please allow me to finish this thought.
You're obviously.
What Sully's saying is just false.
I just tried to roll with it when he brought up a very specific thing. He thinks everything turns on that.
You just said something that's obviously wrong, and then when lightly pressed, you just fell apart instantly. Every time.
Right. Anyway, yeah, you're correct that the broader point is that a bunch of the metaphysics is in fact borrowed, even if there's new stuff sprinkled in there.
Our metaphysics is not borrowed.
That's how it's distinguished as new, not entirely pre-existent.
Metaphysics is revealed by God. The Bible is our monophysics.
Right. Nope. Yeah, I got you. Yeah. The disciples didn't have the Bible.
Yeah, they had the scriptures. They had the prophets and
they had the Hebrew Bible.
That is the Bible.
Yeah, but that's nothing about the Trinity, according to you. You just said that.
They had
the disciples of Christ didn't know anything about it.
No, they had the revelation of Christ. Christ revealed the Trinity.
He told them about it?
Yep.
Okay, where's that in the Bible?
When he told the Spirit that he's going to send this Holy Spirit, and then on Pentecost, the day of Pentecost, they were all indwelt by the Spirit. That's when Christianity.
So, what does that have to do with the Trinity?
Holy fuck.
Jesus. So the fact that he says he's going to send the Holy Spirit, that means that there's a Trinity.
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
Let me answer Sully really quick, P. Mars, because he's trying to bait you into just getting you frustrated. So we're going to go to Genesis 18, 1 to 3. And this is the story, right, Sully? Yeah, go to Genesis 18, verses 1.
Wait, but Forrest, before you read that, you know that P. Mars said there's no...
I don't care about the bully stuff. I want to stick to the argument. The Lord...
You're not sticking to it.
Yeah, I am. Now you're over talking. The Lord Yahweh appeared to him. He lifted up his eyes and saw 3 men. So here we are. The Lord appeared. That's singular. Now we have the plural, 3 men. So we see a singular worship response. My Lord. 9. Then we see the plural, which is the 3 men. Church fathers use this as a Unitarian theophany.
Those are 2 angels.
Yeah, see, this actually works against P. Mars.
Not three separate beings, but one Lord appearing as a triform. So
you know that you're arguing against Mars.
No, not because you're arguing against a straw man.
Everything he's saying relies on it being the case that there's no evidence for the Trinity in the Old Testament. He has to say that. He's already
No, that's not what I'm saying. There is
That is what you said.
Oh my God.
I mean, that's what I.
If there is evidence, then there were pre-Christians, people who are not Christians like Abraham, who knew about the Trinity.
So like black and white thinking, it's like no nuance.
Oh my God.
I talked about there's 2 powers in heaven. They understood there's 2 powers. So there's hints, shadows of the Trinity in the Old Testament, but it's not revealed until the New Testament.
That's called a read.
Well, you can call it whatever you want. It's the view that it's my view. If you want to disagree, then it's just a straw man.
Well, your view is kind of a moving target at this point, P. Mars.
It's not a moving target. It's literally.
You agreed that there wasn't evidence for the Trinity in the Old Testament.
I did not say that.
And if it turns out that there is, then it looks like the Christians borrowed this metaphysical picture of a triune God from.
I said that there was the idea of the 2 powers in heaven, which would be evidence of a Trinity in the Old Testament. It's not fully revealed.
But it was like secret and nobody noticed. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. So like when Christians have the revelation of Christ, because we have Christ's revelation, we go and look at the Old Testament and we interpret it differently than the Jews. Did you know that?
Yeah, you add a series of reads.
So how do you know that you understand your own scripture fully?
It's so vague.
If they didn't understand their scripture and you reinterpret it according to new scripture, what's wrong with what the Mormons are doing or like anybody else? It's like, how do you know that you have the final word on the scripture? How do you know you understand the scripture if all these people for thousands of years didn't understand it?
You're changing the argument, Sully.
He's not. He's actually on point.
No, he's not. He's
pointed out the fact that you're basically taking vague scriptures and you are using confirmation bias. You're trying to.
Nobody's doing that.
You're trying to make them sound as if there's some sort of real one triune God, which it does not explicitly say.
You don't know what you're talking about.
That's what you're doing right now.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, and then the other part of your argument is that you're trying to say that it clarifies itself in the New Testament, which it does not.
Okay. According to you, yeah.
The argument is gonna bite you in the ass either way. I just want you to understand, like, either way you go on this, whether the Old Testament indicates the Trinity or not,
what's important?
You're not gonna actually make the case that, you know.
Well, what's important is you said Christians borrow their metaphysics, which is just an outright lie. What's important is you're just and that this whole thing is just a deflection from you being a liar.
Ad hominem attack.
How is that an ad hominem? He lied.
It's calling him a lie.
Oh, really? So then what culture has a Trinitarian revealed God? Okay, what other culture has a Trinitarian revealed God then, if he's not a liar?
The Trinitarian, you can find Trinitarian beliefs in Egypt. They also had a guy that was
Yeah, no, you're lying. No, you're lying. I guess your name's accurate.
There was actually a Babylonian god. There was
lying defending the liar.
Well, you asked.
While lying, you're just lying.
Yes, no, I'm not lying.
You are lying.
I'm not.
There's no Trinitarian God other than
there is a 3-in-1 ancient Sumerian God. There's a 3-in-1.
No, there is not.
Yeah, it is.
No, there is not.
It really is.
No, there is not.
There is not.
No,
you're just in denial.
I'm not in denial. You're lying.
There's a Cerberus dog. There's the blue face. There's Logos, Ethos, Pathos. There's all kinds of like
those are
little like. Here's how you do 3 ideas floating around.
Necessary beings. Those are like.
There's a bunch of. I'm not saying that they are. Obviously, like you're gonna recombine different ideas, right?
No, similarity isn't sameness, right? Similarity.
You can borrow ideas and sort of recombine them into something new. And you understand? People do this all the time.
Hold on, I want to ask Pima, if you can clarify this for me. Are you saying because Christianity is only 3 gods, that makes it unique and they did not copy the idea from no one else?
Thank you.
Is that what you were saying?
That's what he's saying. That's why most of the
Trinity.
What you were saying?
They don't think there are 3 gods. They think
hold on.
Right,
I kind of want to understand what he's trying to say, because I don't think he's saying there are no other ideology or religion with more than one God, right?
Christianity has a unique God with a set of attributes, a Trinitarian God. There's no other Trinitarian God.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand what you mean by Trinitarian God. Are you saying 3 gods in one, or 3 different gods? What are you saying?
I don't know. I think you should read on the subject. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Wait,
so
you don't know what you're saying.
You're not interested in having the conversation. Otherwise, you can explain your thought clearly.
Well,
if someone doesn't understand it. Oh, with white people. Okay, cool.
I think the problem is he's having trouble articulating his thoughts. To be fair, I think he's trying to get at like.
What am I
saying?
Articulating?
We just asked you to explain yourself and you refused to do so. You fucking.
How so?
Okay.
You only talk to white people.
Play your thought. No, articulate.
No.
Articulate your thought.
No, you only talk to white people.
Articulate it.
You only talk to white people.
What did I fail to explain?
I'm not going to go back and talk to you because you said you only talk to white people.
You failed to explain why you only talk to white people.
When the question was posed to you just now, to go into detail exactly what do you mean?
No, I don't think I'm
Black people don't care about truth.
When you're representing a triumph God, what do you mean?
We'll take him up right there.
Meaning 3.
You don't know what the Trinity is? You never heard of the Jesus?
He knows what it is.
So why do I have to tell you what it is?
Because
you know what it is.
There's different ideas.
No, there's not.
And we're trying to understand. Yeah, it is.
No.
You really don't know. Hey, son.
Okay. Different ideas. You guys are just liars and dumb, and you don't. You're all fags.
Everyone is liars, huh?
Yeah, might as well argue Harry Potter. The reason you lied is
so you just come in rooms full of liars all the time.
Yeah, you want to debate. You want to debate, but you're too lazy to read a book. So you just lie.
I'm after lying.
No,
If you guys not having a conversation that doesn't suck,
he's beneath.
that's not.
Like half of us are trying to, and then there's like
Bullshit.
everyone.
Bullshit. I'm the only real one. You're all fake.
Oh, you're just in the Matrix now. Like everybody's a robot. Like this.
Real, yeah.
That's lazy, bro. Come on, bro.
Well, someone come at me with something. All you guys are doing.
Hey, bro, you just avoided three people.
I want you to come at him.
Okay, there go a white man right there.
What culture did the Christians get their Trinitarian revealed God? Name it.
All right, let's go, guys.
You guys are just crying and whining. You haven't actually fucking done the work. You're lazy. You don't read. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Shut the fuck up, sit down, and recognize game.
And recognize game.
Stop him.
Where'd you get that from?
Recognize game.
He's appropriating black culture.
Dunking on people on behalf of your God. Can you even, how many members of the, how many?
Isn't that like a prideful thing to do? Isn't that like against
I'm blacker than all of you guys. How many members of the Wu-Tang Clan can you name? I can name all of them.
Oh, Jesus.
I can name all the members of the Wu-Tang.
Andrew, is this one of yours?
The RZA, the Jizza, Old Dirty Bastard, Inspector Deck, Raekwon the Chef, Method Man, You God, Ghostface, Capadonna, and Master Killer. What's up? I'm blacker. I'm the realest nigga.
That don't make you black.
I'm the realest nigga.
That means you just consume music.
White ass nigga going hard as fuck.
There it is. There it is. There's the incel meeting call. He's doing the incel meeting call. He's one of Fuentes' girlfriends. Jesus Christ.
Oh, shit. And that's a white man saying that. You gonna let him say that? You better get him.
I don't give a fuck. I ain't got no pride. I just think it's funny that I'm better at being black than y'all.
It's hard to avoid having a conversation about anything that matters, man.
I got a better jump shot.
The reason why I think you guys are, you guys don't understand when Lee gave a loaded question, does he believe in the triune God? Naturally, we're going to say, yeah. We're going to give you examples, but the Trinity is not an added feature, later development, a structural modification. It's identical with the divine essence. Because we're not saying that God has imposed. It's absolutely simple. God is not being among other beings. It's the being in himself.
I mean, I see what you mean.
So it's not so much that, we're saying, oh, he understood it as the Son's Spirit. No, but there were many instances, especially here early on, Genesis 19, when speaking to God, in the sense where he's bringing down the brimstones to Sodom and Gomorrah, talking to God in heaven. There's ways that Jews explain this. But that's the reason why, because they don't believe in the Logos. But the Christians believe in the Logos, the word of God. So before the word, there's the mind, and then the spirit. I mean, not the spirit, I'm saying the spirit is after the word. And we're saying, this is how God acts. And they'll agree. But they're just not going to add this quality or person like we do, Christians. But was this always in the works? Are you asking, is this originally Jewish thought? Many Christians are going to say yes. It's not foreign to how they understood the Torah. Now, did the Jews later on, after the temple was destroyed, these ideas as heresies? Yes, they did, because they didn't believe in Christ. And you identify these ideas now with Christ, it forces them to just, abandon these sort of ideas. naturally. Like we would also when heresies come about in Christianity. We're gonna abandon those ideas because those have been manipulated with a different view. I think every religion goes through this. So, asking this question, I think it was a little loaded, man. But it's all good. I mean,
I think like a fair middle ground though, because okay, I can understand that there are ways of reading, the Bible and ways of drawing the conclusions that you've offered and making these inferences. But I do think, and this is just me disagreeing, not trying to say you're absolutely crazy for saying this, but I do think an honest interpretation of like what the ancient Hebrews believed about their God, like an honest inquiry into that, they would describe theirs as monotheistic in the truest sense. I don't think that if you were to talk to like ancient rabbis, that they would say God is some multifaceted compilation of three unified entities in the Trinity.
But what about the book that you
know what I mean?
found?
So,
hold on, let him finish, P-Mars.
Oh, you're talking to black people now? Let them finish.
Hold on. P-Mars, I want to answer this question. Go ahead, finish.
I guess, because I think you understand what I'm saying, right, Barth? I think, and that's just a pushback. I think that the original Jews would have said God is one. I don't think they would have thought of it as any type of Trinity.
Yeah, and I think a lot of times when we look back, we like to think that everything was kind of like all worked out already. And they understood these things to always be the case. That was never. There was still an open canon around that time.
Can I just add?
It was still.
Because there's a book on this subject called The Two Powers of Heaven. And the book, the author says that the Jews believed that there was two powers of heaven. And when Christian sect came on the scene and started talking about the Trinity, that's when they denounced the two powers in heaven belief and went to strict monotheism to distance themselves from the Trinity, actually. So that's the
where you got that from.
I gave the book. Yeah. I gave my source. There's a book called The Two Powers of Heaven.
Source is garbage.
Argument. Oh my God. Yeah, the argument from early on to the Jews and Christians was always the Trinity. There were many different models of the Trinity. There's the Arian model. There was many different models, but it was always triune. The Christians always presented them as
they didn't start
Jesus being the word of the Lord. They always represented Jesus as the word of the Lord, the pre-incarnate word.
So I think your concepts, most of them are completely wrong. The full 180, just outright wrong. The guy you were talking about in Egypt, ancient Egypt, was Amr-Pah. This was Amnu, the hidden spirit, Ra, the face, and Pot was the body. Babylon also had a triune god that I can't really pronounce the name. I have to look that one up. But these are all ancient civilizations and religions that all had triune belief structure. Basically, heaven, earth, and water. That was the Babylonian, the ancient Babylonian one. These concepts had evolved and moved into the Roman structure, which is how you got your belief structure today. It has absolutely nothing to do with the Hebraic one. Hebrews had a monolatrial belief structure, which means they believe that there is only one true God. There is nothing else. The highest power that there is one God. This is the invisible God, and that He is one. While there are smaller, lesser gods, all the way down to human beings can be also considered gods. But the one you are to worship is the Most High God. That's the one that you all interpret from the ancient Canaanites as Yahweh, but his name is not Yahweh. That was another transliteration created by Europeans from their false understanding of the Tetragrammaton. So, what we have is an amalgamation of ancient pagan belief structures that had moved its way into Rome, and then through the Roman structure, they created your understanding in 155 CE under a man named Tertullian during the councils. And that's where the concept of a God, God's spirit and Jesus all wrapped in one. It's an old Egyptian, Babylonian belief structure that has made its way through the ages. That's all it is.
Okay, so I think this is the reason why P. Mars gets a little annoyed with you guys, because you guys are not, you guys are talking about like some ancient sort of belief here, and it's like really for you guys to bring up the fact that the Romans had anything to do with the development of the Hebrew Bible, and that the Christians had anything to do with that, because they didn't, because it was written in the Greek in 300 BCE. So maybe Lion, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna post this book up at the top. And what you could do is you could dump this link into your ChatGPT. It'll explain to you, and with many references and scholarly opinions, that this idea of logos, this idea of being tripersonal, and all of the things you blamed on other cultures is naturally born from the Jews, even the incarnation.
They might use the word logo can come from Stoicism, but hold on. The context is totally different.
Yeah. So when Rabbi Akiva is quoting Son of Man, and he starts to ask questions, look at this Ancient of Days, gray hair, then he depicted again in the Psalms with brown hair. He makes this up. He makes up and says, well, then who is going to be on the throne of David? Because there's thrones in Daniel 7, verse 9. And they're asking this question because they're trying to figure out whether if it's one Messiah or two Messiahs, or is it going to be both the suffering servant and the king? Like, they're still asking these questions. They're still talking about this way before Christianity. So the incarnation itself, it was mentioned by Rabbi Akiva himself. He would say the Son of Man would need to incarnate into the human to fulfill the prophecies of the throne of David. This is all in-house. It's nothing to do with your misunderstanding and blaming Jewishness and paganism. Because you're just wrong. So many levels.
I don't think you're listening to what I stated.
And this book, no, I heard exactly what you said. This
I didn't
book
blame
actually
you
shows
for anything. You said that the Roman. I never said that. I never said that at all. You're moving the argument.
Okay, so where do you think? So what did the Romans have anything to do with the Hebrew?
Is that my nigga lying?
Yeah. So
what did the Hebrew Bible have anything to do with Romans? Explain.
The Romans themselves have nothing to do with the Bible. What I'm telling you is they created their culture based off of trying to say that the Bible substantiates their pagan beliefs. When you open,
okay, show me that. Before we can move on, hey, just show me that information. Because you're just gonna waffle. You're just gonna waffle. It's bullshit.
It's called replacement theology. Look it up.
No. But we're not doing replacement theology with the
That's exactly what this is.
No. Then you're misrepresenting the Christian view.
The Christian view is a replacement theology.
What is it replacing?
It's replacing the concept of one God. Meaning,
so then who was in the burning bush? Who was in the burning bush?
That was an angel. It says an angel of the Lord.
It's an angel. Angel of the what?
An angel of the Lord. But you don't know.
Okay, perfect.
Wait. But you don't know who the Lord is.
You don't know who it is. You don't know who it is.
You tell me who the Lord is.
To this day, it's still a mystery to you. It's not a mystery to the Christians.
No,
who is it?
Listen, everything is a mystery to the Christians because all you all do is literally impose your already preconceived beliefs on
We have an understanding of the scripture. Yeah,
you don't have an understanding. No.
Yes.
By the way, you made another statement about the throne of David. Guess what? The Bible says that there's many messiahs or messiah. Many.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That take the throne of David? That take the throne of David?
No.
Who else was expected to take the throne of David?
What's a messiah? What is it?
No. You tell me. Who else is going to take the throne of David?
You use the words that you don't is a Mashiach?
I never said Mashiach.
You did. That's what
No, I didn't. I said Messiah.
is. A Messiah, Hebrew, is Mashiach. What is a Mashiach?
No, you're wrong. The Messiah means Christ. Means Christ in the Greek.
What is the Christ?
It means Christ in the Greek.
What is the Christ?
Christ is Messiah.
What does that mean? You're circular logic.
Anointed one.
Anointed to do what?
It's king. Who's anointed?
No, Messiah, it means Savior.
No. You see. No.
You don't know what you're
No, you're taking the judge's explanation of it. If you're reading the book of Judges, each person. Yeah, but the language evolves, and the Hebrew only had, and the Hebrew only had. And the Hebrew only had 70,000 words, and when they translated into the Greek, you're looking at a plethora of over 300,000 words. And now all of a sudden, instead of reading this in a dead language, they were able to read it in the lingua franca, which is the Greek. So whoever you want to blame, you should blame the Hebrews for introducing the Hebrew Bible into the Greek. Because they shouldn't have introduced it to the Greeks, just like how the Hebrews gave it to the Romans, they gave it to the Arabs, and then want to cry later on when they could read the scriptures better than them, and they develop a continuation. So your beef is not with the Christians. Your beef should be with the 70 rabbis who wrote it in the Greek. That's your problem. That has nothing to do with Christianity.
Buddy.
Nothing to do with Christianity.
So check this out. You don't know what you're talking about.
You don't know what you're talking about.
You're just throwing anything you can against the wall to try to formulate a new argument or a new hypothesis.
I'm giving you the argument. These are scholarly arguments and opinions.
Nothing you stated was scholarly. You don't even know the words you're using. You said Messiah. You said they were arguing over the
Christ.
You don't, but you don't even know what the word Christ means. That's why I had to ask.
I told you, it meant anointed. I'm telling you what it means.
But you don't know. Listen, you don't know. There's a purpose for everything. Anointed to do something. And the answer is to save. Messiah means to save. He who saves. That's what it means. And the Bible talks about there are many
who saves.
It means there are many.
You believe in Jesus' line?
Shut up. There are many that are here to save. So when you're using that argument, you need to know in detail, in context, what this is actually talking about.
What does Emmanuel mean?
It's not stop. It's not talking about there's only three gods. As a matter of fact,
it's only one God.
As a matter of fact, no, it's not. The Bible never said that. The Hebrews never said that either. That's your Christian concept. That's unity. Wait, stop. That's your Christian concept. That's you superimposing your pagan belief system on an old ancient Hebrew.
How am I the pagan? I didn't introduce it in the Greek.
You believe in an ancient Egyptian and Babylonian God.
Christians in BCE.
Oh my God.
No, they're Christians in 200 BCE. 100 BCE, and even in the first century, they were all Jews. So I don't know why you're calling me pagan. I don't know why you're saying anything is pagan.
I'm answering your question.
When we literally gave this word meaning in the 4th century. I don't know what you mean by pagan. I don't know what you mean by pagan.
You niggas run.
You cannot. I'm not running.
You are. If you wanted me to
using colloquial words, and you're trying to sound scholarly, when you're misusing the words. I really don't want you to answer anything.
I know. That's what I said. You're running.
I'm not running.
You are.
I'm not running. You're calling me a pagan when the word pagan, you're using the pagan as like believing in multiple gods. But that's not what they understood the word to be.
You
would doesn't understand what he's saying.
You're saying, why are you calling me a pagan? And as I proceed to answer your question of why I'm calling you a pagan,
I was rhetorical.
Fine. True enough. So the conversation can end. Let's just end it here. You don't know the hell you're talking about.
No, you don't know what you talking about? I answered every single one of your questions.
And no, you didn't. You didn't
Yes, I
answer
did.
none of them.
So then ask them again. I bet y'all to just repeat myself.
I answered my question. I educated you.
Oh, you answered the question.
Yeah, I did. I told you what a Messiah was. I told you what a Christ was. I told you what these things were. You didn't answer none of them.
Yeah. Well, I'm using the Greek words.
You don't even understand the Greek.
And we use the Greek because the Greek is in the New Testament and the Old Testament. We're the ones who say Old Testament. We're the ones who say New Testament.
What is a testament?
No, we use the Greek. We use the exact Greek that was there, and you yourself, right?
What is
and I'm not saying that there wasn't a Hebrew Bible before the Greek.
Oh my God!
Historically, most of the synagogues and most of the people were speaking the lingua franca, which is the Greek. Just like we read the English today. You don't read.
I think y'all should take turns. Y'all should take turns.
What is
King James in English? Say it again.
What is the Old Testament? Speak to me like I'm a 5-year-old child. What's a testament?
The Pentateuch.
It's a what?
The Pentateuch, which is also what?
What is the Pentateuch? It is a Pentateuch. It's not a Hebrew word. It's a Greek word. Pentateuch is Greek.
Oh, shit. That's a Greek word?
Yes.
What about Genesis? Is that a Greek word?
Yes. What is the Constitution?
No, because yours is the pure Hebrew.
What is the testimony you talked about? You said that we are in
Why do you have Greek words describing your Hebrew?
Stop moving away. You're running.
Moving away. I'm not
you are. What's the testimony that you're referring to? What does it mean?
What do you mean? The good news?
No, the testimony. You said that we have
the New Testament. It's called the New Testament.
Yeah, the New Testament. What does that mean?
Break down the etymology of the New Testament.
Yes, I need to know what it means. I need to know, do you understand what it means?
Educate me.
No, I'm not. You're going to educate me because you're the one acting as if you're the teacher here. So teach. What is the testimony? The first and second testimony.
The Bible is the Bible because of the New Testament.
The Bible is simply a compilation of writings and literature from Jews all around time.
Yeah, that was the Bible before that.
Can I ask him one thing real quick?
The major prophets, the lesser prophets, they called it, there was Apocrypha, there was the first 5 books.
What is it? What's the purpose of it?
It's the life and revelation of Jesus Christ.
No.
Lord and Savior.
So, Lion, I want to ask you this, man, because I think like the problem
is that part of your argument, Lion?
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. You Christians don't know anything. It's
complicated. You're going through a Socratic method with him, and you're asking him these questions. I observed that. I think that maybe it would be helpful because we've observed the questions. I think that y'all are not engaging in the most productive manner. So maybe if you just
shut up, bitch,
gave us your premises and conclusions.
So basically, I'll tell you this. I'll explain it in short fashion. So basically, what I'm saying is,
the Hebrew Israelites go back far before the Christians.
So while I was at the park,
way longer than the Christians.
While I was at the park with my children, I was listening.
In New York City.
I was listening to a group of people discuss biblical literature, and they were trying to legitimize a triune God and saying that you can find this belief structure that the ancient Hebrews had of a 3-in-1 God. One of the guys, I think his name is Sully, he correctly pointed out that that's a reach. It is basically a modernized Christian new viewpoint that did not actually exist. And so they were going back and forth over that. So I came up the mic to basically bring out actual facts, which is true, that Sully is correct, at least on this part. No one believed in a 3-in-1 God. No Hebrew did. Now, other civilizations did. But other civilizations did, like the pagans, like the Egyptians and the Babylonians.
No, they
did.
Name one. Name a Trinitarian God. Hold on, let him finish these.
I named one her read the name all 3-in-1, and they believed this in ancient times. Now, here's the thing. I'm just reiterating my points. That's all I'm doing.
No, we want references because we need the references.
I don't believe there's a Trinitarian God. You're lying.
Okay. All right. So we shall. I'm gonna put when I get an opportunity. I'll give you all the names of the Trinitarian gods.
Of course. You know, you have so much knowledge.
No problem. Which I already did, but you weren't listening then, so it's really difficult. I don't know if I should waste my time doing it again because you're not listening now.
I think here's where I think we can have a degree of honesty, right? So I do want to ask, maybe Barth, do you think most theologians would say ancient Hebrews worshipped a triune God?
In the way we understand it today, meaning Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, no.
Just of any sort. No, of any sort. It doesn't have to be the Father, Son, just of any sort.
If we read the Old Testament, we see this God is, they use, the Jews, when we were arguing triune nature, they were arguing monarchical modalism.
I'm asking a different question, though, Barth.
I'm not. I'm answering your question.
It.
It's modalism, so they believe in modalism.
What you're saying because he doesn't read.
They believe in monolateralism, not totalism.
It's like a modalist. They're saying it's the same God in just different modes. Whether if he's the angel of the Lord, whether if he's an angel himself as it. And this is what in the book Trifle we're going over, and it's still monotheism. It's still monotheism.
Wait, hold on.
And just understanding as
it's not monotheism. You're trying to say that this God it sounds like a Greek God. He's transforming himself into all of these different entities.
That's why when you read a few of the books in the Old Testament, like the beginning books, God will come out in person sometimes, or as a spirit, or as the.
But it wasn't him. It literally tells you word for word. I am the angel of the Lord. I'm the angel that was sent by the Lord. I'm the angel of the host.
That's not true. They would.
So what book have you read on the subject?
It's crazy.
What book have you read on the subject to make you an expert, Brian?
Well, isn't the?
I've literally read the Bible.
Even answer that student.
Let me represent how he interprets scripture. So the Hebrew Israelite teachings draw from a wide range of sources. They incorporate their own interpretations of Christianity and Judaism, and their beliefs are influenced by Freemasonry and New Thought.
These angels.
Hebrew Israelism is a non.
He didn't say he was wrestling. It's telling you that he's an angel.
Composed.
There were 3 men that came to visit Abraham. They said these men were angels of the Lord.
With variety of beliefs
meaning
and
there were
many choose to identify as Hebrew Israelites.
Power.
I'm trying to
So he's overtalking me. I don't understand why he's overtalking me.
They're not all one.
Because he's a black.
Don't stop, Lion. Let me explain. Lion, give me a second. Stop talking. Stop. I'm just gonna leave. I can't yell.
No, you were talking while I was talking. I was talking. You were talking while I was talking.
Your signal went out.
You kept
so I thought you
turning me
finished.
off. No, I didn't.
Your signal is bad.
Okay,
I didn't cut you off.
That's the reason why I had
we can't even hear you anyway.
You got a ghetto signal. Do they not get
it? We don't
now you want me to, and that's...
They don't get good reception in the ghetto.
You don't have good reception, bro. You keep conking in and out. Then you think I'm over talking you. Like right now, you're probably talking, but I can't hear you. So just chill out.
Yeah, that's why their people can never build.
I really don't even want to have this conversation. It's useless, man. It's not.
Wait, what do you mean they can't build? What does that mean? Didn't they build the fabric of this country like your white house?
Still. Just stop, bro. Just stop.
Did he say? Wait, hold on. So why is it that he can say inflammatory comments back in question?
Because he's baiting you. I'm trying to stop you from taking the bait. It's that obvious, bro.
Alright, so the Hebrew Israelites don't have a unified understanding of Scripture. They use Freemasonry, New Thought, composed of numerous groups with various beliefs and practices. Many choose to identify as Hebrew Israelites or Black Hebrews rather than Jews themselves. So the Black Hebrew Israelites are a distinct group that are not affiliated with any mainstream Jewish community or normative Judaism, as they do not meet the established criteria, such as maternal descent or formal conversation that is used to identify someone who is Jewish. Additionally, they operate outside the doctrinal and boundaries of the Nicene Creed, the Nicene Creed, which forms a core of mainstream Christian domination. So again, he's coming from a view that's very mishmash, and the reason why I don't like communicating with people like this is because they don't have a unified understanding of their religion. So they might disagree today, and then tomorrow they might take on the view again. So it's very wishy-washy, and it's too much bait and switch. So there's no point. Everybody knows I'm a Catholic. I appeal to the Catholicism. There's certain things that I don't appeal to. You can identify the things that I don't, because I tell you, when it comes to Hebrew Israelites, we don't know. It's a fly-by-night. Sometimes they stay in the middle and they fence hop a little bit. So I'm not going to do this for them. This is just pointless. Literally pointless. You want to
call this kind of like a run, and the reason why is because
he was talking the whole time.
Hey, hold on, I'm talking. Hold on, kids. All right. The reason why you're gonna take that position is because when you're with Israelites, what you're dealing with is people who are actual scholars on the subject, and they're not just going with the going consensus that your fathers, your high priest, who already had a preconceived notion, already seared in their minds. The only reason you even have these fathers and priests and all of that stuff is because nobody challenged any of these belief structures. No one looked into any of this. I'll give you an example. John 1, verses 18. It says, no man had seen God at any time. John 1, verses 18. Y'all can write this down. No man has seen God at any time. You've never.
Keep reading the verse. Keep reading the verse.
I'm pointing out something.
Don't word farm and then come up with your own bullshit.
So, with understanding that means that everything that you're reading in the Old Testament, the burning bush, the angel, the angels of the Lord.
You gotta keep reading.
I didn't interrupt you. That's why you got interrupted before. You're doing exactly the same action you didn't want me to do to you. You want me to talk to you anymore. You want me to respect you, and yet you have a problem with respecting me.
So appeal to somebody else.
Take notice. I'm not even talking to you. I'm talking to the room.
Yeah, to be fair, Megatron, he didn't cut you off, right? I think it's better.
I did not.
Yeah, come on.
That's the point. You want supreme authority over everything, but you don't want anybody else to challenge your position, just like your church does. You don't want to be questioned. That's the people. We Israelites, we challenge and question everything. We challenge our belief structures.
When Genesis 18:1 says the Lord appeared.
We research and then re-research. We understand where our positions are coming from. And that's why, hey, why are you talking while I'm talking?
Did the Lord appear to Abraham?
Why are you talking while I'm talking? Did I disrespect any of you clowns?
Did the Lord appear to Abraham?
Did I? No. Not the actual Lord.
So in Genesis 18:1 it says the Lord appeared to Abraham.
What Lord? That's the point. That's what I was trying to explain to him. You all made a reach. You reached and said you thought that this was God talking to Abraham. You reached and thought that God in the bush was talking to Moses. You made a reach and thought that God had came down and spoke to Joshua.
Is God not the Lord?
No.
Oh,
there's multiple lords. As a matter of fact, there were 3 angels that came and visited Abraham at his house. And they look like men. It says it right there. And he treated them as the gods.
As angel, I'm sorry, as the Lord. So
why are anyone still talking to me? I'm not done with my little fucking speech.
No, I just want
Just
to
respect me like you want to be respected. It's simple. It's really simple, guys. So simple. The point is simply this.
Go ahead.
Thank you. The point is simply this. When you're reading the Bible, you're reading it with the eyes of someone who told you how to read it. They told you to read it like this. They gave you these impressions that when it says Lord here, that must be talking about the Most High God. When it says Lord there, that must be talking about Jesus too at the same time. But then when you read other scriptures that gives you more information, more definition, you'll realize that they're talking about it's literally an army. It's myriads of angels. There's a hierarchy in heaven. And you don't know who you're talking to. Just like there's multiple angels, there's multiple demons, there's multiple spirits. The whole universe is filled with billions and trillions of different celestial beings that you can see and you can't see. You'll read that in Corinthians. But the Most High God, the only one true God above all other gods, has never, ever reached out to human beings. What you've been dealing with all this time is either Christ or you've been dealing with his messengers.
How would you, if God chose to hide himself from you, could you know God?
If God chose to hide himself. But listen, I'm not even going to answer that. We're done. That's all I had to say.
Exodus
If anybody wants to
33,
respond, go
verse
right.
20.
Run away.
Exodus 20 or 33.
Wheel away.
It's a great verse.
Abrahamic Cinematic University.
It's fine, hold on, just a second. Can somebody please read Exodus 33, verse 20?
Sugar Wugga!
Yeah, that says that no one sees the full glory. The full glory. You're talking about what he said in 1:18 in John. That's what he was saying. Only the Son has seen God in his full glory. Jesus is the representation of the invisible God.
Right, so, hold on.
He is the visible incarnation of the Word.
Right.
And so when you see the Lord in Exodus 24, when they went up with the 70 elders, when they went up with Moses, Aaron, and Miriam, and the 70 elders, it says they saw God. It literally says they saw the Lord of Israel. So I don't know why you want to go to 33 when I'm just gonna cut you with Exodus 24.
Didn't Hagar see God?
I'll read it to you. I'll read you Exodus 24.
Hold on, let me say.
None of you are going to see God. You're all not going to make it to heaven.
Let me set the groundwork for this conversation. We're not going to be disrespectful. Let's have a
I'm not
conversation.
being disrespectful.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying because I know how you were getting out earlier. I'm not lying. So we can talk about it and we can have discourse and actually explore what Exodus 33 means. Okay?
Okay, but none of you are going to make
You want me to read you this?
Yeah, go ahead.
You want me to read you this?
Good.
Exodus 24, or actually, like I
Why are you omitting Exodus 33?
I'm not omitting that.
That was the first. That was the chapter and verse I brought up, right?
What about
Exodus 33.
Hagar says word for word, I see God.
Yeah, Exodus.
Is Hagar lying?
Yeah, Hagar was lying.
I don't know if Hagar was lying, but what I do know is that I've never seen so many hell-bound people arguing about a place that they're never going to get to.
I don't know why you're making comments.
Everyone in Judaism is going to
conversation,
hell.
though. Why should we have to change the conversation for you?
I didn't say change the conversation.
I'm having the conversation before you came in here.
Megatron, I'm not saying change the conversation. I'm just saying that everyone in Judaism is going to hell.
African.
Exodus 33, what verse?
I don't know. We should have the conversation anymore because this is not going to be productive in this space. Exodus 33 verse 20 is all.
Just verse 20?
No, Exodus 33 verse 20. It's referencing, if you read that chapter, right? Like it's saying here that, yeah, like, hold on. It's basically, so, I believe this is basically when Moses saw the glory of God, right? And then he says in if you continue reading from verse 12 to 20, it says, "You cannot see my face, for no one may see live." Right. So, like, I guess, like, the question is, when you guys say that people have seen the Lord, right? Like, are you guys saying that, like, they've seen, like, a manifestation of the Lord? Or are you talking about, like...
No, they've seen
This is the reason why I wanted to read you Exodus 24, because this is before that. And it says, "Then the Lord said to Moses, come up to the Lord, and you and Aaron, and Nabab, and Ahu, and 70 of your elders of Israel. You are to worship at a distance, but Moses alone is approached the Lord, and others must not come near, and the people may not come up with him." Then Moses went up and told the people all the Lord's words and laws. They responded with one voice, "Everything the Lord has said, we will do." Moses then wrote down everything the Lord had said. He got up early the next morning and built an altar at the foot of the mountain, and he set up 12 stone pillars representing the 12 tribes of Israel. Then he sent young Israel men, and they offered burnt offerings and sacrifices, young bulls and fellowship offerings to the Lord. Moses took half of the blood and put it in bowls, and then the other half splashed it against the altar. And then he got the book of the covenant, and he read it to the people. They responded, "We will do everything that the Lord has said."
And that's the contract.
Moses then took the blood, sprinkled it on the people, and the blood of the covenant that the Lord has made with you according to these words. Moses and Aaron and the 70 elders of Israel went up and saw the God of Israel. Under his feet was something like a pavement made of lupus, with like something topaz, as bright as the blue sky. But God did not raise his hands against these leaders of Israel. They saw God, and they ate and drank. So, if you want me to go to Exodus 33, you first have to answer me why in Exodus 24, the 70 elders, Moses and Aaron, and their servants, saw the Lord of Israel. And they didn't say it once. It wasn't ambiguous. It's not ambiguous. Okay? I'm just going to go to the next one, because this is so stupid.
Who's the Lord of Israel?
I don't care.
It's still going to be just Jesus.
I'm going to go to Isaiah 6. And this year, the king was ruling. And I saw the Lord, high and exalted, seated on the throne, and the train of his robe filled the temple. Above him were seraphims, each with 6 wings. 2 wings covered their faces, 2 covered their feet, and the 2 were flying, and they were calling to one another, "Holy, holy, holy, the Lord of all in might. The whole world is filled with your glory." At the sound of their voices, the doorpost and threshold and the temple was filled with smoke. "Vow to me," I cried. "Every night I ruined, for I am the man who has unclean lips. I live among the people with unclean lips, and my eyes have seen the King, the Lord Almighty." Then one of the seraphim flew with like that's what I'm saying. He's being so descriptive. Are you saying Isaiah didn't see the God either? Come on, bro. Like, this is what I mean. Like, you guys just want to like misrepresent the Bible Saying you can't see God, they saw God, but it's a different mode of God, and it's not His full glory, but it's not Jesus, and it's not the Trinity.
Slow down, brother.
You guys make up a lot of shit.
Don't do the you guys nonsense. Don't do the you guys nonsense. I
have a problem with you guys. I have a big problem with you guys. I'm not gonna crash out on you guys. It's today's Sunday. I want to.
But what I'm saying to you is, when I'm asking you a question, you don't gotta project your aggression either towards lying to me, bro. I'm just actually asking you a question. I don't act like I know everything in the Bible. So if you're gonna speak on scripture, at least come with a good spirit.
What did they see then, brother?
I'm not disagreeing with you, but what I was asking you is Isaiah 33. So what I'm saying to you is, I do not appreciate this. Oh, you guys want whatever's on scripture. You don't even know my position on scripture.
All right, let's keep it the scripture then. Yeah, what is it that they saw? Because I read two passages.
Yeah, I agree with what the scripture says, right? I was just questioning what Isaiah 22 verse 30 meant at the time, right? So what I'm saying to you is, once again, I'm open to like being incorrect. But what I'm not open to is the disrespect that you're doing by saying, "Oh, you guys want to whatever, misinterpret scripture." I'm not lying.
I was talking to Lion and you jumped in, so you knew that.
Hold on. But once again, when I jumped in, I was asking about a specific, and I asked him to read Exodus 33 verse 20. Did I not?
All right, so 33. I'll explain 33. 33 talks about His full glory. But remember when Jesus says, "No one has seen the Father. You get to the Father through me." This is consistent with the Old Testament. Just like how I read you Exodus 24, He is the visible God. God the Father is the invisible God that no one can see but the Son. So when he's shining, when he's being seen, this is why Moses spoke to God, but he didn't see Him in His full glory, that's what he's describing here.
So
but he spoke to God.
You're correct partially. So the Lord that they're speaking to right there,
God.
The God of Israel.
And you're gonna let Him answer? You see what I'm saying? So am I having a conversation with Lion?
The God
answered your steal. I'm trying to talk to you.
Were you done?
Have him jump in.
Yeah,
so
were you
done?
If you remember the question I asked you, right? And this is what I was saying. I don't appreciate you doing the you guys thing. After we read that verse, remember I said, does it mean that they're God in His full power? And you answered it now, right? Are they seeing God in His full authority or not?
Exactly.
That's the question. Right now, I think that's
I just answered that for you.
And I thank you for. Hold on, brother. Just a second, right? And that's what I'm saying is, if you guys were to make that distinction in the conversation, I think it'd be a smooth flowing convo.
Hey, still.
You worked up about the Bible. What's up?
Still, so the scripture is actually pertaining to the Lord that they're referring to right there is actually Jesus. Jesus is the Lord God of Israel. Jesus is the one that came to save Israel. Jesus is that God that created Israel. That's not the Almighty God, though. No one has seen that. That's the part where he's correct about. He's talking about Colossians 1:15, where it says that Jesus is the express image of the invisible God. He is the actual creation of the invisible God. So that means there's a greater word than Jesus Himself, who created Him. And through Jesus, the world, the universe, and everything we know.
I don't believe. Stop saying it. Jesus.
Hey, I need you to stop. Hey, what? I need you to stop.
I'm not saying
I need you to. I didn't say that you were. I'm saying it. So I'm saying it. So you shut your mouth. I'm saying the scripture is saying that Jesus is a creation. Just like He, the creation, created. We are the creation of something that was already created by the Most High God, which is not Jesus.
You have the scriptures where it says Jesus was created?
Yes, First Colossians 15. There. So 15? Yes.
No.
1 and 15.
No.
Yeah.
It doesn't say He was created.
Yeah, it's all right. Let's go to it, ladies and gentlemen. So we can shut this Catholic. Let's shut this Catholic down. All right. Take notice. Take notice. Hey, everybody, everyone. Take notice. Take notice that I'm not the one that's interrupting or acting an ass. Take notice of that.
Go to Colossians.
Take notice that it's not me doing that. It's Him. Right? Ladies and gentlemen, it's not me trying to cause the strife and the argument right now. It's the other guy interrupting me because he's angry that there's actually scriptures that goes against his doctrine.
No, they're not.
Yeah, they do.
Not
Everything.
Go to it.
All right, so
Let's go to Colossians.
no, not Colossians.
Well, that's what you quoted. You said first. You said Colossians.
Hey, calm down. I'll get it in a second. Hold on, I came upstairs to get my Bible. Just relax, brother. It's okay.
Candle. You better light a candle.
All right, 1 and 15. Yeah, Colossians 1 and 15. It says here, word for word, everybody. Everybody go to it. If you're interested in the conversation, so you can see, you can make your own decisions. Don't listen to me. Don't listen to anyone else. Make your own decision right now. Go to Colossians. Colossens. Colossians. Chapter 1. Verses 15. This is where we're going to start.
And go to 18. Go to 18.
All right. It's not going to change anything. All right. Are you ready? Everybody ready? Verse 15. It says here, who is the image of the invisible God? That's what I just said. The firstborn of every creature. He is the firstborn of every creature. 16. For by him, the firstborn, for by that firstborn, were all things created. That's everything I just said. That are in heaven. So everything that is in heaven, meaning celestial, in heaven, and that are in earth. Everything that is in our reality, on our planet. Visible, meaning things that you can see, and invisible. Whether they be thrones, or dominions, meaning powers, or principalities, or powers, all things were created by him. That him is Jesus, the firstborn. Firstborn, first created. And for him. So everything was created for him. Everything that is, that was, and that ever will be.
Yes.
That's Jesus. But Jesus is a creation himself. That's what it says, verse 15 and 16.
That's not what it says. So first doesn't mean created.
Oh my fucking God.
David was the firstborn.
No.
Who was the firstborn? Is David his son?
David was not the firstborn. David is the last.
Who was the firstborn?
His first son was Jesse.
No. No.
You don't know what though. Hey, before you move to another point, you said that there was there's a firstborn. Ladies and gentlemen, whoever looked this up, what we just read, what does it mean to be born?
Now you created like shuffle.
Created.
Doing the shuffle.
What's another word for born?
Now you're doing the shuffle.
What's another word for born? Ladies and gentlemen.
No. The first.
Stop, nigga, shut up. What's another word for born? Someone said created. What's another word? Give me another similitude.
Abortion. Resurrect.
Carried. Like I'm. It means to carry something through. So the first thing that was created or carried through into what we call life, reality. He was the first of all things. Before Jesus, it was only just the Most High God, the invisible God that is unseeable, unknowable, untouchable. Can't reach him, can't feel him, can't do anything. The first manifestation of what we call life was Christ. And through Christ, he bare or bore.
Jews don't believe in Christ, Lion.
I know they don't. Through him, he bare or bore all reality. All things that you see. Everything. The invisible, the visible. The principalities, the powers, the thrones, the kingdoms, the planet, the stars, the sky, the moon. That's what you're reading in Genesis 1 when he says, let us make man in our image. He's referring to let us create like I was created.
Okay. So now, since he's done, I'm going to explain.
Alpha and Omega, meaning the beginning. The beginning. Alpha. Hold on. The Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the end. I was the first created. I'm the first created, Jesus, and I'm also the last. I'm also the last. I'm also the last. Adam.
Okay. So now,
that's what that means.
So the reason why people get this confused is because people collapse biblical, thematic categories into modern biblical or temporal categories. Jesus did. Okay? This firstborn, neither word intentionally means first created. It's never used as first created, neither in the Hebrew or the Greek. The one who has the status, rank, or inheritance rights of the firstborn son. That is a legal and controversial category, not a chronological one. Okay? So the Old Testament evidence, we're going to go to Psalms 89:27. I will make him firstborn, highest of kings on the earth. What do you think they're talking about here? David wasn't the firstborn. Saul came before him. But God calls David the firstborn. The firstborn means here the supreme heir, the covenant ruler, the royal permanence. It's about rank.
It's oh my god, my brain. It's actually about eschatology, right? Because it's the Alpha and the Omega.
Right. So Pete said, I don't need your help. I don't need your help, bro.
He's actually making my point.
4:22. Exodus 4:22. Israel is my firstborn. Israel wasn't the firstborn nation created, but Israel had a covenant priority. So again, firstborn equals chosen heir with inheritance rights. Colossians 1:15. Here we go. He is the image of the invisible God, the firstborn of all creation. Firstborn here doesn't mean first created. It doesn't first created. I told you this. The Greek and Hebrew word never uses created. This is your poor understanding of the verse. Okay? But look at the next verse. For him all things were created. If he's the first created, how is it that now for him all things were created? That doesn't make any sense. If Christ created all things, he can then be part of the created class itself. Unless you violate the law of non-contradiction, which is basically what you did. Okay? Firstborn over all creation, supreme heir of creation, the one with authority over creation. This doesn't mean the first creature. Okay? Paul wanted to say, if Paul wanted to say first created, he had a word from it. And it's whatever. It means first created. He doesn't use that word. Okay? Why doesn't Paul use that word? Because that's not what he meant. I don't want to go into Thomistic theology, but I honestly I gave you 3 verses that use the same typology, and David is not the first, neither is Israel, and you're just so wrong. You're just so wrong. And I really don't even want to have this conversation with you guys. Those just fucking idiots.
All right, so what just happened here, ladies and gentlemen, is he just cut himself. He went in a circular to basically prove exactly my point. When he read Colossians 1:15, it says that obviously, if you just read the text, it says that. But I decided to just go to the other lexicons just for the sake of the argument to see what it, to point out what it means in the Koine Greek. And so the root word you can find is G5088. G5088 is a verb a strengthened form of primary techo, which is used only by alternate or certain tenses. The strong form says that it means from seed of mother, a plant and earth. Literally, figuratively, bear, be born, bring forth, be delivered, be in travail. That's the actual word that's in Colossians 1:15, which matches exactly the point that we were stating here. The word is techo, T-E-K-O, with hyphens above the E and also above the O. The Strong's code, or the text code, is G5088. I will literally read it again. It says, from seed, as a mother, a plant, the earth, etc. Literally or figuratively, bear, B-E-A-R, bear, or be born, bring forth, be delivered. Everything that I asked the room earlier, I said, what does it mean to be firstborn? So, when this guy is saying that, it's not saying that in the Greek, because the New Testament was written in the Greek. That's exactly what it's saying. So now, what we're doing is, are we arguing against the literature because it goes against the doctrine that we have been taught all of our lives? Or are we willing to accept new information and possibly open our minds to, well, new concepts? That's really the question here. Are we closed-minded, or are we going to finally put away all of these old belief structures and listen to something new? The choice is up to you.
Where's that in story already? Amen. Hallelujah.
All right.
I'll also put it in the chat as best I can.
You okay? You there? Is King here? Yeah, I didn't even look at my phone. Oh, that nigga not even here.
Everyone get out your handicap placards. Everyone.
Are y'all done coddling Alessandro? Is that done? Is that over with?
Do you want to start a basketball team?
Man, don't too much, man.
Hey, Mars, you still hurt, bro? You gotta let that hurt go, bro. You know we love you, P. Mars. And you love us. That's why you keep hanging out with us.
I also wanted to say I am also looking exceptionally handsome today. I don't know what it is. I think it might the different fruits and stuff the ladies been feeding me in is so clear. And I look at least 10 years. Got a fresh haircut, fresh outfit, about to hit the parking lot outside. Man.
Nigga, your elbow is ashy.
Well, you know, Lion, that's good to hear. Maybe you can finally get some color, honey.
Yeah, I think I'm a nice golden brown right now.
If Jesus was black, how come on the cross he didn't say, I can't breathe?
You know, I will say that I think, especially when we're having the religious combos, when we're having the religious combos, I think it is important for niggas to, I don't know, just ease up on the ego. Ease up on the fucking ego, bro. Like, come with the argument. If you don't agree, that's fine, right? But when information is being presented, don't be so hostile. It's kind of weird, bro. Like, I don't know. I don't appreciate the behavior that I was a victim of earlier. But no, I'll be honest with you. This is why I think a lot of these Christians, I'm sorry to say this, but a lot of Christians are too caught up in denominational doctrine rather than like what the scripture says. I've seen this occur way too many times, and it's actually kind of sad because when you pull up scripture and you challenge some things, you should be open-minded towards what the Bible says, not what your church says. Your church could be wrong. And I think it's very important that you do come with the spirit of humbleness when you do approach the scripture. I don't know, man. I gotta keep folks in prayer.
It's a contradiction to say you're open-minded, though, because you've already decided that you're not closed-minded.
if you think you're open-minded.
I don't even know what that means, but okay.
You're not open to being closed-minded. Like maybe you're closed-minded, but you decided that you're open-minded. So you won't even entertain the possibility that you're not open-minded because you're dogmatically asserting that you're open-minded, which is a contradiction.
I mean, thank God. I mean, it was nice. It was nice being a mod here today. But to be honest, like I don't learn anything hanging out here, with you guys. You guys just do this trigger thing back and forth. You called Alexandro a retard all day long. I didn't learn anything from that. We didn't get to teach him anything. And and Alexandro, I apologize for not being able to explain stuff to you, but this is the room dynamic here. It's not my room, so I'm not gonna change it in one day. I don't want to change it. You guys, please stay in here and don't come into places that I'm in, because this is just a headache, yo. Literally, just a headache. I don't even know why Andrew hangs out here. He just wants people to add him, and he wants people to go. He's just poaching people to hang out here to go to his room. This shit is dumb. Honestly, I'm so happy.
I feel like I've learned a lot about the effects of crack cocaine.
How can a blind teach the blind?
I think I can see like what you mean, and I think that Barth left. Well, I mean, shit. Well, I was hoping to. Oh well, yeah, because I mean, like, I think it maybe it's just the climate of the room. Like, since there's no rules and there's no kicking anybody, like. If you want to like scream and beat your chest and fuck the conversation up, then you can.
I don't kick anybody out of my room either. I don't kick anybody out of my room either.
Well, I mean, for instance, I think like it's the light-handed. Like for instance, everything that they just did to me, they'll do to Andrew, right? They'll say, "Oh, we can't address what Andrew's saying, therefore Andrew's retarded," right? Like they do the exact same shit. So it's like, I think other rooms have a culture of like engaging with the argument rather than being like, "Oh, you're a gay retard," right? Like that's the level of intellect in this room.
Do you think
which
this
is
is really fair though? When you state that, did anyone run away from any statement that you made?
I'm not even referring to you, Lion, because honestly,
no, I'm not talking about me. I was listening well, but did anybody do any of those things that you're saying, or is it that you just didn't want to hear the other side?
No, like so. For instance, if we're talking about the slavery of the Israelites, right? Matt was there. Matt knows what I said. Matt heard what I said. They have to turn it into something that I didn't say. You know what I'm saying? Like that. There's that disingenuous, like, lying way of engaging with like you're not addressing what I said, right? Now, it's one thing to disagree. It's another thing to just lie or make it into something that it's not, and then like this devolve it into like. Now I'm a gay retard. Okay, like you know what I mean? Like that's a conversation, right? You see what I'm saying? So like. But I think, like, with you, Lion, like, honestly, you actually truly, when you do engage, you're at least trying to address the substance of the argument. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't go straight to, like, trying to stop me from talking or, like, just being, because, like, you actually want to hear what I'm saying, even if we disagree, but you're not just going to, like, talk over me and crash out and never let me say shit. So I do think
I'm after Alessandro.
I think there's like
Just do me one favor, Alessandro. Before I leave, just look up on your ChatGPT. When the Bible says firstborn, does it mean created? Just do me that one favor, real quick. When the Bible means firstborn, does it mean created? Like David, or like Jesus, or like Israel. The three there is the firstborns are Israel, Jesus, and David.
So like
this does it mean created?
This is the prompt that I gave. Tell me if it's cool with you. I was like, when the Bible says firstborn, do they mean created like David, like Jesus, or like Israel? Or is that wrong?
No. Those are the ones that they're using. Just press play. Just see what it says.
Okay. In the Bible, the phrase firstborn does not have a single meaning. It shifts depending on the context, genre, and theological purpose.
Thank you.
Sometimes it means literally first in birth order, but often it is a title of rank, status, or chosenness, not a statement about being created. Right, so it's saying not a statement about being created.
Not a statement of being created. Thank you.
So I think y'all would have to like parse out which context justifies whose interpretation.
Good job.
And that's not using my algorithm. That's using somebody else's algorithm.
May I go now?
May I go now?
May I go?
So, wait, watch this, Patrick, watch this. So, in the context in Colossians 1 and 15, the context, the hermeneutics that you prefer to go by, what is he referring to? Is he talking about Jesus being the like as Israel, being last born, but somehow ranking highest? Or is he referring to Colossians 1 verses 15? This is how you lose again.
It doesn't.
We shall see.
Told you it doesn't.
No, you just said all you read right there was simply pointing out that the word firstborn could.
I just want to tell you the level.
All you're saying is that the word firstborn could mean multiple things, but we're going to use hermeneutics to determine through context what he's referring to in Colossians 1 and 15. And when we read Colossians 1 and 15, it's talking about first created. I already went over that.
All right. So it seems like Lion is correct. It seems like Alessandro now figured that out.
No, he's not correct. No. He said it was never used as created. Why are you doing that?
Never used as created?
No.
Hey, Alessandro, read it again.
Read what you said?
Read it again. Read it again. Read it again. Watch this. Now, watch how he walks it back. Alessandro, read it again. Watch this.
It's saying to us, my bad. Let me get back.
The same prompt. The same exact prompt.
The exact same prompt. The exact same response. Here's the response. In the Bible, the phrase "firstborn" does not have a single meaning. It shifts.
Stop right there. Hey, Bart. Watch this. Alessandro, say that again.
Firstborn does not have a single meaning.
Stop right there. Hey, Bart. Did you hear that again?
Yo, Bart, you gotta capitulate on this one, bro. Please, bro. Be honest.
Doesn't mean
Admit when you're wrong. 1 second. I'm sorry. So let him land, because I wanted to go next. Wait, did he leave? Bart, are you there, brother? Because you gotta, come on.
You talk. I don't.
We should know, Bart, you gotta, Bart.
Go for it.
Bart, hold on. Let me just say this real quick. Bart, when you take up, 1 second, Alessandro, please, bro. I'm not trying to interrupt you. Bart, when you take on the role as the elder statesman, the beacon of true expression of Christianity and decency, you have to do it through and through. You can't just do it when you want to like booty clap for Alessandro. You have to do it in all instances, right? So if you're gonna be, 1 second, brother. So when you take on the elder statesman role and we ask you a question, you should be answering directly as an elder statesman who is mostly and totally concerned with the truth, not with being right. Now, please, Lion, ask your question again. Megatron, please answer it, because we are trying to slow walk it, because it went through already and it seems like you misunderstood. So now what he's trying to do is slow walk it piece by piece. Please indulge us.
All right. So in the specific,
he has to keep reading the definition.
Yeah.
What is he doing?
Wait. In the specific scripture, Colossians 1 and 15, where it says that Jesus is the firstborn, the express image of God, you were harping on the word firstborn by stating it doesn't mean that. Then you referenced another scripture where Israel is called God's firstborn. And what you're trying to say is that this firstborn doesn't necessarily mean first created. That's your position. I'm still manning your argument right now. Now I'm challenging that position by stating doesn't mean that. Through context of the scripture only, not the other scriptures you're trying to run to, because you're harping on the word firstborn, but Colossians 1 only, in context, using hermeneutic methods. What is that scripture referring to? And when we went to the lexicons, the Greek lexicons, which I put in the chat, is highlighted, my last submission. You can click on it. It literally means to be born, carried through, delivered. exactly as I stated. So it's literally quoting Colossians 1 verses 15. What does it mean to be firstborn in that context? Not the context of Israel. Not the context of the other.
A lexicon is just a historical record. It's not authoritative.
You can call it whatever. You can go to many different lexicons and it's going to say the same thing.
No, it's not. It's not.
Alright, so Alessandro, can you finish reading the definition, please? Thank you.
God, it's on the level of gaining under. Well, come on, bro. I didn't interrupt you.
No. We're in the middle of a discussion.
What's going on?
Yeah, Alessandro, no, don't do that.
I didn't interrupt nobody though. We're all discussing. Why are you telling him to go while I'm speaking? Why are you telling him to go while I'm speaking, brother?
This is why
Why are you telling him to go while I'm
I
speaking?
hate this fucking room. I hate this room.
I just responded to P. Mars. P. Mars obviously didn't understand what was going on because nobody's putting.
I'm so happy.
Why are you insulting? What is, Bar? Do you see who you're advocating for?
I'm so
Do
happy.
you see who you're advocating for? Do you see who you're advocating for, Bar? Do you see who you're advocating for? Do you see who you're telling to go over? Do you see who you're telling people to? Did you see who you're telling people to over talk? Do you understand what you're doing, Bart?
No, I'm just.
Or you don't care what you're doing? If you understand or no?
Yeah, I am. And I don't.
Yes or no? Yeah, I don't care. Well, I'm glad you don't. So take your bullshit somewhere else, please.
All right.
And you start to go and fucking have a room together, bro. And then that way you can give. That way you can have. That way you can give him the tutelage that you want and fucking, at everybody else's expense, right? So you have this ultimate agenda that you're gonna fucking nurture Alessandro and everybody else gotta get shat upon, right? That's a fucking misguided agenda, Bart. I see through it, Bart. I see through it, Bart. Sorry, brother. If you see wealth doesn't mean everybody else has to die because you see a wounded puppy that you want to nurture back to health, right?
No problem.
Everybody else doesn't have to die because you see a wounded puppy, right? All right, so I'm gonna land right now. I'm gonna land right now. So to P. Mar's point, which was addressing Lion's point. No, a lexicon isn't authoritative as if it's the word of God, but it is authoritative in discerning, deciphering, interpreting text so that we can understand what words mean from a particular.
It's false.
Oh yeah. Okay, great. Prove that it's false. Go ahead. Tell me why it's false.
No, he doesn't have to.
No. Just tell me why. Why are you interrupting? Why are you interrupting?
We're in the middle of a discussion, bro. Why do you?
We are in the middle of a discussion.
Let me finish something.
Wow. So it's all about you. Go ahead, brother.
Let me finish the conversation, and then you guys can go on.
I can be real quick.
No.
It's an obvious contradiction.
Let Alessandro finish the definition, please. All right, Alessandro, finish the definition.
Cool. I'll read the definition so you and Lion can come to an understanding, right? In the Bible, the phrase firstborn does not have a single meaning. It shifts depending on the context, genre, and theological purpose. Sometimes it means literally first in birth order, but often it is a title of rank, status, or chosenness, not a statement about being created. Right, so that's.
Did you hear that? Not a statement of being created.
When it's speaking in other contexts. I can't be blue when I'm red, but sometimes I'm red and then I'm not blue. So when it's in the context of firstborn, then it's not talking about something else.
You want to be right? Be right.
Read it again, Alessandro. Read it again, Alessandro. You're paying attention.
Yeah. No.
Black Hebrew.
Let him read it again. Black Hebrew Israel.
I'm going to respond.
Better than being a white racist.
I'm going to respond.
I'd rather be a black Hebrew Israelite than a white angry racist.
I agree. I'm going to respond. I'm going to respond to this. Okay? It doesn't mean
Go to hell faster?
what you're talking about, what you're saying, and who read this verse were Arians. People who thought that Jesus was a created being. No Trinitarian. Nobody says in these days that Jesus was created, except for you uneducated morons that want to misquote the New Testament.
Oh, so we're wrong because we're morons. Not because it could be interpreted that way, but because we're morons. So why don't we do this? Is there an interpretive license? Is there an interpretive license that would allow for this understanding? Oh yes. Is there an interpretive range that would allow for this understanding or belief? Answer is yes. But Bart says only idiots think like that. What a substantive response. What a great substantive response. This is dogmatism. This is denominational differences. This is somebody who says I'm superior. Right? And guess what? You're not superior. You're just different. You're just different, Bart. Sorry, brother. You're just different. You're not superior.
This is why Steel Alright, Steel,
I'm glad you crumbled. Look at Master Sensei crumbling. Look at your Sensei, Alessandro, crumbling under the pressure of your fucking weakness, of his own weakness. He saw your weakness, he said, I'm gonna heal his weakness, but I'm fucking weak, so guess what? Now we got two weak-ass, broken-ass puppies, and we got a third one, another weak, broken puppy. Oh no, who's gonna save the broken puppies? Who's gonna save the broken toys?
Barth, you gotta.
Yeah. Get your little assembly of the broken, Bart. You got broken P-Mars, broken Bart, and broken Alessandro. Form your own church of weird-ass, broken-ass niggas. Thank you.
This is why I prefer Lion. This is why
You're trying to cozy up the Lion. Lion don't like niggas. Lion's a whole married-ass nigga. You don't like niggas?
Come on,
The fuck? Stop trying to cozy up the Lion. You're trying to cozy up to Andrew, cozy up to El Normo. You need a daddy,
Cozy up to Andrew.
I'm looking for a daddy.
So this is concrete. This is exactly why before you were here, I was saying and I was trying to.
Sorry, go ahead, King. What did you say?
I got after King.
This is exactly why the Bible says you will know them by their fruits. I came into the conversation in good faith, just asking a simple question. This nigga starts calling people, oh, you guys are idiots. Is that necessary? That was the way you're crashing out.
Alessandro for 2 hours straight.
Alessandro is an idiot. Alessandro is an idiot. Alessandro is an idiot. He is a fucking deceptive fucking liar, fucking half-wit. Alessandro is a systematic half-wit fucking liar. Yes.
What should we call it?
Sorry if that bothers you. Sorry it bothers you that Alessandro's a half-wit. Sorry. Are we supposed to ignore it? Because Bart doesn't like Alessandro's a half-wit?
Hold on.
Alessandro's full of shit? Are we supposed to ignore it?
Hold on, brothers.
Monkey brain.
This is why
Yo, I knew Bart said I found me a wounded puppy that I'm gonna nurture back to health. You found a fucking weirdo. You found a fucking skunk who's gonna stink up your house. You thought it was a fucking puppy. It was a skunk.
I found you, did I?
This is why
Nigga, I'm still trying to help you get out of that cult of Catholicism. Still trying to help you get out of that cult. But you want the cult more than you want anything else. You want that cult more than you want truth.
This is why.
You want to fucking heal wounded puppies more than you want the fucking truth.
This is why in Galatians 5 verse 20.
Malt liquor won't save you, concrete.
You guys talk about authority, but as soon as I bring up the Bible, y'all just
Same way racism won't save you, miserable man.
Yeah, so
Oriental, Orthodox, Jesus
hold on,
saved you.
just one second. This is why in Galatians 5, verse 22 to 23, it says, but the fruit of the Spirit is love, joy, peace, forbearance, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, and self-control. I'm not seeing much self-control in this space. We got the racist thing. Hold on. We got the racist thing. Oh, I'm not done. Please mute up then if it's self-control. We've got the racist thing that black people don't build anything, right? We've got the brother here, Bart. I don't know why he's crashing out about this type of stuff. And brother, listen, you can know a lot about the Bible, but once again, your spirit will tell upon itself. And I think this is very disappointing for somebody who's trying to have, once again, an actual theological, biblical conversation and respect. And this is the problem. You accuse, I'm sorry to say this, Barth, but you accuse other people of, once again, crashing out and not having genuine conversations. But I'm not seeing that from you either. Because when I hopped into the conversation, and you don't even know my position, you started attacking me. Then you got P. Mars.
Yeah, because you jumped in out of nowhere.
I didn't jump in. This is room for everybody to speak, and I just you went.
This ain't no wrong.
So once again, I started off. Let me remind you that.
After King, please just let me get it. Please just let me get it. King is a reasonable person. Just let him.
This is why I said to you, Barth, right? I was gonna set the tone of the conversation. That I will not. This is not a conversation for disrespect. You seem to agree, but then the moment you got triggered, now you want to say that I'm jumping in. Brother, please say a prayer, cleanse your spirit, because it is disgusting and it's stinking up the space. Please do better.
All right. Here's what I'm saying. Please let me get in there. Please let me get in there, man.
I'm telling you straight up, it's not gonna be no Hebrew Israelite prayer. It's gonna be the
Here's the thing.
You call yourself steel?
So as we're looking at the interpretation,
you're not doing it for truth's sake. You're not trying to get to the truth.
Thank you. Let me get one thing in there real quick, because I've been listening, Lion. I feel like my interpretation, based on what I heard, was either of you could be right, but what it depends on is the context, genre, and theological purpose for which the words are being used. Right?
Genre? What the hell? What is he talking about?
There are different types of literature within the Bible, right? You have the epistles, you have schools, you have proverbs, you have parables. So, like, it depends on the type of literature.
Oh, that's what you're calling genres?
Well, yeah, there's different modes of writing, different ways that language is being used, right?
That's what you're calling genres?
Yeah, that's what I'm calling genres. So when you look at the text, you have to ask, okay, is this an epistle? Is this a parable from Jesus, right? Because, like, for instance, if Jesus is telling us a parable, that's not something that literally happened, right? So if it's a parable, you should interpret it differently, right? So I'm saying do you know what I'm saying, right, Lion? It's not some crazy shit, right?
But you're actually you're in my favor, what you just stated is exactly what I was.
You're not in his favor.
Okay, well, I haven't. Here's the thing, man.
I'll
say this though.
I'll explain why. Wait, hold on. I'll explain why by the prompt that you read. So the prompt said in the Bible, which is the compilation of all the books that have been compiled together, right? So, and it tells you through context that it can mean different things.
David wasn't the firstborn.
Right.
And neither was Israel.
Hold on. You're right. That part you're right about. But this is where you're wrong. Hey, this is where you're wrong. Alessandro. But there you are. I'll show you. I'm going to teach you. I'm going to teach you again. I'm going to educate you. I'm going to inform you. I'm going to inform you right now if you be quiet. Alessandro, all right, I'm not telling you.
You should let Lion finish. Yeah. Like, you know what I mean? Let's hear what you say.
So, your chat GPT was correct. In different contexts, firstborn means different things. But in this context, in Colossians, what does it mean? And I went ahead and took the liberties and did the work for you. Alessandro, please go to the chat right now and click the Bear lexicon. This is another lexicon.
Are you doubling down on
Alessandro, stop for a minute. Alessandro, click the link and then read to the room what it says.
Please
read to the room
and double down.
Hey, Alessandro, read to the room what Colossians 1 verses 15 is saying in the Greek for the word firstborn.
Respectfully, I don't click links, but you can.
Oh my God!
I'm not trying to hate. I'm just being real with you.
Is there anybody here that's willing to, for the sake of this argument, because I don't want you to hear it from a black Hebrew Israelite. I want you to hear it from the scholars, the theologians, the people who actually did the research on the
firstborn in Colossians 1:15.
What verse?
It's in the link. It's literally in the link. I put it in the link. It's in the link. It's in the link. Hey, Bart, shut the fuck up. Bart, please close your mouth.
I can't let you spread like
I bet you won't. I know, because you're the devil that the Bible speaks of.
If you really believe what you're saying, like, we're not gonna be like, if you read it, we'll just.
Hey, still, you here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Still.
What's the verse?
Right. It's not a verse. It's the actual word for firstborn in context to Colossians 1 verses 15 in the Septuagint. In every facet, every book, everyone who's done the research on it. It's all been compiled. It's all been compiled together to give you what the word firstborn in Colossians 1 and 15. It's in the chat. It's highlighted. Look at my name and click the link. I did the work for you. This is what we Israelites do. We do that on every single word. This is why you lose.
You're just a pedantic little girl. That's why.
At home. You just lost.
So
that wasn't ad-hoc. I said you're pedantic. That's not a bad word.
You said I'm a pedantic little girl.
Please stop doing the immature stuff. Hold on, Bart. Please, like I told you, when we're discussing the scripture, can you put your ego aside?
Please.
Damn. So what exactly are you trying to read?
Read the definition where it says there. It should be wide open.
To bring forth, bear, and produce. That one, right?
Yep.
Yeah, it says fruit from the seed properly of woman giving birth. Absolutely, right? And it goes on to read. Is it mentioned in Colossians? I don't see Colossians here, but it does list various scriptures in which this term is used. So.
Right. It says here. So the word is. You see the Greek word right there, right? So Colossians was written in Greek, right?
Yeah. We said earlier, yeah, that the New Testament was
right. So and you see that they're taking this from the Greek Septuagint. You see the SEPT?
Let me see. SEPT.
It's at the top.
Bring forth bear. I'm looking at your PTR. Is there like a link you want me to look at?
Yeah, well, it's on my PTR, but it's also in the link. That's for anybody who's interested. So this is coming from the primary. This is the primary source of what this is. So this isn't somebody's interpretation. Hey, babe.
Yeah, and also, by the way, Bart, just so you know, because I know you're probably gonna do, you're a black. Listen, brother, I'm not even a black speaker, right? I'm just trying to be not biased when it comes to the scripture. I think we should listen to learn, listen to properly understand, to have a misinterpretation of scripture, or to maybe challenge what you think it says.
And also, if you see at the bottom, it references other extra scholastic forms of the time, which was written by Plato, right? Page 212. It means the same thing. It says to bear, bring forth. And then it gives you the Greek word, the actual Greek word, firstborn, is likened to a female. The same thing that females do. They bring forth children into the world. It's the same word for Colossians 1 and 15. So, by definition, when you asked Alessandro to give you the entire Bible of what firstborn means, yes, you're correct. That firstborn in different contexts could mean different things. But in this specific scripture, Colossians 1 and 15, the context means he was created. He was brought forth. He was created by another entity. That's why you lose. Because I went to the Greek Septuagint, where all your Bibles, all your modern translations are getting there from. Game over. Shut that Catholic shit down, nigga.
Okay, am I going to be able to respond? Or do I have to wait 15 minutes?
Go ahead, brother.
So let's go to this trifold book at the top, right? We're going to click on this book. And I know you're not going to scroll to it. And I'll read it to you. Actually, I got it in my profile. Chapter 129. Hold on a second. I'll read it to you. What it says here. And remember, he's arguing with the Jew. And he's giving them the Christian position here. 128. Give me 1 second here. 129. Too far.
Okay, before you start.
Yeah. Go ahead. I'm just going to put it on my PTR.
to the primary source. You can't really beat that.
Absolutely, Ryan. And just to bolster your argument really quick, Jesus was created by Yahweh and subordinate to Yahweh. That's why he doesn't show up at all in the Old Testament. Thank you.
Oh, chapter 126. I'm sorry, not 128. 126. Put it as my PTR. Are you guys here? I'm gonna put it on. Did I put it on my PTR? No, I didn't. I just wanted to make sure it was the right one.
I didn't mean to do this to you.
If can you read this, Steele? Because this motherfucker got me too hype right now. I don't feel like reading. Can't believe Concrete agreed to this. But as my PTR, you can read that first section there. At the top. And it says, but Trifo continue. If you had, again, you read it, brother. Because I think it'll sting better.
What, me or?
Yeah, you can read it. It's in my PTR. First paragraph.
But, cool. But Trifo, I continued. If you had known who he is, who at one time is called Angel of Great Counsel, and Man by Ezekiel, and the Son of Man by Daniel, and a child of Isaiah, and Christ by God, who is adored by David and Christ, and stoned by many prophets, and wisdom by Solomon and Joseph and Judah, and a star by Moses, and dawn by Zechariah, and the suffering one, and Jacob and Israel again by Isaiah, and a rod and flower and cornerstone and the Son of God, you would not have blasphemed him who has come and assumed human nature and suffered and ascended into heaven. And he shall return again, and then your tribes will weep.
There you go.
Okay.
There you go. So he's all those names. Way more than the firstborn.
Wait, what?
And all those things that were described are uncreated.
What scripture is that?
But the book at the top is chapter 126.
Dialogue with Trifle. Who is he?
Are you serious? You see what I'm saying? Like, and this is the reason.
Who is he?
I don't want to
Was he one of the 12?
and get myself worked up.
He was one of the Catholic priests.
He's the white guy.
Yeah, what the? Yeah, you using this as a?
Why me?
That's why I don't listen to these guys, man.
Why me is what I'm saying. Why would I waste my time?
Who is this guy that you wanted him to read? And by the way, Alessandro, I want to say you got a really good reading voice, sir. You are quite talented. I think you need to definitely get into like online audios or something.
Perfect. He's gonna wrap it up.
Yeah, it was almost like you were that that one British guy that says you were.
One mic on E-Money. One mic on E-Money.
Yo, I don't even know what the conversation is. I just press hand
He
up.
just wants to be disrespectful because he got it.
Yo, one mic on Lion.
All right, so I wanted to say that I mean I can, if I want, I can go find a Star Trek trilogy and have Alessandro, if he wouldn't mind, we can read that, and I'm sure we can find some sort of reference.
Download that book, Alessandro.
And as if that's some sort of word of God that we should just use as a.
I'm just gonna keep packing up. I'm just gonna keep putting Alessandro and keep giving him good arguments against you guys now, since you guys want to play this game. I'm just gonna beef. I'm gonna nerf him up.
I think actually Alessandro would be the perfect candidate because he has a neutral stance. So you're not really winning anything. You just.
No, I would love to see that happen because I think like there'd be silence. And then one day, Martha would be like, "You fucking idiot!" Oh, watch, you come out fucking just talking shit. It'd be funny. That's what I think would happen. So
I personally don't have an issue with Bart at all.
I'm actually gonna nerf him so much.
In a lot of cases,
wait to see what's going to take place. This is going to be so funny.
What do nerf mean?
These beefs he buffed up too much. Like you have to knock him down. Like he's too powerful. They gotta nerf him.
All it does is video game millennial shit.
Yeah.
They hang out with the kids too much. They say things like cringe.
So cringe. You just say cringe.
I just look at my kids with the eyebrow like, what?
You know what it is?
I can't believe
Mark,
this.
hold on, brother. You know what happened? Bart saw a mild-mannered, soft-toned gentleman getting beat up by two gorillas. And he said, it's obvious that this is an innocent man and these are wild gorillas who are behaving inappropriately, right? That's what he said to himself. Because it can't be any justifiable reason why a mild-mannered man have gorillas accosting him in broad daylight, right? Now just think about that reasoning. It's like, why? Why is that the case? Why is it that there's no good reason for two gorillas to beat and maul a mild-mannered man? Why is that? Explain that to me.
Because I'll give him this book, and I'm gonna give him many, right? And he'll actually read them.
No, the question is, why is it inappropriate? No.
I'm trying to keep up with the times.
Mark,
and, Alex, I can
you're not answering my question. You're not answering my question.
While you guys,
you're not answering my question.
What
is the logical? Mark, show me the logical inconsistency with two gorillas beating up a mild-mannered man and it be justified. Show me how that is not logical or true or plausible.
It's illogical.
Tell me why.
Because that means these gorillas are not working on full strength because it's just overpowered. It just doesn't make sense.
No. Listen.
Wrong. There must be wrong.
No, that's a fallacy. That's fallacy. That's fallacious reasoning.
What's the name? What?
That's fallacious reasoning. Yeah, you're fallacious reasoning because I asked you to show me what is the logical inconsistency with two gorillas beating up a mouse. Yeah, it is. You're saying it must be the case. You're saying, actually what you're saying is, it cannot be the case that there is a warrant for such a behavior, and there must be some nefarious or reason as to why this happened, other than it being
scenario. Yeah, because two baby gorillas could do this thing.
No, listen, you're not engaging with the hypothetical. You're not engaging with the hypothetical. You're not. What you're doing is you're appealing to some internal moral compass or moral standard that says that, like some sort of axiom that says that gorillas could never beat up on a mild-mannered person because it would never be warranted. That's some sort of axiom that you hold to. I'm asking you, irrespective of that axiom, what is the logical inconsistency with two mild-mannered, with two non-mild-mannered gorillas beating up on a mild-mannered person? Just tell me what's the logical inconsistency. Just tell me. I want to hear it.
Yeah. Let me answer this question.
No, let him go, bro. Fuck that.
Let me answer this question.
Middle-aged gorilla wouldn't have an issue with beating up a middle-aged man. So now when you're saying two full gorillas, it seems like something's wrong. It seems like it.
Why is it wrong? Why is it wrong?
It's a middle-aged man.
Because it's too overpowering.
But what's
exactly? What's wrong? Exactly. What's wrong with overpowering? Good point.
Yeah, no, because it's over embellished. Because you don't really need that much power to kill.
Well, you're just saying it's not necessary, but that's not a fallacious. Like if I could crush an egg and 5 pound pressure, and I use 10 pounds, right? It's like, okay, I used more than I had to, but like, what's wrong with that?
The problem is the fallacy in the question, stupid ass question, might I add, right?
What was the question?
That question up his ass.
What was the question?
Animals that was mild mannered first.
What was the question? No, just repeat the
question.
question.
Say that, dude. What?
We didn't talk about this. The answer. The man was mild mannered, not
the answer. The answer is
No, what was the question that Concrete asked that you said was stupid? I want to know if you even know the question. You know the question?
Nigga, we all cook the way y'all talk. I ain't gonna lie. We all.
I'm better than him.
You're better than who?
Oh, and by the way, gorillas are actually quite peaceful. So the gorillas are attacking the man. The question really could ask.
Even a mild-mannered one, right?
All right, let's get Converse on this. I'm gonna invite him up. I didn't see.
Mark, you know that, right? Like gorillas are actually quite peaceful. So like, if you do see the gorillas attacking a man, like you gotta really the onus is on the man. What did the man do to trigger?
Thank you, King.
You can't.
Thank you, King.
No, you can't make this shit up.
He walked into what is his property. I would guess. No.
So, Converse, on your reading.
No one should listen to Converse in this room. He's been run away from a debate, with formal debate with me about univocality for years.
Let's go, Mela.
Let's go right now.
What is
No, we're not doing it right now. We're in the middle of a conversation.
I'm joking.
So, can you give us the understanding of Colossians 1:15?
Or is that what you're talking about?
Universality. I'll explain it after birth.
Colossians 1:15.
Yeah, Colossians 1:15, and it's saying, "My firstborn." What does that mean in that?
Oh, yeah, the prototokos. Yeah. What about it? Are you asking exactly?
We have two gentlemen in here, so-called gorillas, that are saying this means Jesus was created.
Are you talking about the stuff that Liam was talking about earlier?
Yeah.
I heard some of it. Yeah, I don't think that follows. If you even look at, I think he linked the Blue Letter Bible thing. If you look at the link and you click Thayer's Greek Lexicon and just scroll down to Colossians 1:15, it says this passage does not certainly prove that Paul reckoned the Logos in the number of created beings as among others. And he goes on to explain why, but there are a lot of different reasons why it's not going to mean that. So number one is elsewhere where he's called the only begotten, his monogenes is taken as being the only unique given the Granville Sharp construction rule. So it doesn't mean the only begotten, it means only unique. But here, prototokos, if you were to take it to just strictly mean like the firstborn, as in like in the series, like obviously there's a lot of other passages like where God says that he'll make David his firstborn, right? So, it's like he's obviously not the firstborn, and then there's a ton of other passages just like it. It means like preeminence, right? It means the first in the order, basically. And I can give you like a lot of reasons why. But basically, you want to take the prototokos. If you look at the kind of structure of it, the syntactic structure of it, it's like the genitive is best taken as a genitive of subordination. Firstborn over all creations, like he who has authority over all creation, basically. And then if you just keep reading context, the next verse says, by him all things were created, right? He is before all things in verse 17. It's just talking about preeminence. It's not talking about actually being birthed out of a canal or something.
You're going to hell.
They say that in the Colossians commentary, in the Blue Letter Bible link that he put, if you read down, it specifically talks about the genitive there.
Wait, I have a question though. I'm curious about this too. So something was created.
Thank you, Converse. Thank you.
Because the question I'm hearing is was Jesus created? Is that what's being asked?
Jesus the man was born, but Jesus the Logos that became incarnated into the Son. Yeah. That always existed.
Okay, I understand. I understand the part that Jesus, so there's forms. So, are they saying that Jesus, as an entire entity, both the spiritual and the physical, was created by God?
No.
Okay, so they're just not physical then, right?
There is the mind and the word. There's the mind and then the word. This is within God. This is just a procession of his being. Which is triune.
But the people that are saying Jesus was created, contextually they're talking about the physical form of Jesus, right?
No, they're saying
no, they're not.
No.
That's why I'm asking you. Was it like Jesus as an entire entity, both the spiritual and the physical, or just one?
Yes, both created. Yes.
Both. They're saying both of it. That's why it's weird for them to go to John 1:1 and say, "In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God." It's kind of weird that they're even going to go to where it says the tabernacle in 1:14, which means he is the representation of the invisible God, which is said again. So it's just like, I don't know why I waste my time.
Well, it's like the kookiest people believe this, like Jehovah's Witness and Mormons.
Hebrew Israelites.
Yeah, Hebrew Israelites. So it's like,
But is he
Congress that
is
just
he named
wants to come
Jesus
in out of
like in the
nowhere
spiritual
and
sense,
dumb
or is it
shit.
just like God? Like if you go to heaven, like, and you're gonna see, like, what would you experience? Like all three, or one?
God said, or anything that
Read Ezekiel. Read Ezekiel chapter 1.
anything that's uncreated and eternal is God. And so Jesus has those attributes. He says so explicitly in Scripture. He says, I'm uncreated and eternal. Before Abraham was, I am.
Wait, repeat what you said to the beginning. Anything what?
Anything uncreated and eternal is God. Those are the attributes of God. Uncreated, eternal.
All right.
So Jesus is uncreated and eternal.
Okay, so like
very clear.
So Jesus is God then, right?
Jesus says in front of the Sanhedrin in Mark, when they ask him, "Are you the Messiah, the Son of the living God?" He says, "I am."
Okay, that's
You will
fine.
see the
But I'm
Son
saying-
of Man sitting at the right hand of the power. I mean, literally reciting it. You see that the high priest ripped his clothes, right, and spit on him, right? Ripped his own clothes.
That's why he got crucified.
Then, in the beginning of Acts, when you see now Stephen referring to Jesus as the Son of Man in the clouds and the right hand of the power, he gets stoned to death.
But let me ask you this: is Jesus like a human reference name? And like after this world is gone, you no longer call that thing Jesus, you call it God?
It's the Son, the Father, and the Holy Spirit. There's three distinct.
Yeah, he has a glorified body. Remember, he has two natures. So, yeah, he resurrected.
So after this physical structure world
He's alive.
is done, that's fine. I know, but what I'm saying,
He's alive now.
When you see, this is why it gets a little confusing, is because like when you go to like the spiritual world where there's nothing physical, right? Now let's just say you experience the God that you guys are describing, right? You wouldn't call that God Son or Father or Jesus. You would just call it God, right? Because they all equal the same.
Yeah, it's just God, yeah. It's just God.
Okay.
No, but they're distinct. They're not. They're the same essence, but they're distinct, and there's distinct relationships within the essence.
But
It's the relational quality. It's not the attributes.
That's only contingent
The
on
relational
this world,
qualities. Each relational quality has all the attributes of God. So it's one intellect. It's one mind.
No, I get that.
It's one will.
I get that. I'm saying, but after this is gone, like when you like, let's just say you make it to heaven and then you experience God, then there wouldn't be a distinction made anymore.
Will you still have a mind? Will you still have a mind?
I don't know. I'm asking you guys.
Well, I'm saying you probably will have a mind, right?
Let's say you go
Well,
back.
it seems like you would be a mind because
Let's say you go back.
And that's how we relate to God, because He is.
No, I get that.
He's tri-personal and has this relationship before creation. He has this relational quality.
No, I get that. When you say would you have a mind, like it's separating you from the mind, and I'm saying by the way I understand it, by the time you get to heaven, you are what the mind is. So there would be nothing but mind, right? And I'm saying as you get there to where this physical being. Hold on a second, dude. I'm almost done. I know you want to.
Heaven, there's physical. It'll be physical.
Heaven is physical.
Yeah, there'll be a new heaven and a new earth. So we're gonna get created new physical glorified bodies.
Okay, like let's just say this: like, if there was nothing but the spiritual, like you're interacting with God. Let's just say God allowed you to do that, right? Would there be distinctions available in the sense of the three, or would you just not understand the difference? You would just be experiencing God.
They're distinct, but they're so it's like when you're talking to Jesus 2,000 years ago, it's fully God. That's everything about.
No, I understand that. I'm not denying that at all. I understand that it's one mind. It's all God. The way I'm understanding this right now, tentatively, Jesus, right, here, right, to interact with human creation. So Jesus, like a human reference right? That was made available by God.
He's the Redeemer.
Okay, fine. Redeemer, which means something to redeem, which involves the human or the earthly reference, right? I'm saying when this thing goes away, when all the physical stuff goes away, and then there's nothing but the spiritual side of things, right? I'm saying at that point when you interact, or if you were to interact with God, where it's just mind interacting with mind, would there be distinctions made? Because the Jesus thing is no longer necessary. All that's already done. I'm saying, would you make any distinction between the three, or would it just all seem as one?
Yeah, there would be a distinction.
So that means you're going to look at three things.
Well, there's two ways. There's the economical trinity and there's the ontological trinity.
Okay.
So there's the two ways.
Okay, explain to me, like, what gives one thing, what makes one thing different from the next?
The economical trinity describes like how the distinct relation function, I suppose, or work.
Okay.
The Father is the creator, the Son's the Holy Spirit's the mediator.
Okay.
And there's the ontological trinity, which describes the like actual relational distinctions, which would be like.
And the first one, the economical, is functional to the world as we know it now, right? Like that reference is used. No.
Always be.
So like the concept of redemption, right, only applies to God's creation, right?
In heaven, you would be redeemed. You'd have.
Well, obviously, which is why you made it to heaven, which means the redemption part is now done. It's like you already made it there. Therefore, you don't re-redeem. That redemption whole process is now irrelevant to where heaven is this place where redemption is a non-factor, right? Now you're just interacting with like the grand of all grand.
Yeah.
I don't understand.
Redemption is like a socio-economic institution.
Which is, that's what I'm trying to say. Look,
okay.
I'm saying, look, like I can see the validity or why that's important to us right now in this moment. But when you make it to heaven, right? Redemption is no longer of importance.
No, that's not true.
Okay, explain to me why in heaven redemption is valuable.
Because redemption means that you've been bought and you're like incorporated.
You've been what?
Redemption refers to a socio-economic institution where a family or like would be like kind of like a small business or something, and they would redeem or buy a person, and then the person they bought would like have to work for the family or be incorporated into that business. So essentially, we've been redeemed. The debt's been paid, and we become sort of like citizens. We're under the household of God now.
Okay, great. So the redemption process has done its thing.
No.
Are you ever redeemed? Yes or no?
That means that we belong to Jesus. Like he's paid the price.
So like, if you make it to heaven, right? Have you redeemed yourself?
Okay, so like, it's not something that like it's done, right? Like it doesn't stop. Once you're redeemed,
redemption doesn't stop.
No.
So let me ask you this: do you continue to redeem yourself in heaven?
You don't understand.
I don't. I'm trying to ask. This is why I'm already telling you I don't. I think you're making it more confusing. Like,
yes, I agree with you, Mike. It's a socio-economic institution. You can think of it as like being a citizen, right? Like,
I understand. I understand your analogy. I understand your analogy. Like,
you stop being a citizen
in heaven.
That's what it means to be redeemed.
Okay, and I'm asking you, in heaven, is there some type of like, is there some type of socio-economic like process that takes place in heaven?
Yeah.
Okay, explain to me how that works. So me and you were in heaven, right? Do we know each other?
No, there's a confusion between the. Wait, there's a confusion. Hold on, there's a confusion between the redemption as a process and redeemed as a status, right?
Correct.
So we have the status of being redeemed.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get at. Now, let me ask you this.
What do you think it means to be redeemed?
It means the process of redemption has done its thing.
Okay, are you a retarded?
A retarded.
Okay, you don't even just shut the fuck.
Am I a retarded? You know,
Yeah.
He's scared, Mike. I don't know what he's scared about.
Get mad at him asking you questions, bro?
Yeah, he's scared. It's crazy.
The fuck?
What are you scared about?
Are you a retarded?
Or am I a retarded? I've never heard of
Dude,
that.
okay, so
But I'll just say yes, I am a retarded.
You are. So
I am.
redemption has to do with like being a citizen.
You keep repeating that. I'm gonna say it.
He doesn't want to go off.
It means to be redeemed means you've been bought, so you're owned. Like Jesus owns you. So when in heaven, Jesus owns you.
So when you get to heaven, Jesus owns you, right? Owns you, right?
Yeah, like you're his slave.
Does Jesus own me right now as the unredeemed?
I've been redeemed.
No, me. I'm not redeemed. Does Jesus own me?
No, Satan owns me.
Say that if Jesus wanted to own me, could Jesus?
He believes in Jesus. He believes in Jesus.
Right? If Jesus wanted to own me, could Jesus do it?
No.
Does Jesus own the devil?
This is bad.
Does Jesus own the
Why
devil?
is it bad? Because
Does Jesus own the? Don't pay attention to his question.
love is like a free will. God can't force you.
Does Jesus own the devil?
Yeah.
Exactly. So Jesus owns the owner of me, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay. So that means Jesus would probably own me too.
Just fucked his mind up, right?
Yes.
No, you're not.
Jesus owns everything the devil owns.
You don't,
right?
You don't really understand.
Can Jesus do what Jesus wants with Jesus' creation?
Yeah, but you're a slave to.
Is a slave a form of creation? It's a nice fake laugh. I'm sure you've worked on it. You got to do a little bit better.
Well, you're retarded, dude. I don't know what to tell you. Like, you're making me laugh.
You're copping out now. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't cop out now. Like, I want. You're trying to pretend. You're trying to pretend that this conversation is now beneath you because you ran into a wall.
Mike, you gotta let him get his win back. You gotta let him get his win back because right now he doesn't know what to do. Give him some time. Think about it. Stupid.
I know what he's gonna do.
Let me give him a.
He's gonna go submit some photos.
See, look, Bart even knows. Bart wants to help him now.
I'm gonna throw him up.
Now, Bart is a fucking Puerto Rican nigger.
Yeah, exactly.
What the fuck?
This is what I'm trying.
Hey, Jessica, that's normal for this guy. That's normal for this guy.
mad.
This might ask a question and
He got mad because he got caught a long time ago selling gay photos to someone else, and he got.
No!
That's this guy, yeah. And he came back.
Pics have redeemed more people.
And then you redeemed yourself, right?
Than you.
You redeemed yourself.
Yeah, my dick pics brought more people to Christ than you ever will.
I mean, look, maybe so, but like you have some issues, like that you find problematic.
Let's stay focused. Let's stay focused on that.
All right, anyway, go ahead. I'm not.
So the conversation is about redemption. So when you're in front of the judge, you have someone representing you, like a lawyer. Since Christ was in the flesh, he redeems us. For our sins, he suffered. Remember, he said, I've been forsaken. My God, why have you forsaken me? He's been forsaken. He's gone through all the things that people go through in death. So him as the Redeemer, he could tell the Father, no, Father, he suffered. He knows what it's like. I know what you know, I know what it's like. And that's what redeems us. When your God came into creation, he doesn't know what's to be human. How's he going to judge you? It's because
he doesn't have a God. He's an atheist.
I thought he was asking about after you've already made it to heaven, after you've already been redeemed and all that.
How the fuck are we gonna know? How the fuck are we gonna know these things?
That's my question too. Like, how the fuck can you do that?
Yeah.
So what about after you've been? What even is his point? Like, what even is his point? Like, he's just like retarded.
Mike was just going down some rabbit hole about.
No, I'll tell you why. Look, I'll tell you why. Look, I was asking questions based off of your prior statements, right? So if you think about it, I wasn't asking anything about my belief. It was based off. Okay, so when you say asking, I was only questions based off of your statement. So let's go back to this. Let's go back. Wait, hold on. Let's go back to the redeem concept. No. There's nothing to hold. Let's go back to this concept of redemption as a social concept. Like you see, Barth just said, how the fuck do we know? Why didn't you say that? Why didn't you say that part?
Wait, Mike. What is the point?
Yeah, cool. The point is this. The point is for you to answer questions. Why didn't you say what Bart just said?
I don't understand.
I know you don't. I know you don't.
Make a point.
I know you. Yes, I did. I made a point out of you. The point was to show that the bullshit that you spit out, right, is in fact bullshit. Everything you said.
Very vague. Be specific.
Redemption being something where somebody owns you. That's bullshit.
It's not bullshit.
Yes, it is. It's bullshit.
You don't know anything about redemption, I've read.
Okay, then okay, perfect. Now, because I don't know anything about it, I'm going to probe you on it, right? Explain to me, right, in what sense does redemption mean that somebody owns you?
In the sense that, so there's a socioeconomic institution in Rome.
Where if you said socioeconomic one more time, I'm going to kill someone.
Please don't.
So go ahead and start all over. So what is it? Socio what? He does.
Socioeconomic institution of redemption in Rome, where like you would get sold into slavery, and when you were sold, you would lose your status as a citizen of Rome.
Okay.
It'd be like you were dead. Like your wife could remarry, and then your inheritance.
I got it. You're dead. You can keep going. Go ahead.
So then, like, the state or maybe a relative, someone who likes you, could redeem you and like pay this debt, and then you would be redeemed, and you would become a born again kind of like you would be a citizen of Rome.
I see. So if somebody wait, if somebody pays your debt, does that mean they own you?
Yeah.
How? Like somebody has paid my debt before. Somebody paid my electricity bill.
Like,
right? When they own me?
Yeah. So like,
yeah.
God redeemed the Israelites out of Egypt. He paid like this debt for the plagues, and so.
Well, God owns everybody, anyways.
He didn't like.
God owns God's creation, right? Right, donkey? Right? Hello?
Okay, but the Israelites were...
God owns God's creation, right? So God's not really something that we want to talk about in this sense. Because to say God owns is like redundant. Actually, let me ask you this. What doesn't God own, according to you? What doesn't God own?
Your soul. Satan owns that.
Did God create my soul? Did God create my soul?
Yeah.
The fuck off! I'm a nobody, but you're being schooled by a nobody.
How am I being schooled?
Because can God do what God wants with God's creation?
Wait, didn't we talk about this yesterday?
I don't know.
Yes.
Did we? Yeah.
Yes.
Bro, you're a fucking good. You know what you need to do? You need to go and take more pictures to bring more people.
Bombaclat. I blame this on Matt, yo. Matt has been promoting.
Yeah, so I still don't get your point. I don't know if but that's fine.
So wait, why Satan owns like soul?
Given the fact that the Bible is like undeniably true, why would you deny it?
You can deny it for reasons. And what's so interesting is that because God understands what's going on a deeper level than you or I, he can be more understanding about it. So when you are damning people to hell, God is his own set of circumstances that he's dealing with. Because he sees the beginning from the end, and he is way more compassionate than any one of us, because We are the ones who crucified Jesus, right? The religious zealots amongst us are the ones that crucified Jesus. They're the ones that don't have like any room for growth or any room for compassion or empathy or anything like that, right? So thank you, P. Mars.
Well, I like to defend my view with like logic and reason.
Yeah, because empathy doesn't matter. You're right.
Do you have any empathy for a psychopath?
Yeah, if you tell me the story, I might, yeah.
Yeah, I don't give a
Was he abused as a child? Was he locked in closets? Was he trafficked by Jeffrey Epstein? I might have some empathy for him.
We'll have some empathy for the fact that I don't give a fuck about anyone else.
Okay, great.
That's very Christian-like, sir.
Yeah, like, what is that?
Listen, you don't know. Look, Jessica, when you hear a hurt man sounding the alarm of his hurtness, if he's not really willing to deal with it in a healthy way, there's nothing you can do. All you can do is like give him more opportunities to say, I'm hurt, I'm hurt, I'm hurt, I'm hurt, I'm upset, I'm hurt, I'm upset. And that's all that's gonna happen.
I can't wait till God's justice is revealed. Like, I read about the slaughter of the Amalekites, like, all the time.
Do you think you're going to heaven, bro?
I don't really care. I just want
Having
God's
the mentality
justice.
of I don't give a fuck about anyone. You think you're getting into heaven with that?
I mean, I mainly want all you assholes to go to hell. Like, that's...
I'm an atheist, so I probably am going to hell. So I don't
awesome.
But you
want people to go to hell?
Yeah.
Damn! Doesn't the Bible say, I wish that none would perish?
This is crazy.
Damn, bro.
Hey, Coffee, doesn't the devil want people to go to hell?
Yes.
God created a toilet for people.
So your desire is consistent with something that's antithetical to God's nature, right?
No, I love God's justice.
No. Your desire, you see, God wants to fix the sick. You're saying you hope we end up where the same place the devil hopes everyone ends up. You're doing the devil's work.
You gotta stop that.
I love justice. I love it.
You're fucking gross.
I want to see the look on your face.
But look, the story's not over yet. Redemption is still possible, isn't it?
Exactly, bro.
The redemption is still possible.
I'm gonna
so justice can be redeemed if you repent, right?
Sure, but
so that means your prime desire shouldn't be us going to hell. It should be us being redeemed and saved, right? But you didn't say that. Your natural weird dick pic fucking brain went to where you usually go. Your trash can brain. Look, here's the thing. You're hoping that God saves you because you don't like yourself. But there's a part of you that understands, maybe I have hope because this world can't save me. I can barely save myself. Maybe something greater than me can save me. That's what you're wishing upon. And you think by being the way you are right now, somehow, some way kind of benefits you too. No, bro. You're an outcast to the world. And you are responsible for why you are, by who you are, bro. And this is a reflection of who you are. Weirdo. You're a weirdo. Good luck. You are the fucking devil.
Yeah, looking for a hug, though. We gotta hug him, though.
Since they did not
I don't have to, let's see.
Acknowledge God. God gave them up to a debased mind, filled with all manner of unrighteousness, evil, covetous, malice, gossip, slanderers, haters of God, insolent, haughty, boastful, inventors of evil, disobedient, foolish, faithless, heartless.
He's justifying himself, Mike. There's nothing you can do. There is a psychologist that talks about righteous indignation and how destructive righteous indignation is. I gotta find it. I think his name was Eric Fromm. Is like once a person feels like they're doing the ultimate good, they are open to do all manner of evil, and we clearly see the desires of his soul is not for ultimate good; it's for the destruction of his enemies. And we know that there was a point in the Bible where God blessed Solomon because he said, "You did not wish for the destruction of your enemies, but for the wisdom to guide the people of Israel, right? And that's why he was blessed, as the richest man in the world and so on and so forth. But P. Mars doesn't learn that lesson. He doesn't glean those lessons. He said, no. I want to pray for the destruction of my enemies. Unfortunately, bro. But
I love
the Bible says, pray for those who despitefully use you. It says, love those who hate you. And you said, no. So basically, you're like taking on like a Muslim stance. But you take a Christian stance intellectually and a Muslim stance like spiritually. It's unfortunate, P. Mars, because you don't have to do that. You don't have to wallow in your pain. We know you're in pain. You're writhing in pain. What you can do, bro, is just work it out. We all go through it, bro. We all go through pain. But you processing it properly. You gotta process it better, bro.
Okay, well, I just don't like obnoxious, lying retards, and I love how God is gonna fix that. Like I just want to see.
You're an obnoxious, lying retard. You are that which you're praying to be fixed and damned. You're that.
I just want to see the look on your face when you get cast in the lake of fire. That's all I'm saying.
The irony. Does he see the irony? He can't see it, right?
Going right over his fucking head. He doesn't even.
Goodness gracious, bro.
I just want to see you burn. But praise God. What the fuck is wrong with you, my God? You want some?
But don't you want to see Jeffrey?
We got another Christian that like kind of reminds me of Andrew, where yesterday we were having a weird discussion about whether or not God could do whatever he wants with his creation. And here he goes, like being contradictory. Oh, God, Jesus says, love your neighbors, you love yourself. But then now he's saying, I want you to, you're fit for me, you're perfect. Like, what the hell? Somebody make it make sense.
Come on, Concrete. Andrew's way better than this.
No. Andrew's different. Andrew's
a competent debater. Like, I don't know what you're...
Competent debater doesn't mean he's not like a dishonest weirdo, right?
Well,
you can be both a competent debate. Thank you. So that's the metric that I'm operating.
I'm joking. I think Andrew's pretty honest, actually. But
you don't think that?
I think he really is genuinely quite honest.
Or look, if you believe that, then you just don't know enough to see what's going on. Yeah, that's okay.
No, go attack the Amelia.
But hold on, let me ask you, Millen. Let me ask you. You've heard his rant against my stance that we have this general belief that creators can do that which they will with their creation. Do you agree or disagree with that general intuition?
I don't think I have that general intuition, but that doesn't mean that it's not like, an intuition.
I don't believe you. So let's just do the inverse, right? So if you don't think that you should be able to do that with your creation as a creator, then you believe you shouldn't be able to do what you want as a creator with your creation. Do you have that intuition?
No, I think it depends on.
You have the inverse, because I'll just pose it as a dichotomy.
I think for certain
I'll just pose it as a dichotomy, and then we'll just talk about it in the general sense, which is 51% of the time. So you're saying that you don't believe that a creator should be able to do it with his creation 51% of the time.
Well, I don't know if it's like what percentage I put on it. Like, I think there are classes.
All right, see how you're being squirrely? So you're just as dishonest as Andrew, which is why you wanted to vouch for him, because now you can run your shtick. He'll run the shtick with you, and you'll be like two peas in the pods, criminals.
I disagree with your statement about the intuition, but that doesn't mean that
No, you don't. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. I don't believe you because I know that you're a normal human being. You walk around the world and you walk around the world.
Women.
Oh my gosh, bro. Just calm down. All right, we got you. You're the righteous sword of God. Okay. Smite the land. Okay.
The Amorites, the Canaanites, the Perizzites, Hivites, Jebusites.
All right.
As the
Feel better now?
God commanded you.
You're going to feel better now?
They will teach you to follow all the detestable things they do in worshiping their false gods.
Right. Okay,
and you will sin against the Lord your God.
Okay, you're righteous now. You're righteous.
You're really trying to enunciate that word. This was just trying to practice.
He's better than all of us now. He wants smite and we want love.
Dummy.
All right. So to you, Millen, I do believe. One second, brother. One sec.
Do you love Jeffrey Epstein?
Millen, I do believe. Bro, you don't have to center yourself, bro. Please,
People, he eats babies. Do you love people that eat babies?
I'll talk to Miller. And you, okay.
But you know what's weird?
Hold on, brother.
If
Hold
anybody
on.
were to ever, like, if we have to take a guess, who's most likely to be related to Epstein?
I want the people who eat babies.
They would pick you. You give off the most Epstein vibes in this fucking room.
Do you want the people who eat
Oh,
babies?
thank God. Thank God, Mike. I thought you were going to say
right
me
here
because
in
I'm
the
Jewish.
fucking flesh. There you
Do you
go.
want the people that eat babies to go to hell? I do.
They can't be redeemed.
Baby eaters.
They can't be redeemed.
Can everyone shame Dominic for a second because he
poor
called me
baby
the N-word in chat?
eaters. The baby eater had a rough childhood. The baby eater couldn't help it. He just likes to eat baby and drink their blood. We can forgive him and love him, and he will change from his baby eating way, and then we can live with the baby eaters. In our fairy tale land of utopia. We all love each other. Why are they eating babies?
You don't believe in repentance? You don't believe in redemption? How many Christians is this?
Eating me. If only there was a hell for these bears. How woe is me? Woe is me, now I'm being eaten.
What's your denomination? Alright, you got it. What's your denomination? Hello? Okay, run away.
Did you learn something from that story? Now go attack the Ameliakites and totally destroy all that belongs to them. Do not spare them. Put to death men and women, children.
Did you say Ameliakites? Fucking
Ameliakites.
It's
Even the
Amalekites.
fucking cattle and sheep. Kill them
Ameliakites.
all. Death.
You know what's funny? I'm thinking like, I've never heard of this before. But now that I know that he can't even fucking read, and this is him trying to sound like, you know, the enthusiastic fucking kind of Bible reader.
Now kill all the boys and kill every woman who is slept with a man. She's a whore. But save for yourselves the virgin girls.
Is he driving? Are you
Rape
driving?
them.
I am. This guy's disgusting, and he's disgusting and lonely. Mad at everybody.
You're just not down with the clown, man. God's
You're weird, bro.
Just get with the
weird.
program.
Let me guess.
Even in like,
Mike,
even
are
in
you
the
driving a
slow
truck?
cadence
Are
of
you
his
driving a
fucking
truck, Mike?
vocabulary, like the slow cadence of his vocabulary, you can just tell he's kind of like mentally off. But like in a bad
Mike, are
way.
you driving a truck?
Yeah, I can't wait till God's justice is
Am I driving a truck?
Yeah, I knew
Maybe.
it. I knew it. Yes, I'm good with sounds. I'm good with shit like that. I was like, I'm doing shit.
Mike, is it a Ford?
No.
What is it?
The truck that I have is it starts with a T.
Toyota?
Yep.
Yo, Mike, this might lead to our friendship breakup, but I really don't.
Toyota! Oh no, Mike, don't say it's so.
Yes, sir. Have to. Highest resale value.
Damn, Mike, I feel betrayed, bro. I know you for years, man. You told us about your family, your second born, your firstborn. You didn't tell us about this, Mike.
Yeah. Toyota, the official car of Southern California.
Yo, we're a bunch of V8 boys over here. Mike, I don't know.
No, the Tundra. I think the Tundra got a V8 now.
No, there's a V8
I got
car.
a Tundra. Yeah.
Quarter ton. It's a quarter ton.
Okay. You know what? We can forgive you, bro. As long as it wasn't a Tundra. Oh my God. Oh, well, not the Tundra. The Tacoma. If it wasn't the Tacoma. Yeah. If you had the Tacoma, bro. Oh man.
Yeah. No, got a better one.
I mean, borderline. I mean, it's borderline S. You know.
Yeah. But they don't have like a 250 or a dually or a 350.
If you go with 350, you gotta get a Ford. I wouldn't get it. And most 2500s, I'd rather go with gas. But if you have to go with heavy duty, then you gotta get like, you know.
Yeah, you gotta get a diesel.
You gotta go with, yeah.
But for the most part, like the shit that the Mexican doesn't heal, you could use a gas car.
Is it true that the Mexicans love off-road tires?
You know what it is in Mexico? They have a military, but it's like the locals. They be having some like beefed up, beefed up like old 150s, 250s, pickup trucks and all sorts of shit with guns and stuff on them. So that's probably why they like the trucks, because they represent that, state of mind. You see that? What is that? Oh, yes, I lost that. Thank you.
Haley, are you there? Will you marry me?
Yeah.
Haley, will you marry me? Haley, I treat you real good. Like, why? It's customary for a lady to give, the cold shoulder initially, but I've been at this for a while now. Come on. Stop giving me the cold shoulder. This is fucked up.
It's enough. She doesn't like you. Stop harassing her.
Who was that? Was that the death neck that just started? Yeah, that's the death neck. You're literally brown, dude. You're literally fucking brown. No, I'm not, bitch. Yeah, you're literally fucking brown.
I'm white.
You literally have subhuman genes. I have English aristocrat genes. Okay, fuck you. Anyway, Haley, we'll talk later.
Yo, who is he talking about? Is he talking about Miss Fifi? You better not be trying to push up on Miss Fifi. What was he talking about?
Haley.
Hey, Miss Fifi.
Whoever Haley is, I don't know.
Is he talking about you, Jessica?
No.
Jessica got a fan.
No, I don't have any fans, I promise.
He was talking to Haley.
That's a fact. That's a fact. You walk right into that one. You walk right into that one.
I'd like to keep it that way.
Yo, PMR's ran interference from Millet's lying ass. Converse, you there? Oh, Andrew's not here.
I just wanted to say I have new wires. Thank you. So you don't have to, strain to hear me. Thank you.
Sounds good.
What up, country?
You heard Andrew's railing against my position. So Andrew yesterday brought up how I believe that we all believe intuitively that a creator should be able to do what they want with their creation. Do you agree with that or disagree with that position?
In some sense, yeah, I agree with you. But I think the caveats to that probably.
So do you hold that belief in general? Let's say 51% of the time?
It depends on what you mean by creator. By creator, you mean like God? That's different than me.
And anything that somebody has created, their laptop, their artwork, their bicycle, their wood, anything that a creator has created, yes, and God fits into that category.
Oh yeah, you just mean anything, then yeah, generally.
Okay, great.
I think it's a little bit different with sentient beings, though. In some case.
That's just gonna be whatever outlier that you deem to be an outlier for whatever competing desires, right? We're not talking about that, right? Outliers always exist, which is why it's the general case. So I need bitch ass Andrew to get back in here and we'll discuss. All right.
You should sue Donkey Kong for stealing your likeness.
You know what? I thought about that. Donkey Kong. Fuck is Donkey Kong? Concrete, you're cosplaying as Donkey Kong. What the fuck is wrong with you, man? You gonna be eating a banana along with it? Yo, bitch ass Rehab, didn't I defend your bitch ass yesterday? And here you are booty clapping with this fucking white racist. That's because you've been contaminated by that white gene, you fucking piece of shit. The only white gene I've been contaminated in is the rod I put in a white woman. You know what I mean? Yeah, fucking honky. Nah, I don't know what the fuck he was talking about. Would he say something racist? You know P-Mars. You know P-Mars. I don't know who the fuck P-Mars. Who the fuck is P-Mars? The fuck?
Yeah, who the fuck? I don't run into
What are you?
circles. I'm on TikTok.
Never heard of you. P-Mars is one of those white boys who love black people and black people love him. But he had like a bad experience, so now he hates all of us and still loves us. But we still love him.
Oh, dude.
That sound like Andrew.
You're so sensitive.
Cosplays liking black folks and then try to talk about black folks' plight, but then he'll talk shit about them at the same time.
Is this a safe space for black people's feelings? I thought you guys were tough.
This isn't a safe place for nobody, especially not a puny, retarded, cracker like yourself.
See, there we go. See, I don't give a shit. You can call me a cracker, a honky.
Nah, I call people all kinds of names.
Yeah, I don't give a shit, so I call people names back. And it's like,
yeah, good. I don't give a fuck. I throw the N-word, I throw the C-word, I throw all kinds of racial slurs in this fucking faggot ass world.
Let's just all be friends and use racial slurs. Chill.
Yeah. We got Nathan, who's a coconut monkey head ass nigga. Let's see. Who else is up in here? Concrete's Donkey Kong ass. Megatron. I defended your ass for fucking hours yesterday. You fucking did you? I was away from my phone. Alessandro was destroying your fucking character.
Megatron's a beaner. Converse is a kike.
Megatron is a. Is that true, Converse?
No.
Part of the tribe?
No, I'm not Jewish. He's just a honky and he can't read.
No, P-Mars can read. He's just upset, man. He's blinded by his rage.
I'm just being funny.
He's blinded by his rage.
I'm not mad at anyone.
You know what we got to do? We got to say, P-Mars, bro, we still love you. Love conquers all. You know that, right? Love conquers all.
You know what it is, Concrete? When I was growing up, my mom said I had nigger lips.
That's between you and your mom.
Yeah, what? Is that a true story?
Yeah, that's true. It's kind of funny.
Yeah. So you got fat lips? Is that what that means?
I do got some big lips. I mean, it's true.
I don't want to know your fucking size of lips. I don't know if you're a homosexual or not. I mean, if you're if it was a female and she talks about how big her lips is, then I might want to listen. But when it comes to another man, the only big lips you're supposed to have is if somebody lumped you up one time and the balloon is skyrocketed into a big ass lump. You know what I mean? So good, that faggot's gone. But
yeah, he is on Grindr.
People still go on Grindr? That's a thing still?
Fuck is Grindr? Oh, that shit.
He was selling his nude guy on Grindr or some other website, and he was saying he was doing it for the work in the Lord or something.
Oh, Concrete, you defending me? Oh, wow. Hell must have froze over, man.
You used to always talk shit all the time, man. You know what I mean?
That's because you're a backward ass rude, but that doesn't mean you're like all
Backward ass. Are you saying I'm a Byzantine? Byzantine means backwards, you know what I mean? But anyways, Concrete, don't take offense to it. You know what I'm saying? Like, it is what it is. If Donkey Kong hurts your feelings, man, you know, I don't know what to say.
Listen, brother, I'm a proud gorilla. I'm a proud silverback gorilla. Right?
The only thing I'm proud of is gorilla fucking women. That's the only thing I'm proud of.
All right. I'm not going to ask what that means.
A big, strong silverback plowing the hell out of a woman. Like, what the fuck? What the hell you mean? What the hell am I implying?
Cross.
Really?
Gorilla fucking. That sounds aggressive, brother.
Yeah, that means no. It means you on top of the woman up on her legs, and you fucking. That's what that means.
That's how gorillas fuck. I mean,
no, man, listen, when I'm applying gorillas are known for what? They're known for their physical strength. It means that you're plowing a woman, man. You being a fucking man, you're using the physical strength and masculinity to plow a woman. You know what I mean?
gorilla fucking. All right, I gotta add that to my lexicon.
Look, man, it is what it is. With the mods in here right now, Nathan, Barth Bag.
Megatron's here, right? I think.
That's it. We're going to bed, guys. You guys don't want to listen? We're going to bed. Come on.
Hey, Barth, you don't know.
Shower first.
You don't know shit about the Bible. You know that.
It's bathing time.
You don't know shit about the Bible. You don't know shit about anything.
Let's
honestly.
go.
Hey, yelling at his kids right now, bro.
Is he?
Yeah.
Why the fuck did he come off mute?
He wasn't on. I don't think he was on. Was he on? Oh.
Yeah, he was on mute.
Nigga said it's baby time.
I'm looking in the chat.
Hey, question for you guys. So at the 40 acres in the mule room, right? They were saying some shit that white people ate Nat Turner. Is that true? No.
Yeah, it's
way.
true. Yeah, it's
Really?
fucking true, bro. Yeah. It cut
They
him
ate
up
a
and
fucking human.
Bro, yeah.
Hate
Them motherfuckers
runs deep, bro.
Them motherfuckers were doing that shit during slavery. Yeah, they were killing the slaves and they was eating them, man.
But they ate Nat Turner.
The KKK, even after that shit, even after slavery, the KKK still was practicing that shit, man. So they still practice that shit in some of these sundown towns down south. Or wherever the fuck else.
You're lying. That's
I'm not lying. This is what the fuck they do.
They do it in Mexico. They do it in Mexico, too. They ain't playing.
No. I know people eat people. I get that. I understand.
No. Exactly how you're describing it.
But
Exactly.
Nat Turner, I mean, I didn't know they did that shit. I never learned about that till today.
Oh yeah, they boiled them and pulled them apart like pulled ground pork.
That's crazy.
You know
Wasn't
what
bringing those guys back.
everybody
They
knew
weren't
that.
bringing those guys back that he killed, though. That shit wasn't bringing them back. But they tried.
took out like 20 of them motherfuckers before he God rest his soul.
Yeah, nah, I didn't know they was eating niggas.
They believe that if they ate niggas, just like if they ate the mummies and shit like that, they would get like the strength and the power and the glory and
vitamin D too.
Here's another thing though. They were also saying that black people showed white people how to shower, how to be civil.
No. So real quick, short, whatever.
You don't know about the Andalusian?
Bro, look, what would I know about that?
Well, like, you a chorizo and, like, your people from, like, Spain, and you worship the Spanish in the Catholic Church. I thought you would know about that.
No. Right. They were saying these people were black.
They were.
I was the one that said that shit in 40. I was the one that said it in 40 Acres, 2 Mills. I have the fucking book right here. The black conquistadors. I mean, the majority of them were fucking black. Majority of the Spanish were black, but at one particular point in the 1700s, they become white because they were already. That was already happening. What happened was, prior to, contrary to. The conventional history that's taught in America, in this full system of the education system of America, as I like to say, black people were ruling in Europe for a good part of a millennium. And that's what I was saying just 10, 15 minutes ago. 40 Acres and Mills room, somebody else was saying it. During the 1400s, that's when you started to see white people amalgamate into these particular areas like Spain, Portugal, Italy, so on and so forth. And they started they expelled a lot of the black population out of there, but some of them were migrating, but this was a process of that happening for a good 200 to 300 years. But like during the time of like Christopher Columbus, all the way up to the Spanish conquistadors, the Spanish Armada, a lot of them motherfuckers were black. All right, a lot of them were called what they call Moors, even though they didn't call themselves Moors. Just simply means black in the old dictionaries. A lot of them were black. Later on, they became white, because they fully got control of Spain and Portugal and other areas. And that's where you see a lot of the race mixing that they did, raping a lot of the indigenous native slaves, like the Aztecs, Incas, Tupis, so on and so forth, which is the reason why you all look, a little paler, but still have a little bit of melanin. That happened a little bit later. But overall, they were ruling Spain and Portugal. Some of these Negroes that you see that have Portuguese and Spanish names, that's some of them are the descendants of the motherfuckers.
Well, I learned something new today, I guess.
Well, I'm gonna tell you something. I tried to get that Black Conquistador book. There was a time back in 2023 of me in the Amazon Prime card, and I tried to buy it, and it's every time I would buy it, it will always say it's out of print. I'm like, wait a second. This shit. I was like, wait a second. This shit wasn't out of print a second ago. I tried to fucking buy it, and this shit is out of print. Like, the motherfuckers don't want motherfuckers reading books like that shit, like that, man. So, yeah, I also have another book called Spanish Art that literally shows these motherfuckers being black, like the Christian, the Crane being black. Fucking PTR, right?
Let's be realistic though. Even if people find out the truth or people are educated what happened back in the day and the white people were cannibals and all kinds of weird shit, that shit changes nothing for today. It's relevant.
No, it's relevant. It's relevant to the fact that they lied about history to get to where they're at right now. If you're talking about,
but the black people still, or Hispanics or browns, you say that, wake up in the morning, put your goddamn shoes on, go to work, pay your motherfucking bills, live in debt.
Exactly.
So it doesn't change anything.
But history is always important to know so that you understand that you're not living a lie. Because everything that has ever been done, the house that you built, that you lived in, was built by somebody in the past, right? So if that's the case, if we understand that concept, if we understand certain, like the very job that you work, history, and it has machinations and architects who built that shit, right? And the complexities of the business that you might be a part of, that you're helping by being that particular contractor.
To add to that, even certain careers, if you look at like certain career paths in the rule books, there's a culture to that, especially if you do like blue collar work and shit like that. There's a particular culture that has cultivated that career and the rules that it stand by. And who and what were those people mostly? Deep motherfuckers. Use your brain.
I'm sorry, all due respect. No,
he don't care.
Even if
fucking immigrant. See, this why I don't fucking fuck with y'all.
That does not matter.
Immigrant.
Wait, so the Kitover,
fucking damn immigrant.
smashing your babies. Wait, hold up. Wait. Soon the white Kitover smashing your babies and doing the shit they did to you. That don't matter?
Hell no, he just rather be a loser.
It's irrelevant.
Hey, look, it's irrelevant until somebody like eat one of his or some shit like that. Nice. Then he want to be like, oh fuck, like looking at all the signs.
You don't understand.
Watching crime shows with his wife.
What you don't understand.
Fuck out of here.
Total different social problems are for the poor.
I think
that shit is not.
No, yes it does. Oh, sir, you think it don't happen to rich people? Do you know how many rich go missing from university campuses and shit like that? You better think again. Hi, boy. You better think again.
The importance of us knowing things about.
You don't think nobody richer than you? All right.
Like his.
Absolutely, 100%.
Oh, okay. You don't think they pick you fuckers off? They don't want y'all at the top. Bro, that's how he ain't in rules with them motherfuckers. They only want certain motherfuckers like at a higher income. They find where you are, maybe because you ain't no threat to them. Get close though. Get close and be the wrong motherfucker.
And I'll get
That's when they start showing up.
I'm fine with things that are nobody.
No, you ain't. No, you ain't.
How are you gonna tell? Who's this? Concrete? How are you gonna tell me concrete?
No, it ain't concrete. I can feel. I can move the force and feel how you feel, nigga.
Hey, hold on.
This is concrete.
Don't bitch me on that light skinned ass nigga, man. I'm dark skinned, that nigga light skinned.
No, man.
Don't do that.
Yeah, look, hey, concrete. Man. See, this that separation shit I be talking about, concrete. Nah, look at that.
Nigga, you told me I'm Haitian. You told me I'm not even from this country.
You trying to delineate. You trying to delineate. Look at you. Supposed to stand on business. I'm ashamed of you, nigga. On the front line for this immigrant.
Hey, concrete.
Shame on you.
Concrete. Bro, how come you coon out so much, bro? How come? See, you're a very smart person. I think you're smart. I think that you know how to communicate fairly well, right? But then the nigga gets the best out of you, bro. You know
what it is? You know what it is, Elger? Because this nigga done dirty Mac me out. Get your ass back. You know what it is? This nigga got the disease. He got the disease that he afflicted by. You know, like Anakin Skywalker and shit like that. He could have been the strongest with the Force, right? Could have been the most talented and the best. But he decided to use his powers for evil.
He's a pure nigga. That's what he does.
I picture concrete in a board meeting in a nice fucking suit and those fucking going out on everybody, bro. Oh my God, I will pay to.
No.
Listen, let me explain to y'all, Chorizo.
I wish that I could speak calmly to y'all niggas all day.
Just like this. It's beautiful.
I wish I could. I wish I could. But because y'all niggas are so relentless with y'all unbridled niggatry, I have no choice but to speak your language.
Here's the dark side.
Thank you. Have a nice.
He's like, I'm just speaking.
Go back to the right side of the concrete.
Because of you and King Solomon, I gave up my nigga card. I put it in the chat. You guys are embarrassment.
Wait, hold on. You think King Solomon be cooling up?
King Solomon be cooling up too, man. King is right.
You can't say this nigga and say, I gave up my black card. What?
That King is worth it, you know.
Yeah, he's a little bit too much sometimes.
He's wilding out for no reason.
Look.
And he don't represent all black people, nigga. Don't do that.
He's just a passionate brother. I think y'all confuse passion for anger. And that's
Wait,
y'all
who's the brother?
Yeah.
King Solomon.
King Solomon.
Look, I had to beat up my brother Barth earlier today. I had to beat up my brother Barth. My blood fucking brother. My fucking blood brother, bro. I had to whoop that nigga's ass.
He never whooped my ass.
Shit hurt me more than it hurt him.
Not a foundational chillism fight. Like, what was it?
You know what happened? Here, I'm gonna tell you what happened. This nigga saw Luca get beat, King Solomon, some others, and he just said, yo, that's it, man, getting beat up. Little does he know. And so ever since then, Bart is like, yo, I'm gonna take him under my wing, I'm gonna guide him, I'm gonna nurture him. And he doesn't know he's fucking nurturing a scorpion / snake / fucking.
Look, he hasn't really engaged with Luca like that to see the dishonest nature. And so to him, he looks at him like he's an innocent bystander. All the while, you know, if you ever played Among Us, he's the imposter.
Kendall, how many hours does he need to be in the room to hear his arguments to figure it out? How many hours? It goes from, oh, let me help out this innocent person to, oh, let me shield my ego because I was actually wrong and I realized it. But
I wasn't wrong. That was crazy. Y'all be lying too. Like instead of just taking it out.
You sound like a black Karen nigga. I think you think you can help him, Bart? Because if he can, look, I don't, disprove his abilities.
I've taken every dysfunctional and made them fun. I mean, look at concrete.
Look at P. Mars, bro. Shit. Look at P. Mars. That's one of your true fucking, what's the word?
Maxwell?
Tutor?
The nigga that was sending news to Dick.
Anyway, El Trio, I appreciate you, bro. But the niggatry must continue.
Hey, yo, how you get that gold medal on your PTO?
Nigga, you see my percentage?
You gotta win enough fight.
You see my percentage?
You got a brown nose.
You see my percentage, Kendall?
You gotta win enough fight. How do you
see my percentage? I'm rated at the top.
0.1%. And this nigga's a 1%. He's a 0.1%.
No, I'm not 1%er. I'm 0.1%.
0 point. That's why I said 0 point.
Yeah, exactly.
What does that even mean, though? What is that? So like,
It's the highest rank. It's the highest rank.
Like you have more interactions than most people.
Just like Andrew has my rank. I don't have Andrew's rank.
How do you get it though? Is what I'm asking.
Good question. And I couldn't say you either got it or you don't got it, bro.
You definitely don't get it by drinking 9% Voodoo Rangers in a gas station.
Oh, my German brother. What's up? What's a good German Greek? I need to work on my German.
Gates.
Nine. That's goodbye. That's goodbye.
Nathan is all.
No, we're repurposing it. Like we did. We're taking it back.
Yes, Scheiße.
You get the rank. I know how I got the rank. They just gave it to me. You think I paid for this shit?
Oh, Dankeschön.
No, high Führer.
Dankeschön.
Dankeschön.
High Führer is a good greeting.
is hello. What the fuck? Y'all niggas. Oh man. Hi. Thank you. Hi and hello.
Gosh. Guess the name of Jesus.
Oh shit, look at Kendo. Kendo always trying to flex on niggas. Nigga, let me try to do some German.
Yeah, y'all think I'm on culture. Look,
Kendo always.
Kendo had a German girlfriend. Don't sleep on Kendo.
Kendo is that dude.
Well then, hold on now.
Kendo is that dude. We all got our bikes, but Kendo want to do the fucking front wheel wheelie / backflip type shit. Come on, man. We just trying to ride bikes, bro.
How do you hold up the 3?
Skateboard. I'm keeping up though.
How do you hold the number 3? I need to see it. Put it in the profile.
Okay, here we go. Lieutenant Motor.
I'm finna move, dog.
Lieutenant Motor. Oh, did y'all see the G20? G20 is doing a meeting in U.S. this year.
Uh-oh.
Oh shit.
Yo, I swear that's where Epstein got all of his fucking connects. Because the G20 is where either the leaders or the emissaries of the leaders all go to meet to talk about world events from all the largest countries. Bro, you gotta track his.
He was part of the. Sorry to interrupt you. I'm like, oh, thank you, man. The chocolate. Okay. Oh my God.
Oh, God. You don't see Putin there, do you? One of the greatest men in the world.
He was part of the trifecta, Epstein, right? So, yeah. He was rubbing dick. Yeah. He was rubbing.
Maybe he was like the Diddy of like the political realm. Like maybe he maybe he like the after party king.
Definitely. That's a definite.
You know what I'm saying? Like look, somebody did that comparison and I was like, no, that's kind of like a bad. But now starting to see like the kind of shit he was up to and the places he went. Like he had like, I guess like a little vacation spot in Crete and all this other shit and shit like that. Oh yeah, like bro
he was the Diddy.
It wasn't her. It wasn't him, bro. Maxwell, bro. She had a submarine license. To ride in submarines, like, bro. She was
that was Miss Cassie.
Kiddo, I never heard nobody put it in the way that you put it. The Diddy of celebrity. What did you say?
Politicians, yeah.
The Diddy of politics.
Like world leaders.
That nigga.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
Wait.
Yeah, the Diddy of world leaders.
Was Cassie a victim? Let's be honest. She loved them freak offs, nigga. Like, come on, what are we talking about?
What you talking about?
No, I'm just
bro, the Diddy of parties, what does that mean? Cassie was the Diddy of anything.
The Diddy of world leaders. You gotta keep up, bro. Like, damn,
I just got here, cuz.
Hey, just chill, though. You gotta watch that show before you can be a part of it.
Yeah, you gotta hang out for a couple of minutes, keep track of what everybody's on.
My fault, there's new voices in here.
You guys acting brand new. That's what I'm saying. Y'all be having these new dudes come in here like, oh, they were.
Don't listen to anything Barth says. He's retarded.
No, Jacobus just dropped this nigga off and left him.
I'm grateful for that, nigga. What the fuck?
I mean, if you get with Jacobus, you're already at a disadvantage. You gotta listen.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's insane that you mentioned that guy's name. He must be from New York too, though. Damn.
I'm still trying to figure that out. I'm Mexican and all that type of shit, but whatever.
I can ask you.
Nike, you said I'm under your wing, nigga. What the fuck? Now you're disowning me? Alright, man.
Hey, hold on.
Alright, nigga.
Hold on. Nah, I ain't say all that. I just said I'll look out for you till your keeper get back.
Yo, I don't know if y'all realize, but Germany is creeping on the come up, and they have a lot of power, and I don't know when they're gonna flip the switch, but I think y'all need to keep an eye on Germany.
For what?
Germany. What do you mean for what?
What could they possibly
Russia. That's Russia.
Concerns like why? Because there are oil reserves that they have in Germany.
It's not only that, but it's everything. If I'm not mistaken, the European Bank is in Munich. The head of
Germany's the economic engine to the entire EU.
That's what I'm saying, bro.
That's been the case for as long as the EU's been around.
And then they split their capital from east to west. All the while, what they did was they kind of like nationalized, like they put one of their resources in the national fund, kind of like the Norwegian countries did and shit like that with the oil, because they didn't want to go through the same thing as Venezuela, and that's how they got like a lot of bread. Germany did some shit like that too, but I just forgot which resources.
Hey, you guys do know that Germany is like something like $3 trillion in debt, and that's like 62% of their GDP, right? They're fucking broke.
Yeah,
and
that's how the Western world works, dog.
And they have
we all
That's what I'm saying. Like these guys, they talk like they know. They
have a Muslim problem.
No. Look.
We're definitely not a problem.
You can definitely, but you can come up off of your debt. Donald Trump did it.
He did what?
What? He was blessed. Capitalize off your debt.
He was blessed by a old lady and her husband in a country.
Many years ago, learned a valuable lesson. You can come up your debt as long as banks are willing to lend you money.
Exactly.
That shit, it'll stop one day. So Germany, lending might stop one day.
No, it's not only no.
That's
It's
everybody.
No. Look, brother. It's not only governments don't get money from banks or only money from banks. Governments get money from other countries, right? And so if
They
you
sell
as America, hold on, brother, hold on.
It's the same thing.
Brother.
Somebody's going to stop buying your debt, or they're going to turn your debt into the market.
Brother.
Treasury bonds.
Brother. What makes you lendable is your assets. So, or your resources or capabilities. America's military will always be able to do a Venezuela type of fucking get down or lay down for anybody in the world. We could be.
We're talking about Germany, not USA. Germany.
Hold on, brother. We're talking about being paid fucking thugs. And if you're a paid thug that can go anywhere in the world and do anything you want and grab anything you want, you'll always be bankable. Somebody will always fuck with you. There's nothing to worry about. Now, even Germany, I want you to look at my PTR and see where Germany ranks on GDP, and tell me if they are not a force to be reckoned with. Look at my fucking PTR and tell me where they rank.
They have an energy crisis.
Okay.
Oh my God.
Wait. Just tell me if you read my PTR, and then tell me. Okay, great. Do you think that when we talk about the world players, that Germany is in the same conversation as U.S., China, and Russia? Yes or no? Yes or no?
To be fair,
For sure,
Yes or no?
GDP, yes.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes or no? No, they're not. No, they're not.
In terms of GDP, yes, right? In what context are you saying?
No, it's not just being dishonest, bro. Please, just be quiet. I don't even think you can't just be honest because something's wrong with you. So El Chorizo, when we talk about my first premise, which was look out for Germany because they're creeping on the come up. We know that they are not discussed in the same vein as Russia, China, and America, and even I'm trying to think of somebody, Japan, Korea. No one talks about Germany as being the powerhouse that they are. Look at the numbers.
Concrete. I look at Germany as a business.
Dominic, you gotta chill, bro. I'll hear you out, but just wait your turn. You're just like ankle biting. All right, go after Chorizo. Go after Chorizo. Just go after Chorizo.
All right, bro.
All right, go ahead, Chorizo.
A lot of companies can look good, can look great on paper with their income revenue that they're generating, right? But once you start going down the line, going down the paper, you look at their liabilities, and it doesn't look so good so more, right? I think that's what Germany is. Even though with the GDP rankings, they look as number 3, but right behind that number 3 is a humongous wall of fucking debt that's getting ready to collapse. Maybe not, but The gravy train will stop once countries start buying their motherfucking treasuries and buying their debt. That's when the wheel stops.
All right, so now what you're saying is debt to GDP. Do you want to see where they rank debt to GDP to other developed nations? You want to talk about it? I don't know. But this is your
I don't know either.
What you mean you don't know?
I don't know. I don't know.
Bro, come on.
That.
All right, I'm gonna look it up.
I'm not an analyst. I look at things, overview of things. I don't really dive into things like that. At least I don't have the time right now.
I think the many Western countries work.
Hold on one second. I just looked it up quick. Germany's debt to GDP ratio is better than basically anybody else in the Western world.
I kind of suspected that, given the German fucking people, given that they're not even
to 63%, whereas the U.S. comes into 120 to 124, UK 100 to 105, France is 113 to 117. Like basically everybody else is in the triple digits. The Netherlands is 50 to 60,
which means that their debt is greater than their GDP, right? When you're 100% or above, right? Is that how you're reading?
Well, yeah, their income level as compared to their debt per capita GDP is the best in the Western world.
All right, thank you, Chorizo. Appreciate you, brother. Sorry, Stilgar, because Chorizo thought that Germany was about to collapse. No,
correction. Not the best in the Western world, but they're better than most. Sweden's got them beat. Norway's got them beat. Switzerland's got them beat, and the Netherlands.
Yeah. Chorizo, what do you say to that? All right, your turn, Dominic.
Shout out to social democracy. All right, I'm done.
Yeah, I think.
Don't forget we got a base.
No, what's up?
No, just that quick point. Go ahead.
I think that we should also consider the way that the EU works collaboratively, right? And I would even be, if we're talking about geopolitical dynamics, I think I would be concerned about what Europe will do as they, consider the process of de-dollarization in terms of not depending on the U.S., right? Not buying our treasuries, and just creating alternatives, right? So that they don't have to struggle with U.S. volatility, right? I mean, that's a real concern of mine.
What do you mean U.S. volatility? America's the number one GDP in the world.
You need volatility. Volatility.
I'm talking about as far as when it comes to our foreign policy, trade wars in terms of tariffs, threats to. I know that the Greenland thing is not going to happen, but I think that if I'm not mistaken, the Prime Minister of France had a meeting with several other world leaders where they were also considering limiting their trade with America and limiting their I want to say collaboration with America as a whole on foreign policy, because it seems like we're if you have a Republican in office, they may be threatening tariffs on London and on England and a bunch of other countries. Then you get a Democrat and shit just makes sense. You know what I mean? It's do they need to be worried about flip-flopping back? So they may be taking steps to be less invested in, systems that rely on America being consistent. I guess I wasn't meaning volatility in an economic sense. Sorry for that confusion.
You're talking about it in a policy sense, and that's a fair assessment. But a lot of that, I think, is surface level noise. When you look at America in terms of, so there's three different things, right? There's trade partners, investment partners, and trade partners, investment partners, debt, and energy, right? As far as energy and as far as trade, that's going to be in Mexico, who is taking over the bulk of it. Then, as far as for high technology trade, which is semiconductors for the future, AI, blah, 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 that's Taiwan. And if I'm not mistaken, they're trying to get backups to China through Vietnam, right? So those are the main trade partners that America deals with. So if anybody else is talking about, oh, we're going to trade to America,
Vietnam and India,
political posturing, noise, inconsequential bullshit, right? Because again, where you think about what's a systemic threat, you think about who's your biggest trade partners. It was the big three were Canada, Mexico, and China. Obviously, we're moving away from China, so now it's Mexico number 1, Canada number 2. And the reason why I know it, I was just researching that the other day, which is why it's fresh at the top of my mind. With AI, by the way, so
I went to a market.
Y'all niggas that's hating on AI, it will help you out.
About 6 months ago,
Can I say something?
manufacturing that's happening in China is happening in Mexico. One, because Mexico has the population, and they have the workforce behind them to do the mass production that fucking China is doing, because China's having a population control, a population issue. That's what I heard last.
Absolutely, Mexico definitely has 1 billion people in it. Like the thing I was gonna say, concrete, is that like the problem with the instability, kind of like political instability in America right now, like especially with the judgment, the Supreme Court ruling against the Trump tariff regime, right? The instability in predictive the way the instability in how economic forecasters predict the American markets in the future, the instability in trade relationships, right? With basically all of the Five Eyes countries have moved away, tried their best to move as much of their trade relationship, right, away from America as possible and towards China, right? So
what's the Five Eyes?
The Five Eyes is the intelligence sharing relationship between America, Canada. It's the 5 closest countries. We're supposed to be all best friends because we share the top level of intelligence with each other. Canada, America,
Australia,
United Kingdom. Sorry?
It's basically the Anglosphere, isn't it?
Yeah. So you're talking about in terms of intelligence? Because I thought, that's relevant, but we're talking about economics, no?
The Five Eyes countries are usually they share everything kind of really, really closely, right? They're supposed to be best friends. And what's supposed to be
Anglosphere.
What's supposed to be an exemplar, right? No, I think isn't Israel in the Five Eyes?
No, it's New Zealand.
No, they're not. I don't think it's New Zealand.
Why are we appealing to that structure?
Concrete, since we control the trade in the world, right?
No.
Our military.
No. We don't control the trade in the world. That's an overstatement. That's
oh my God. Guys, I want to finish talking.
I might be the only one that has Google, but United States, United Kingdom, Canada, Australia, New Zealand.
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
Let me finish.
Game 5.
Come on.
You're not finished, dude.
Nuclear. Pay attention, bro.
When he talks about listening to Millis right now, your Jewish brother, bro.
I'm just telling you.
You're stepping on his shit, bro.
He's a fellow Jew, bro.
I understand.
Yeah, bro.
Yo, Robin Hood RBI. Robin Hood RBI. This is Thursday.
When he said intelligence, you guys didn't understand what he was saying.
Hey, yo, line, you getting in on that RBI line?
I'll let him go. Go ahead. But I was gonna. Because you guys said intelligence.
Anybody getting into that?
You can't say. You gotta say Zionist.
You gotta say
Don't
Jews.
blame the Jews. You can't blame the Jews. No, this is different parts.
You call me a Zionist.
2 spots.
Yeah, so what I was trying to say is that Canada and the United Kingdom are actively pursuing changing their trade relationships with China, right? Because of the uncertainty in their trade relationships with the United States. And because they've been shown that even though the Supreme Court recently, last week, curtailed Trump's ability to unilaterally impose a lot of these tariffs, right? That's another that's just more chaos that's being added into the stream. It might seem like a good thing, right? But and maybe in the long term it is a good thing. But as of right now, right? You started off with a great trade relationship. The Trump administration comes in, decides unilaterally to impose these insane tariffs on you, right? And then once those tariffs are in place and you do the things you need to do to try to work around them, right? Then suddenly there's like a ruling of the Supreme Court that like, oh no, everything seems fine. You can go back to having the old trade relationship you had, right? But like, things in business, especially, like one of the big forces in business is like inertia, right? Like once you've done all the work, done all the legwork to like get moving on like what your trade relations are going to look like with other countries that aren't America, once you've done all the work to like move production to like, to not have to, to not have to rely on America as like an export market for like aluminum, right? Once you've done like the work to like not have to rely on America as an export market for like Canadian oil or Canadian lumber, right? Then like there's no reason to go back to having the old trade relationship, right? Even though like the courts like have decided that like the old trade relationship is like able to be done, right?
What point are you addressing? I don't get it.
The point I'm trying to make, the point I'm trying to make is that like it doesn't matter, right? Like the amount of instability, like it's not just political instability, it's economic instability for America too, right? Because they're losing a lot of their markets, not just their selling to markets, right? They're like losing a lot of their like, parts of their supply chain.
Who, America?
Right?
Who?
Canada?
Wait, to who?
What do you mean to who? Canada's renegotiating its trade relationship with China right now in order to like increase the amount of like goods that it's sending to China.
How does that mean they're not the number two trading
market to the American market for a lot of the goods that were tariffed by America?
He lost the plot, Concrete. He lost it on
I think he is. I don't know what do you think it is. So he's trying. Can I go real quick? Sure.
What do you mean?
I'm trying to understand.
Let me say what he was trying to say. Let me say what he was trying to say with the intelligence.
Oh my God!
Okay? So we gave I think like it's up to 6 now nuclear submarines to Australia to basically run. We taught them everything. Put them through the whole program. They have the same submarines we have. And we train them to spy on China because they're the closest to China. The same thing with Canada, because Canada, we can reach Moscow through Canada or through Greenland. Right? Because now, obviously, missiles are, they can go longer or whatever. We successfully get to Moscow with those types of things. This is the reason why we're in relation with these people. There's also others like France, like Brazil, all these places that have aircraft carriers, because we're not going to fully extend ourselves out there and not protect ourselves or have reserves. So we don't just use our ships anymore. Like after the Second World War, we had over 1,000 ships, if not more, and many of them stayed rot to rot in the Hudson River, not too far, in New York. And they were just sitting up there for a long time, enough that we had, we thought that, we reserve, but then we never accounted how much it's going to cost to upgrade these things and so on and so forth. So since then, they actually have written books about this, on how we should share this intelligence with other armies throughout the world, so that we don't ever overextend ourselves. So when it comes to trade and it comes to these things in the world, right, first and foremost, we're going to have interest in the countries that we have these sort of agreements with, government-wise. And not for nothing, I guess Millet is right. Like, if our stuff changes politically and they get affected by this, we're kind of, choking them, in a sense. So it is true. That is fucked up. But yeah, we give a lot of military stuff away to these countries for free.
So what I'm saying is that, like,
they use them in our name.
It used to be a unipolar world, right? Where the only major power was the United States. But, like, Trump is doing his fucking best to, like, make China there be a bipolar world where, like, a lot of the, like one of the reasons America was always so powerful is it because it had almost a unilateral stranglehold on, like, every other major, like, top GDP country, right? Like, America had, great relations and a, like, partnership with, like, all of the strong EU economies, right? With Great Britain, right? With Canada, with Australia, like, that type of, like, economic might. When America suggested sanctions for like someone like, you know, some entity in Russia for like the Putin's invasion of Ukraine, right? All of these other entities would come along with it. And that's what made American might so, like, so, you know, powerful. That's what, like, actually strength, like, you know, the effectiveness of American sanctions depends on the rest of these countries, like, you know, like joining in, right? But these countries are now doing everything they can to, like, untangle themselves from America in, like, a zillion different ways. And the reason they're doing that is because America is so politically unstable and economically unstable. Like, not economically unstable. Like, I don't think America's going to, like, you know, go into some sort of, like, you know, recession or depression tomorrow. Like, I mean, like, it's very hard to have a trade relationship with a country where, like, you know, when Trump had his first, term, he renegotiated NAFTA, right? Which is, like, basically the he renegotiated into, like, the Canada, Mexico, America trade agreement, right? And then that's supposed to, like, cover, like, a 20-year span or whatever. Like, these trade agreements are really complex and they're really technical and it's a long time to negotiate, right? And then 4 years later, he gets reelected and he decides to unilaterally scrap the agreement he negotiated, saying it's a bad agreement, and then, like, impose sanctions on your country that, like, you know, completely decimate, like, entire industries, right? And it's like that type of thing is coming from, like, the country that you're the most entangled with economically, right? Then you're going to try your best to untangle yourself from a country that's, like, you know, hurting you in those ways, right? And the way in which countries like Britain and Canada are moving towards China in relations to, like Canada just agreed to, allow basically Chinese production of, Chinese producers, like electronic car producers, to, like, come in and set up factories in Canada. Right now, American car companies have a very close relationship with Canadian car companies when it comes to, like, parts. Like, they, you know, both trade parts across the border all the time. So, like, when you get an American car made, like, you know, half of the stuff is, like, at least touched or worked on at some point in a Canadian, like, supply chain, right? Or sorry, half the parts in the supply chain are worked on or touched by a Canadian company, right? Now that's going to be the case with China, right? Canada's going to have that close integrated market, right? That, like, non-friction market where it comes to, like, contributing to each other's supply chains when it comes to vehicles with China. And it's not going to have that relationship with America. And that's, like, a huge, huge problem for the Americans.
I think that also is relevant because Concrete was mentioning, in response to concerns regarding the EU preparing to not do business with America in the same way, he referenced, oh, well, all we need is Canada and have several other allies, right? But I think to Milla's point, we've undermined the extent to which Canada can trust us. It's almost like if you've been tight with your brother for like 10 years and then one day you come home and he's, like, smoking crack with the kids, well, now he can't watch the kids anymore, right? And it doesn't matter what happens next. Like, that's kind of what it is. Like,
and also too, like,
so who exactly? I'm just curious here because just to clarify, who exactly is the one that's been smoking the crack? Us who've been taking in billions upon billions of cheap fucking goods from Canada, which, mind you, get touched all the fuck up from Chinese factories, and then they get shipped over to Canada to finalize the process, and then they send it down here, which, mind you, we don't have a surplus. We have, well, you guys are all smart in here. What's the opposite of a surplus? And that happens to be with Canada. So we have a deficit with our neighbor. So how much do you think that brother loves you when every time you make a deal with them, they're fucking you over? So what's so wrong with wanting to rewrite the rules as to how we interact with each other? And listen, if the Canadians want to go and do business with the fucking devil, by all means. You know, in all reality, it's everybody's fault that China's this fucking powerful because everybody got drunk off of buying cheap Chinese bullshit goods. And you're all fucking high on it now. Everybody's high on it. Everybody from the corporations that go out there and manufacture all of these cheap ass bullshit goods that they turn around and sell to you guys for, 1,000, 2,000% profit. And you guys are hooked on the alleged cheap aspect of the fucking goods, which, mind you, they're not, because if they were cheap, An iPhone would not be costing $1,000. It certainly doesn't fucking cost them $1,000 to fucking make the shit. So why are we fucking manufacturing shit over there anyways when they don't even fucking like us?
America
So, who's really getting fucked over here?
America doesn't have an overall trade deficit, right? So like usually we look at trade
fuck
like
we do with both Canada and Mexico. That's the reason why when he came in,
so usually we look at
he
trade
rewrote the shit.
categories, right? So we look at like trade in like goods and we like trade in like services, right? And America has a huge surplus in trade and services, right? Basically they export services around the world. And why is that? Because America's a service economy, right? Not like China is more of like a goods production economy and America is more of like a service economy. And
you're explaining something that I already know. Yes, we turned around and we sent all of our manufacturing to third world countries because you know what, guys, Generation X, millennials, why would you guys want to be stuck in a factory working on it? Switch over to the service. That's where everything is gonna be.
Why would you be hate if you sent it? Then why would you?
Why can't Militant finish his point?
It's a circular.
Like we listen to stuff, man. Like.
Talk for fucking 5 days when Puff was trying to make a point. He talked for 5 days when Puff was trying to make a point. Miller kept trying to on the sideline. So he said this talk.
You want me to read you that military? It's sad.
Well, fuck all that. Look. It's a circular argument to say that you're gonna hire them to manufacture something, and they get rich. Because they properly manage it, and then turn around and say that that doesn't make any sense.
Amadi, listen, I completely agree. This is the reason why I said that we are at fault for this bullshit too, because we got drunk off the punch. Buying their bullshit. We sent our manufacturing over there when we shouldn't have, and I think 2020 kind of opened up the eyes to everybody that hey, maybe we shouldn't be so fucking dependent on somebody else for damn near 9 out of 10 fucking goods that you have in your house.
It can't be the answer anyway. This is a country that was based on slavery, cheap labor. So cheap labor is always sought out some way, shape, or form. The next cheap labor is going to be robotics and AI. It's never going to stop, no matter what we gripe on, right? So you got to play positioning. Israel exports nothing but the number one export is nothing from the soil. So you have to think on that level. They're not broke by any means, right? So at the end of the day, Canada is now accepting BYD, electric battery-powered cars from China, right? So they're doing that despite the agreement, the sentiments that they used to share with America. It only makes sense. I would like to buy a $15,000 car instead of buying a $60,000, $40,000 car, $1,000 car that has the same exact technology as Tesla. Who wouldn't want that? I'm not seeing how bad that can be. America can do that. Matter of fact, Elon Musk could do it himself if you want to invest somewhere else other than China, right? Other than somewhere else like Africa with 54 countries, it makes more sense than investing into a kingdom. If something goes wrong, you can't control it, right? So there's better ways to go about that. But these jobs are not coming back. It doesn't matter what the dumbass Trump does. Whatever his solution is not going to work. It has to be fitted for the future.
I think the problem is going to be that I observe, right, is so the unemployment rate is never really above 5%. That's being generous, right? So it's not like we don't have jobs. Therefore, we need to bring back manufacturing. No, the average person has a job. The average person is not poor. Everything's fine. The problem isn't that we need to be in factories. There are more than enough jobs. The problem is, right, regulation. If you're complaining about the average American's quality of life or income, that's just going to be about regulation of wages, right? So that the issue is not that we don't have jobs. We have jobs. And I think that Millith raises a valid point about service versus goods. And I think that a lot of people also just think a trade deficit is automatically bad, right? But an economist that I was watching a lecture on was pointing out, richer countries don't want to be we want our citizens to be the thinkers of the world, not in factories stacking blocks. You know what I'm saying? We want our citizens to be receiving goods that we don't have to work to buy. To produce or build, right? Trying to get you to want a factory job is an interesting take, but that's not the problem. The problem isn't, and then also I think that goes against capitalism, right? If I open up a business And I was looking into having things like manufactured in like China to save money. But then what would you have the government do? Tell me I'm not allowed to? I have to spend $30 an hour to do some shit that I could pay somebody in China to do for like $5? He's like, that's getting in the way of capitalism. You know what I mean? So,
but like people.
Okay, so do you believe in fair wages?
Like,
the real hold on, real quick, just real quick question. Do you believe in fair wages?
One second. The real strength of the American economy.
I get it. You gotta hear yourself.
Come on, bro. You can't just like talk 5 days.
Nah, that's cool. Let him be, man. He likes to hear his voice, bro.
Go ahead, Puff, man. You should go, Puff, man. Let's not do it. Just go ahead.
No, my question is the following. You know,
this is good stuff.
You're being a bitch, man. Let's just chill, bro.
When did concrete become like the arbiter of like what's when it's right to talk?
You're being a bitch, bro. Just chill.
Remember, when did you become the arbiter?
Come on, fucking word. Look, let Puff Man get his shit off.
Let him get his shit off. What do you think? He doesn't want to go because this guy keeps interrupting him.
whatever, man. I mean,
this shit keeps. I was fucking trying to walk away from my car. My car's trying to snatch my fucking AirPod connection. This is unbelievable. Fucking Apple CarPlay. First and foremost, just out of curiosity, Luca, do you believe in fair wage?
Of course.
You believe paying fee? Okay. So why is it okay? It's just, but at the same time,
I think you broke up for a second. Oh no, it's
okay.
Is it just me or?
Nah.
I actually believe like the government should regulate wages to ensure that like a person who works 40 hours is paid enough to like be fine. Like the value of human labor should be considered such that if you buy a person's labor, the cost of it should be a living.
Absolutely. That's called a collective bargaining agreement. We have that already.
No, everybody's down.
No, we don't.
But listen, we're not.
Collective bargaining agreement with the unions.
There's rights to work states that don't have unions basically at all.
That's their problem. Their rights to work states.
Listen, we're not
their rights to work states. They're allowed to do that.
But can I say something? I'll take that as
yes. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah. So like the thing about the American economy that like people don't understand is like where America has its like advantages, right? So like basically all of the like exploration that's done by companies all around the world for oil, right, is like, you know, American oil companies are consultants on that exploration because it's such a financial burden, right? Like the entry cost to like, you know, create like it's like scope the ground for like where there's oil, like look to see how much oil there is, then like create the drilling capacity and create the, you know, the whatever, like pipelines or like trucks or whatever you're going to do to like ship the oil out, right? And create the refining capacity. Like all of that huge amount of investment that it takes, right, to like get any type of like oil drilling process off the ground, right, means that even the countries that have a ton of oil are basically always buying the consulting expertise of American companies. Right? So that's an example of where America has a real advantage because they have the technical know-how and they have the capital, right, to like basically develop these like undeveloped oil properties, right? And a lot of other places don't have that technical know-how and that capital like ready available, right? Most other countries, if not every other country, doesn't have like that specific expertise readily available.
I know, you lost me there. The oil. No one was talking about this shit.
No, but that's why like America, you know, sells more in services to outside countries than it does in like goods, right? And also because like
because what?
Wrap it up.
Okay, that was relevant regarding the trade deficit, but like
because what? Why?
Because America has like the ready capital and the ready expertise, right? So like if you're imagining like you're a small company, you're a company, right, that's like in Congo. And you like discover that like there's some oil like under your like feet or whatever, right? It's not going to be easy for you to just like develop the expertise internally that it takes to do these type of like hyper technical development projects.
Wait,
right?
you think that's
you know which company does
oil?
have that expertise?
Wait, hold on. You think oil exploration is like classified under a services business?
Yeah, this is not 1940, bro.
Wait,
if you buy consulting from Exxon, yeah, absolutely, it's a services business.
Consulting?
Yeah.
You think consulting is the same thing as oil exploration?
Consulting on oil exploration.
He's talking about an old system. I don't know.
All right, so Miller,
He's so out of.
Oh, hold on, Bart.
So
He's trying to like.
Yeah, I'm just gonna leave, man. I hate this conversation.
Okay, brother. So Miller,
Damn, y'all packed them up.
Miller, do y'all, Puff Mate, I'm sure you was out of hand. He is conflating oil exploration with oil consultation.
Yeah, those two are not even close. Yeah.
So you buy, oh my god, hey guys.
They're provided by the same company, but those are different services.
Exxon provides consulting.
Why would you consult on your own endeavors? You don't consult on your own endeavors. Okay. It's either you are the explorer or you're not the explorer.
Exactly.
Oil explorer. Which one is it?
Okay.
If you're consulting, you're not the oil explorer.
Point of moderation, concrete. Once you find the oil, you gotta know how to extract it. So you hire a company to come tell you.
I know. Listen, brother. He tried to. So, Mike, you're not paying attention. He came in to help. You're not paying attention. He is saying that it takes a lot of capital to do oil exploration consulting. It doesn't. Consulting is not capital intensive in the way that oil exploration.
No, that's not what I'm trying to say.
Consulting isn't capital intensive the way oil exploration is in terms of rigs and man on the ground doing work. That's capital intensive.
Is that what you said, Lilith?
No, that's not what I said.
He said the reason why.
Literally what he said.
The reason why companies like America are in the service business is because they have the capital and the intellect.
Yeah,
and exploration is capital intensive.
No. Listen,
when you, bro.
You're just getting me on the wrong.
As soon as I'm done.
Okay.
So, oil exploration is going to be capital intensive in terms of men on the ground and equipment to do the drilling and moving. Now, oil explorers aren't geologists. They aren't the ones producing their own reports. They're hiring those out, third-party consultants. I mean, I don't understand what's going on. If he thinks that America is doing the exploring because they're doing consulting, then what the hell are we talking about?
Yeah, so that's not at all what I was saying, right? So what I was trying to say is that American firms have the technical expertise, right, to like know how to drill oil wells and know how to like create oil pipelines and infrastructure that you need to like, you know, refine the oil and like transport the oil, right? So they have technical expertise. That's what Exxon has, right? And also other American firms like banks, right, have ready access to capital, right? So it's like a bank is providing a service. When a bank, like, you know, gives out a loan to a company, right? That's part of the service economy, right? And when like Exxon consults and like explains to a new oil drilling company in like Niger how to like properly create oil infrastructure, that's also a service, right? And that's where America has an advantage. It doesn't have an advantage producing t-shirts because the American dollar and American wages basically price it out of that market. So China has an advantage when it comes to like making t-shirts, and America has an advantage when it comes to like selling oil, like, you know, exploration services. Does that make sense?
Miller, you're talking shit and you don't know what you're talking about.
Okay.
The reason why, just shut up, bro. The reason why we went into services is because it is a higher return on investment. The transition from one industry or mode of economic development to another is all based on return on investment. And yes, there is an expertise associated with it, but the idea that we're oil exploration, no, that's not a service business. You might as well categorize that in like manufacturing, right? That is a capital-intensive business. Now, what happens is, because Exxon has tons of fucking money, they can be the big dog in a situation. But small, risk-taking, capital-intensive oil explorers are tons of them. Small people who are going around saying, we're going to explore. The same way they did it in fucking California. They're doing it in the 1800s. Same way they're doing it now, or not, I'm talking about the gold. But is it 18? Yeah, it was 18. Texas. Anyway, the whole point is, reason why we aren't doing it here is because it's been fully developed. It was a burgeoning business before, now it's fully matured, and now you need people to go out into the world and find more oil wells. And Exxon isn't the only people that can do that. You actually have a bunch of small business, small companies that go out exploring. Yes, a high percentage of them fail, just like a high percentage of restaurants fail, and a high percentage of businesses. It isn't, oh, that's a service business. Like, what the fuck?
I think, like, the point that I also hear you making, Noah, that I appreciate, that you kind of mentioned towards the end, is like, if we go towards manufacturing of goods, right? Like, the average American wants to make at least $80,000 to $100,000 a year, right? So if I own a t-shirt factory and I'm paying American wages, right? Just for 10 employees in my t-shirt factory, that's $1 million. Just for $1 million a year, just to pay 10 people. Do you see what I'm saying? It's like, now, if we scale that out and we try to convert to manufacturing shit, you will not be able to go into Walmart and buy a $15 shirt. That's going to be a $50 shirt. Do you see what I'm saying? It's like, if we pay American wages to manufacture things, we would never be able to buy any of the shit around us, right? So, like, that's like, if like transitioning back to manufacturing, as you said, is impossible because the cost of American labor has priced us out of manufacturing on a large scale.
And the cost of the American dollar.
And so it's like, it's everybody who's saying, like, we need to be making our own shit. I'm like, bro, you do not even want to do that, because then you won't be able to afford shit. Because, like, I'm looking at a grill in the backyard right now, bought for like less than $300. Imagine if you had to, like, pay Americans to make this shit, bro. It would be $1,000 grill. Let's be honest. So it's like,
okay, so like, to my question, if I may, earlier, because I know I was getting interrupted by the unfortunate technical difficulties that I was having. So, do you believe in fair wages, Lucas?
I believe wages should be, everybody should get paid a living wage.
Okay, a living wage. Okay, you believe everyone should be paid a living wage. So here in the U.S., you believe that Americans who are going to try to put that grill together should be paid, what, anywhere between $25 to maybe $28 an hour, right? And then the company's going to have to suck up the extra expenses like government mandated health insurance, dental, all the other stuff, right?
No,
because they deserve that. Because they're American workers, right?
No, I think we should just keep importing shit from China so that it doesn't cost that much.
But at the same time, you pound your chest for Americans to be paid a fair living wage. So do you believe that these people in China who are being basically encouraged by the CCP to come out of the trenches, because mind you, these are not very well-educated people who are putting together your iPhones. They're being indulged, if you will, to come down to the main base from the farms to put these goods for Americans and Indians, put them together. You're okay with cheap labor elsewhere, just not here. Am I getting that correct?
I believe that, yeah, we're in a true dichotomy. I think we find ourselves in a true dichotomy where we have to choose the lesser of two evils.
Well, no, it's not a dichotomy. It's just called hypocrisy. You're confusing one for the other. So you can't tell Americans, hey, you can't have a job working for Weber Grill that may or may not pay you a quote-unquote living wage. But hey, as long as the grill comes from China or Vietnam, I don't give a shit how it was made, what kind of toxic paint was used, and whether those people were even paid for that matter. But as long as I was able to go to Walmart and buy it for $175, that's all that matters.
That's not
so
the case.
Is that the dichotomy?
No,
that's the dichotomy.
if you're done, I really just want to clarify what I'm saying real quick. So the dichotomy is we can import or export. That's a true dichotomy. We can import or we can export. I'm sorry, we can manufacture it here or we can import it. That's the dichotomy, right? So we can make things around us cost $1,000, right? Or we can, that's the question. And so if that's the choice, obviously I don't want to make everything so expensive we can't afford shit, because that's obviously fucking stupid, right? Now, if the other option is to import from China, that's what I'm gonna pick to do.
Also, like, people don't realize that there's like an exchange with all of these things, right? So like, if you like, you know, want to start producing all of your like goods or whatever in America, right? Then like the average person is going to have money to like spend. So like, I'll start from the beginning. In a modern economy, spending is my income and vice versa, right? So like, when I go to like the convenience store and I buy like a chocolate bar, right? Me buying the chocolate bar is the income for the convenience store, right? So like, when you make things so expensive that like it becomes prohibitive for like the average person, like imagine we have to like, you know, we were importing chocolate bars at like, you know, $1 per bar, and now we have to make them and it's like $3 per chocolate bar, right? So like less of the average expendable income is going to be going towards buying those $3 chocolate bars. And that means less revenue overall for the convenience store, right? So it's not just about like, you know, outpricing yourself from being able to buy things, right? It's about like how much money is being like transferred to all of the different people whose like revenue is dependent on other people's spending, right? Because like, again, if everything becomes more expensive, that means there's less overall like spending on like, let's just look at like things like convenience stores. There will be less overall spending in things like convenience stores because people will have less disposable income. And less overall spending in things like convenience stores means less convenience store owners getting revenue. And less convenience store owners getting revenue means less convenience stores open. And less convenience stores open means less people employed. You understand what I'm saying? So it's like there are knock-on effects on everything. And it's good to just like, you know, want it onshore everything, all of your production.
Well, it would make sense if my great-grandparents and grandparents' generation didn't actually live off the means of what they made, and they weren't trying to keep up with the Joneses. Because when I hear this argument of people are going to have less disposable income, well, what happened to the income back in the 50s and 60s? I mean, people still had disposable income. They were just allocating it to the things that they knew were needed. So now what we have is a society that's encouraged to utilize this disposable income for absolute jack. Nothing of value. Just dispose of it because it's quote unquote disposable income. You know, we used to be a society that used to save money and buy shit when we actually had the money to buy the shit. We've now become basically a zombie, or more like a prostitute society, where we're constantly expected to go and buy. It's okay to mass produce your own shit, and even if it's out of the reach of people in the immediate moment, they will still have access to those same goods. It'll just take them longer. The only reason why we moved towards this quote-unquote foreign goods exchange was because it was allegedly going to make goods cheaper. But did it really make goods cheaper? When you really look at the exchange dollar for yuan, and you look at the exchange rate, and you look at how much the item ends up costing once it's put on the retail shelf here in the U.S., it turns out to be the same amount that you would have paid with inflation if it would have been made onshore, and you would have had to wait, I don't know, maybe 3 to 6 months to actually get the good, rather than getting it right away at the alleged underinflated price, which is still inflated. So we're playing games with the numbers to make it seem like it's more accessible, but it's not.
I think like in the 50s and those times you alluded to, people had the benefit of the New Deal just having been, you know, the inertial effects of that were still pretty strong in the 50s, 60s, and 70s.
In the
also,
50s. After World War II, there were
Do you know what our production output was in those decades?
Wait. Wow.
I'm asking you a serious question. Do you know what the production output for the country was at that between those 2 decades, between the 50s and 60s?
Are you asking what like the GDP was or what?
In general, the overall production output, meaning all products produced in the U.S. between those 2 decades, do you know what the volume?
I don't know the GDP of the country from 1950 to 1960 combined. But what I can say is I'll concede the point that we definitely manufactured more stuff here. People had higher quality of life and living. But I think that also what we're gonna forget is like we hear these arguments like, okay, well the average American today isn't living with the same like financial freedom that Americans used to back in the day. But I think that's because of the erosion of the social safety net and the erosion of the American. It's like, for instance, in the 50s and 60s, the corporate tax rate was at one point over 70%, right? For sure, right? And then that money is used to lubricate people's access to education, right? So that's why, like, our grandparents could be a waiter and then pay to go to college, right? But our parents are graduating like $5 million in. So I'm sorry, our kids are graduating like tens of thousands of dollars in debt. You see what I'm saying? Because it's like we're not as invested in the society as
but you're comparing apples to oranges, Luke. I don't know where you're going with the tuition part.
Let me right. It's like what I'm saying is, it's not as simple as if we just bring back manufacturing, we'll be able to live the way that our grandparents lived, right? And like everybody buying, like it was normal to buy a house by the time you're like it's normal to like one person works, the wife doesn't even have to work. We don't live in that society anymore, right? 2 people typically need to have a job in order for a house to function, right? So it's like when the problems that we see are not as simple as we don't like manufacture on assembly lines anymore. It's going to be a range of social issues that have changed that need to be addressed, particularly the fact that society is a garden and you have to water it with tax revenue, right? That is a fact. Society is a garden and you have to water it. If you don't water it, it'll fucking become weeds.
So your point is that when we produced more, we were able to have a 1 income 2 parent household, but now that we produce less, a 2 parent household has to work more and the kids does have to end up in daycare. So we're better off
when society was
correlation is not causation, my friend.
Yeah, I think
of course not. It never is. But actions don't have reactions. Of course they don't.
It seems like you were listening to like.
Make your point, bro. Just make your point, bro. Just make your point, bro.
And I think like you don't have to cry, right? So
I just don't want to hear you cry. That's the whole point. Don't want to hear you cry. I'm advising you not to cry.
Right. So like the point that I'm saying is right. It's not, right? When I use the word not, I'm saying it's not as simple
Let
as
that nigga cry.
manufacturing.
That's his problem now. Everybody around him has just been letting him cry.
It's not about like manufacturing.
That's why he needs a big bro like you, concrete.
Quality of living, right?
Beat his ass, bro.
You see what I'm saying? So it's like, if you, right? I don't know, Miller. I think the conversation's gone to shit. Whatever.
No, Puff Man, it's real simple, bro. Manufacturing. So look, bro, I'm gonna use this example so you could like, understand it. Basically, we were hunter-gatherers, right? Then we were agrarian, then we were industrialized, and now we're financialized, right? And as we went from hunter-gatherer to agrarian to industrialized to financialized, the work got less back-breaking and more intellectual, right? So in the world that we live in, the 350 Americans that are here, we are constantly importing more brain power to make us more competitive in the world, more able to take advantage of all the financialization opportunities, right? all of the sophisticated opportunities. But what happened is there is a percentage of underdeveloped, and it's intentionally underdeveloped such that you see the ills and society that we do. Also, there is an attack on the middle class. And the attack on the middle class isn't the problem of offshoring manufacturing. The problem of attacking the middle class is what the upper class did in order to destabilize us and make us politically impotent, right? So think of it like this. If you and I had healthy families with wives and children, and I went to my neighbor, I looked at your beautifully manicured yard, and I said, hey, Puff Man, I don't like what's happening with healthcare. And then Puff Man said to myself, hey, Concrete, you know what? You're right, bro. I don't like what's going on with healthcare. You and I would agree that we need to do something about it, right? And we would have our wives and our children behind us because it's their best interest too. And then we would just continue to foment that sentiment throughout the community such that everybody in the middle class is on the same fucking page at the same fucking time. And then guess what? Anything we wanted, we would get. Now, with us as the middle class having all of that power, what does that mean? It's a zero-sum game. So the more power we have, the less power they have. Do you agree or disagree?
Absolutely agree with you, kid.
Okay, great. So the whole us becoming a more financialized service-based industry community has nothing to do with the deterioration of the middle class. It's a part of it, but only in the way that they already attacked us on the entertainment front, they attacked us on the spiritual front, they attacked us on the relationship front, right? They said, how do we destabilize these people? Okay, why don't we make a caricature or a cartoon out of their religious system where men are going to look at it and say, I don't want to be a part of that. Why don't we destabilize their marriages by saying you can get divorced for any reason, and when you get divorced, we'll take 50% from the man and give it to you, right? What about incentivizing bad behavior and bad decision making? If you don't want to have your kids, if you don't want to get married, when you get divorced or you have a kid out of wedlock and you don't have all this, we'll take care of you, Moynihan report, right? And so what is systematically done is make the middle class less powerful. And the poor class is already taken care of. Nobody gives a fuck about them, right? They have no voice. They have no significance in the grand scheme of things. So they're taken care of. So who else do the elite have to worry about in terms of their power structure? The middle class. And that's not NAFTA. That's something else. That's something else. Shareholder versus stakeholder dynamics, on and on and on. Your CEOs were paid like 10 times an average employee. Now it's like 300 times. And the government is out that, right? That's nothing to do with what is happening in manufacturing. Thank you. Have a nice day. Is that it? We're done?
I think they're done with it, Concrete. Think you've talked enough sense as the big bro. They have finally realized that submission is the only way out.
Cut that nigga.
Yo, Miller's the fucking, economy expert. Isn't saying anything, so he's probably AFK, away from his keyboard. Is that true, Miller?
I don't know what you said, but it sure sounded good.
Yeah, definitely did. Hey, yo, Lion, what do you think of, have you looked into Robin Hood RVI?
What's Robin Hood RVI, bro? You've been saying it.
So, in order to be a venture capitalist, you gotta have $1 million liquid, $200,000. This, you gotta jump through a bunch of different rings.
Talking about an accredited investor?
Right. So essentially,
that's different from venture capitalists.
Well, either or. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I appreciate that. But it is the same thing, right? Because venture capitalists is the ones that get into.
Oh my gosh.
All right, Concrete. Look, RVI, to answer your question, RVI is basically a new vehicle that Robinhood created where they are going to go out and they're basically going to put money behind all of these companies that are headed towards IPO. They're not there yet. They're still all privately owned. And they're compiling these companies, they're putting money into it, and then they're bundling it. I wouldn't say they're bundling it as a securities, but essentially they're going to let you buy it as if it was a single share of a stock. It's going to trade on NASDAQ's floor under RVI, under the ticker stock RVI, and you'll be able to basically hold into a fund that will invest into these companies pre-IPO, and then obviously that allows you to, gain access to the winnings, if you will, of these companies before they actually.
It sounds like an ETF.
Sort of, kind of, but it's not.
Wait, what's the difference?
We better not be talking about GameStop.
Please, let's tell me what's the difference.
It's not meme. It's not meme. I mean,
What's the difference?
Again, when they say meme.
What's the difference, Puffman, between an ETF and what you're describing?
An ETF trades companies that are publicly available.
No. Exchange traded fund.
These are pre-IPO.
No. Exchange traded fund. So think about Michael Saylor, right? Michael Saylor bought Bitcoin and then sold shares of his company, right?
Yeah, Microsoft.
Or his ETF. Yeah. So that one is tied to the value of Bitcoin, right?
Right.
Okay. He could have done that with sneakers, correct?
Right.
He could have done it with basketballs, correct?
Yes, he could have done it.
Okay, all right. So doing it with private companies, tell me the difference between Bitcoin, basketballs, and sneakers. Go ahead.
So I think what he's saying is these are companies that are private that haven't. They haven't.
What's the difference between that, a basketball, Bitcoin, and a sneaker?
An ETF is just a bundle of public equities. Explaining if it's traded.
It doesn't have to be public. It doesn't have to be public equities.
No. It doesn't have to be. But if it's traded, if it's an ETF, you can as a commercial investor invest into, and it's traded on one of the stock exchanges, then it will have public companies.
No, it doesn't have to have public companies.
Okay. Maybe I'm wrong about that.
The underlying asset could be anything. So take it like this. You invest in an asset. The asset either going to increase, decrease in value. You then have that company, that structure that bought that asset. That's what's being traded. Do you understand? Not the underlying asset. Think of a REIT. A REIT owns real estate. The real estate goes up in value because of the leases, so on and so forth, right? The appreciation and the rent increases, right? You then buy shares of the REIT, right? Doesn't matter what the underlying asset is. It could be public companies, private companies, Bitcoin, sneakers, basketballs. You get it?
Right, so RVI is a closed-end fund that intends to invest primarily in private companies operating at the frontiers of their industries, a listed name, and then it's just RVI, which stands for Robinhood Venture Fund.
So did you ask if it's an ETF?
Hey, come on, get your stuff.
No, that was not a question to an AI. I'm giving you the description that...
You could ask it if it's an ETF. It's fund, closed-end fund, open-end fund. Those are all just... Because exchange-traded funds, ETF. Exchange, NASDAQ. Traded on the NASDAQ fund. Thank you.
All right. So no, but REITs are only available.
We're wrong.
One second. Concrete.
No, be quiet, Mel. Be quiet and let Puffman go. It's an analogy. It's an analogy, Mel. You're not understanding.
Yeah, Mel. You're not
fucking A, bro. Go ahead, Puffman. Is it an ETF? Yes or no, bro?
Hold on. I'm asking, Go ahead, Lan. Go ahead. I'm asking right now.
I'm just trying to make sure we're talking about the exact same thing. All right. All right. So what I'm asking is this what you're talking about is basically a way for the market to be able to invest into private companies, but going past the accredited system that they have.
All right. So here, It says, no, Robinhood's RVI, Robinhood Ventures Fund 1, is not an ETF. It is a closed-end fund, CEF, designed to provide retail investors with exposure to a concentrated portfolio of private companies, such as the ones that, unlike ETFs, which are typically open-ended and create or redeem shares based on demand. RVI is structured as a publicly traded closed-end fund that raises a fixed amount of capital through an IPO and then trades on the New York Stock Exchange like a stock, potentially at a premium or discount to its net asset value. It has no accreditation requirements, no minimum investments, a management fee starting at 1% for the first 6 months, then 2%, and no performance fees. As of February 2020, RBI is expected to IPO soon. Actually, this will come on the New York Stock Exchange at $25 per share.
When it IPOs, will it be asking when it IPOs, will it be an ETF at that point? Because this seems
no. I just told you it's going to be a closed-end fund.
So you're saying
they're just
when it asking like IPOs, just when it IPOs, will it be an ETF? Because I don't understand.
They're saying that it's never planning to IPO.
You just said it is going to IPO.
No, it's going through it's bypassing the system. Basically giving the regular everyday.
What did you just say, bro?
Damn, bro.
What did you just say?
Hold on. Once it IPOs, will it be considered an ETF at that point? RBI won't become an ETF. Post-IPO, it remains a closed-end fund trading like a stock.
Exactly as I'm saying.
No, Robinhood's RBI will not be considered an ETF after its IPO. It is structured as a closed-end fund, CEF, as I said before, and then which means it raises a fixed amount of capital. Because I think, I think the cap is $30 billion. I could be wrong on that figure, but I know there is a cap.
Once it reaches that cap, I stand corrected, but it doesn't mean mine is right.
I'm gonna go on mute.
It's not even really about that. You guys gotta stop.
I'm at the line.
But here's the thing. Now that we understand what it is, now let's move to the next phase of the thing. Do you believe that this is basically what it is introducing private companies to the market without essentially a part of the market. And it's telling you that they're screaming for cash, but they don't want to be a part of the market at all. Isn't that interesting? How is it now?
All these companies are bound to IPO. My bad, I didn't mean to jump in front of you.
But you want to put yourself under the You don't want to be a part of the SEC ruling, while at the same time you want to benefit from what it would mean to become a part of the overall market. Robinhood is somehow going to be your bridge factor, which I think, who signed up for that? I didn't know we can start doing that, or is this?
Yeah, if you go on Robinhood right now,
Robinhood.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, right now, Robinhood, because I've tried searching it on different platforms that I trade on, and I jumped on Webull. It wasn't listing on Webull, but Webull is tricky. I have not jumped on E-Trade, but long story short, the whole thing is that I know the plan is to have this one, and then that's the reason why they named it one, because they got I think they're gonna do 3 other rounds with a bunch of other companies. But the one that I really wanted to get into, and I'm only getting into this one. I got about 100 shares set aside, and I want to get into this one because I believe that there's a company called I gotta tell you right now. They're called Boom Supersonic, which obviously you want to take these valuations with a grain of salt when they're not public. But they're valued at $1.5 billion, and between them and Databricks, I think honestly, Revolut is
the best bet is Databricks.
Yeah, Databricks, Mercor, Aura, Ramp, and Boom Supersonic. I'm not a fan of Revolut, but then again, we're allowed to be wrong. I've seen a lot of these quote unquote unicorn companies, finally IPO and stay steady. But the one that I'm really looking forward to, I'm looking forward to this one, but the one that I'm really looking forward to is Fundraiser's VCX, I believe is what they're gonna.
Commercial side of Funrise or residential?
No. So Fundraiser is launching basically the same thing as Robinhood. And I think they're going to be the first ones to be allowed to have Starlink and SpaceX as one of the companies that you can invest in. So that, you know, if I could be a fly on the wall.
You want $10,000.
Yo, if I could put money, if I could put money behind Starlink
To get
SpaceX.
To get
Free IPO?
Pre-IPO.
Oh, y'all get it fucked, bro. That nigga. Yo, let me tell y'all. I wholeheartedly stand behind my belief that Elon Musk is one of the biggest Ponzi scheme scammers of our generation. He is going to eclipse Bernie Madoff.
Oh shit.
No, this is interesting. I'm glad you brought this up, Puff, because I didn't know closing-ended fund different from ET is telling me why, and it's pretty interesting, so I thank you for bringing it up. But now what I'm thinking about, right, is people are investing in private companies already. Now, the issue is when Robinhood starts, because think there's other big dogs, JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs, Citibank, all of those. They're all buying the best of the best. When Robinhood buys into their private companies, are they getting the cream of the crop private companies? Are they getting the cream of the crop positions? Because all the other big dogs exist. I need to research to see if it's a disadvantage to being a late investor in a private company, or is it all the same, right? So if JP Morgan buys 100 shares and Robinhood buys 100 shares, is there equal in value or equal in, you know what I mean, in their status and position and value? Or could it be that in an early stage company, it's important where you are in the capital stack, how you're structured, so on and so forth, right? Common shares versus preferred shares, debt versus equity. So this is interesting. So I wouldn't be gun ho until you get into the finer details. Is basically what I'm saying.
I think the number one thing, besides the stocks, but I think what you all should really get down to is really looking into this tokenization of basically everything is happening all around you. Your industries are tokenizing literally everything from real estate to businesses to cards. AI, we were talking about Databricks, these companies are all going to be tokenized. They're going to be
I was just about to say that's the reason why I'm putting AI behind Databricks, because that's what they're trying to tokenize enterprise data.
Well, that's the reason why I was trying to tell y'all earlier about XRP. It's because they're going to be.
Oh my God.
They're going to be.
Yo, why did I know that your Cancun is going to come from mine?
That's why I kept preaching this with such a.
These niggas obsessed, bro.
You'll see in a minute. You really will. Literally, you're gonna see, and then after that, you're gonna be like, damn, I missed the window. But ultimately, what's gonna happen is everything is gonna be on the XRP ledger, and that's also the reason why you're seeing a dramatic shift between all of the banking industries, BlackRock.
That's the main reason why I'm so bullish on Palantir. I know people want to give Palantir a run for their money, but they have no competition. There is nobody competing in that realm, and not only that, but what they're doing, the way they're expanding. Listen, I eventually see Palantir providing essentially the same services in terms of security, backdoor security, and data analytics and data coverage at a retail level, at a consumer level. I see them doing the same thing that Microsoft at one point did. Microsoft came in selling enterprise services initially, and then they very, very successfully moved into the retail consumer space. And once they did that, and they were providing you with fucking with a notepad and fucking Excel and all these other fucking software services, they made a fucking killing. So I see Palantir going the same route. And I wouldn't doubt it that eventually Palantir may even get directly involved in the production of devices, Palantir being the in the foreground and the selling point for secure devices across the board.
So with Palantir, I think they're a little too close to the throne right now. They have a lot of. I'm not saying that their product isn't as valuable as everyone believes it is. As a matter of fact, I was making quite a bit of money on Palantir weekly.
I doubled down this weekend. Was bye for me.
They're a little too close to the whole Epstein stuff, and I'm waiting on the politics on these particular groups of people to get settled before I reinvest into any of those sort of things. I was a big Elon Musk fan. I had at the time I had over 1,000 shares of Tesla, and you know what I'm saying. And that after this whole Epstein stuff, you know, you just kind of like gotta put your morals and convictions.
Nah, nigga, you got 2,000 shares down, nigga. You ain't give a fuck.
I don't. I have 0 Tesla shares as of I want to say about maybe a month ago. And
because of Epstein?
It's way too close, bro. So, and it's not just because of the stuff that they're doing. I can see how something like this could damage the reputation of the company. See, people don't mind losing money, especially in this field, because it's investing. So you're investing with the already preconceived notion that you can lose everything. But it's another thing when the head of these companies or whatever are implicated in some heinous, disgusting, things. And you could think of the ripple effect of how this will cause other people to, pull their money as quickly as they possibly can. And me being a small-time investor, I'm not investing millions of dollars or about billions of dollars. I'm going to lose more than those guys at the top, the big whales. So if these guys decide to pull their money, and these people are fickle, by the way. Big money is scared.
Very fickle.
So when the wind blows, if a leaf blows the wrong way, they turn around and start pulling money out of companies left and right because they feel like they got too much to lose. So I'm a little fish, and if I can sense that they are also nervous about this kind of stuff, then I should be nervous too. And right now, there's a whole lot of uncertainty in the market. Therefore, it's time. It was time for me to just pull out for a while until this whole thing gets settled. Then after that, I'll reinvest in something else. But right now, I'm actually just investing in GDXY, and it's if y'all don't know, that's gold. Gold has surpassed Bitcoin right now, and I'm just sitting and holding. GDXY is paying about 17 cents per share, and it pays every week. So, that's where I am right now. I have about 500 shares of GDXY. Just sitting right there for now.
That's what I'm working on right now is the weekly payouts, the weekly dividend ETFs. And
I'll worry about the taxes. Since the beginning of the year, I'll worry about the taxes when it comes. So, getting.
Oh no, I put those in my Roth. I throw those into my Roth. Yeah, I'm letting that shit sit. I mean, if something happens to me, the kids can fall off on that.
Yeah, the Roth, I have that on S&P. Also had that on a few other dividends. But I really got kind of like long range, long appreciation. And then I have this other account where I got my crypto, and my largest holder is XRP. And then there's a few others that I didn't mention because I'm not as sure as I am with them as I am with XRP. So I never bring them up, but they're also extremely promising.
Hey, Lion.
Yeah, I liquidated on Bitcoin.
As much shit as I talk about the chat, Lion, you don't like the fact that you take the time to educate yourself and do market research, man. I respect that about you. I just want you to know that.
Thank you. Hey, children, listen, my living room is not a romper room. I don't know what y'all think y'all are doing. Yeah, sit your ass down.
Yeah, Lon, I got out of all of the all the crypto stuff. I was only holding Bitcoin, but Tesla, I am gonna get into. The moment that he announces that robot, and he actually shows that the robot, in fact, has the capacity of, helping you around the house and do shit. Once he shows that, I'm balls deep into Tesla. Because that robot, listen, at $30,000, that's, for anybody's got good credit, all the rich people are around, even if it's a fad at the very beginning. This is the very inception of this new dawn of robotics. Yeah, pretty much. And I want to be at the forefront of that.
You know what's going to be a big market for the robot? I'm not sure. I haven't looked much into it, but the opportunity that I see, bro, if it's going to be open source. Anybody that's allowed to develop on that fucking robot, it's going to make so much money, dude.
That's the reason why I'm waiting for him to make the announcement.
What happened? No, go ahead, Congress. Did you hear what this nigga said?
Is that King Solomon?
Did you hear? No, nigga, it's me. It's Congress. This nigga said, open source the robotic operating system. Can you say robot assassins, nigga? Yes or no?
Perfect. China's already making their own military.
Perfect. I'm gonna fucking mail you a robot, if that's the case.
Oh man, you hear this shit?
Honestly, I think that is
I can see it though. I can see assassin robots though, Congress.
But they not gonna allow you and me to have one.
Like, what was you saying? Yeah.
I said I actually agree with Concrete on this one. I think we are going to end up going too far. We're already using the robot drone dogs to, kill terrorists. And then eventually we're going to have bipedal robots standing erect that look like humans. And they're going to be having ARs and all sorts of stuff. So, yeah. And imagine if someone could hack the code that's controlling the robots.
Lion, didn't you see the news a couple of weeks ago, a couple of months ago, that a robot gave a human being a fucking ticket in Australia? That people didn't know whether to take it seriously or what, but that shit's always happened, dude.
Yo, can you, so first of all, Elon is going to be deploying robots to like war zones. So robot assassins is like a given. And so it won't even be hacking into it. It'll just be black market robots, right? So if you got the Ukrainian-Russia conflict, exactly. And if he starts selling it to Russia or Ukraine, then obviously those are like, governments with a bunch of damn holes and vulnerabilities that if you got enough money, you can get your own. That's your real problem. And as soon as a Tesla robot is caught off the grid doing all kind of wild shit, you might as well pack it up. It's
you guys here, well, Miami, maybe Nathan and Knowledge know this, but in Brickell, there's robots, food delivery robots, right? And I was watching them and doing their thing, and they had smiley faces on, like fucking eyes that look like little hearts and shit like that. So it made you connect with them. So I started doing some digging, and I think in California, they gave the robot some sort of, not human rights, but some laws that it's illegal to attack, to kick in, to do this and that. So imagine the day when this fucking robot having some sort of human rights. That's what it's going to get a little bit. The lights are going to get a little bit blurred.
I want to talk to Andrew about that one because he said the moment you start humanizing something,
it deserves rights.
But Lion, I will tell you, the fact that these little robots in Brickell had eyes and smiley faces and they will look at you and smile, it gave you that human connection. My reaction to me, when I looked at it, it made me feel happy. So it was connected. The fucking robot was connected.
What the hell,
Because it looked fucking cute, bro. So, oh my God, that's fucking cute. You know what I'm saying? Get a reaction out of it. I'm not the only fucking person, dude. This little fucking thing.
Hey, Teresa, get your big homie on the line.
I'm telling you, bro.
AI girlfriends now. So, yeah.
I mean,
people are ditching traditional
My flashlight feels real. It was a dark joke. Nobody caught that?
Yeah, I caught it, but I didn't want to address it, so.
It's a
Chorizo, what would you do if your big homie heard you say that you felt that the robot was cute? What do you think he would do to you?
Who's big homie?
Your big homie. Whoever your El Padrino is.
I'm too fucking rich for me to worry about people like that. Or what anybody thinks.
And that, I didn't ask you that.
I don't have big homies.
Nigga, you got a big homie. You got an older... Somebody. Your dad, your uncle...
like a fucking...
Somebody you look up to as a man, yeah.
Oh. I don't know. Let me...
Always be very skeptical of any grown man that doesn't have and can't name any positive male role models. If you're a grown man and you can't name a single positive male role model, something is fucking broken with you, motherfucker. Something is wrong with you.
That's a fact. Yo, Shameless, you gotta talk about Bitcoin.
Who's your role model, Concrete?
What's the knowledge? First big homie was my granddad. My dad.
Right now. Who's your sounding board?
Right now,
your sounding board?
Right now, my big homie is Jesus.
Nah, come on, don't get it. Fuck out of here, bro.
Yo, if I had to think about somebody who I be like, yo, that person resonates with me, I understand them, is
you don't have one, because that person should come to mind right a fucking way.
Yeah, I'm thinking about it. I'm trying to. I used to be. I'm gonna tell you for real.
That Captain America is a woman. That she's not America. She's Captain Britain.
I'm gonna tell you for real. It used to be Bill Gates. It used to be Warren Buffett.
No.
It used to
Someone
be
you have access to. Someone that you can pick up the phone and say, hey, bro, I need to run.
Nobody.
Oh, okay, so you.
I mean, my dad. I call my dad if I gotta run, but not like to run through shit. This nigga.
I got like 5 of those people. And fucking pump the shit out of them.
Oh my, yeah.
Everybody should, man. Everybody should.
Yeah, that's my bad, man. I was hot micing over here. I was subbing for a mod just a second ago.
Did Shameless leave yet? Oh, he left. Fucking A, bro. I was about to ask him. You know, he was pumping Bitcoin 2022 to 23. So I want to see where he was. If he's still pumping Bitcoin.
See, I liquidated all of my positions. My bad, Shariza. You know what? Go ahead.
I was going to say to Concrete, someone that's been in it for a while, dude. My message still the same. My conviction still the same. I haven't sold anything since I started buying. Not a fucking single thing. I'm still holding. I don't buy anymore, though. I have enough.
The ironic thing is that I liquidated all my positions on Bitcoin. I had a couple open, and then I went back last night and I re-upped. it was on a down slope, but I was, you know what? I went back in. I was like, all right, fuck it. I'll hold the position at this point.
I will hold an ETF that's dealing with Bitcoin, but it doesn't necessarily have to be through what's that guy?
Michael Saylor.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be through him. I think I'm gonna go something else that's more like less risk, but it's weak because Bitcoin is very volatile these days. I want to slow things down. With Bitcoin, I don't want to move at the pace of Bitcoin where, it's mainly all hype. I want something that's using some other form of like a low cost leverage. So I'm gonna go with another company that also has other other assets in its pocket, not just Bitcoin. But that's BTCI.
Isn't that Bitwise? No, right?
Yeah.
It's Bitwise, yeah.
No, it's under Neos. It's under the company Neos. N-E-I-O or N-E-C-O.
Yeah.
I forgot.
I bought some XRP through a Bitwise and ETF.
I don't think that Ethereum guy, like, I've been following him. You know, you talking about the little Chinese guy?
Oh, ZZ?
Something.
Oh, no, that guy's irrelevant, though. That guy screams and predicts. Listen, anybody that has a wild-ass prediction about this shit hitting this, hitting that, I think of them being just as right as the fucking homeless guy in the middle of the fucking street saying that Bitcoin's going to hit $5 billion. They're just as right as that guy. I pay no mind to it.
Right. I don't either. After watching his moves and how he's been pretty much wrong about everything, I really don't understand why the news syndicates constantly keep inviting him on as if
No, it's just CNBC. Squawk Box. They love the
Who are you talking about? Who are you talking about?
The Asian guy. I forget his name. No, he's not a kid. He's 40 years old.
He started the Ethereum Treasury Company. He started the Ethereum Treasury Company recently.
Yeah, let me look for Vandalist. I can forget his name. God damn it. I don't know his name, but hey, Lion, you know who I think is the biggest fucking threat to Bitcoin, and I fuck with this products a little bit for leverage, is Michael Saylor, bro. This last interview that he had on Squawk Box,
he looked scared. He's unsure of himself.
No, he didn't look scared. The lady, I was drinking a cup of coffee and I'm just listening to this guy, right? And he's always had the same pitch. Oh, even if Bitcoin drops to 9 cents or $9, we would. So he was going down that pitch. Bitcoin was like 66,000 or something like that. And that lady goes, well, Michael, what if Bitcoin drops to $9? And Michael goes, well, we won't be liquidated. We'll just take on more debt, refinance this, that,
what if they don't want to give you a loan?
No. She said, who's going to be willing to give you the money, to loan you the money?
That's the part I'm talking about. He didn't have that.
And that fucking reminded me of fucking 2000 on the dot-com boom. How many fucking people he fucked over, bro? He fucked up over a lot of people. And right now, I feel like he's doing the same fucking thing.
That's what I was talking about, that unsurety right there. But you're talking about we saw the same thing. I saw it in his face. He didn't have a plan B.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And it's not
assuming that the banks will still constantly keep giving them leverage.
And it's not him, it's his products. It's not Bitcoin. It's his fucking products and people who are aping in, people who are getting fucking destroyed right now through lending platforms that are getting over fucking leverage, bro. People just have this nuance of just people. You know what I realized? I realized that new investors who come into a little bit of money or some money are typically fucking dumb in a financial way because they do not understand risk management.
Well, they call all y'all retail investors dumb money.
Yeah, that's true. What Concrete is saying, that is true. If you're just getting into this, I strongly suggest you invest. That is one thing you should do when you have, excess money at buying yourself another car or any of those things. You definitely should open up some sort of investment account in something. Now, the thing is, you must do your research on what it is that you want to invest in. You have to be able to think downrange because this isn't your ROI isn't going to return tomorrow. It might not even return in 10 years. You have to think that far down. And a lot of people, they're not thinking that far. They're thinking that they're going to create some sort of like secondary supplementary amount of income immediately. And it just doesn't work like that. It's no different than starting your own corporation or foundation. It doesn't come overnight. You must do a lot of extensive research.
Tommy Lee. That guy's name is Tommy Lee.
The guy. He's kind of feminine. The way he like throws his head around and how he talks is like it's hard for me to like
take him seriously.
Yeah. Like he talks as if he's answering a question rather than a affirmative statement. So he was like, well,
He repeats himself.
I think that it will, it's gonna. I think that it's gonna actually do really well this year. You too. All right, bro, shut up. Asian people don't even act like that. Asian people are usually more serious and more